We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to an emergency meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by the public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2022-007. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. I just want to provide some groundwork. We have one case this morning, and it's going to be a protest hearing. And we'll have our IT specialist, once I call the case, our IT specialist will elevate the rights for each party. I would ask that once your rights are elevated and your phones are unmuted, your microphones are unmuted, I would like you to mute your microphone with the exception of when you are speaking. If you have any questions any questions during the presentation today, please put your comments in the question and answer feature. All right. The first thing we're going to do, though, this morning is that we have a docket that we need to go through. We're going to do the board temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. The first case on that docket is a request from Lana Mahmoud. This is for one-day license class F. This is for the date of the event is January 23rd, 2022. The hours of operation are from 5 to 11 p.m. The premise is 535 8th Street, Northwest Washington, D.C. The license number is 120293 with 350 attendees and 6 security guards. The second request on this docket is also a request from Lana Mahmoud for one-day license class F. This is for concert on January 27th, 2022. This is from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 535 8th Street Northwest. The license number is 120293, again with 350 attendees, 6 security guard. I there make a motion that ABC board grants this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. All right, so let us call our calendar. So let's move to our calendar. Our first matter on our calendar, our first and only matter on our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 00079, 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. Ms. Foxman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
rights have been elevated. Brian, your rights have been elevated. Not see Steve Donahoe in the room. Send me a message. Pedro, your rights have been elevated. Mike Silverstein, your rights have been elevated. Not see David Salter in the room. Or in the room, send me a message. Amir Sheikh, your rights have been elevated. See Jelena Vujovic, you're in the room, send me a message. Not see Hector Pinto. If you're in the room, please send me a message. Do not see Victor Easley. If you're in the room, please send me a message. Ian Thomas, your rights have been elevated. It looks like some of the chairperson, it looks like some of the members of the group are in the room together, so they'll have to clarify that with you. I just got a message about that.
All right, thank
Still
you.
going through it. Kevin Puente, your rights have been elevated. Robert Goldberg, your rights have been elevated. Shireen Joseph, your rights have been elevated. John Guggenmouse, your rights have been elevated. That is all at this time, Chairperson.
All right, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do, I want to make sure that all the parties are online. And so let's start with the licensee. Mr. Klein, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and let me know who is the licensee. And after that, I would like the licensee to, Mr. Klein and Associate, please identify yourself for the record. Then I need you to identify the licensee, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I am Andrew Klein, A-N-D-R-E-W, Klein, K-L-I-N-E. I am counsel to the applicant. The principal of the applicant is here. He is Farid, F-A-R-I-D, Nouri, N-O-U-R-I.
And who's, do you have co-counsel, Mr. Klein?
Yes, co-counsel with me today is Ms. Sidon Yohannes, first name S-I-D-O-N, last name spelled Y-O-H-A-N-N-E-S.
All right, thank you. All right, let's have the ANC. Can we have the ANC representative please spell and state his name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is John Guggenmouse, John Guggenmos. And we also have Shireen Joseph.
How do you spell that name, please?
Hi, Chair Anderson. My name is Shireen Joseph. That's S-H-E-R-E-N-E. Last name Joseph, J-O-S-E-P-H.
And what's your relationship to this case, please, ma'am?
I am also representing the ANC.
All right, thank you. All right, who's representing the Gladden Alley Natal Court Association?
I am, Mr. Chairman. This is Ian Thomas. That's I-A-N. His first name, last name is Thomas, T-H-O-M-A-S, along with my co-counsel, Tracy Buck. Tracy, T-R-A-C-Y, last name Buck, B-U-C-K.
All right, so who's representing the picnic benches? who's here from the picnic benches? Do we have anyone here from the picnic benches? If there are any representatives from the picnic benches, I would like you to.
I'm sorry, that was muted. My name is Hector Pinto. First name Hector, Hector. Last name Pinto, Pinto.
And who else is with you there, Mr. Pinto?
That's just me for the picnic bench.
All right, fine. All right, so what about the group of six? Who is representing the group of six?
That's me. My name is Yelena, Jelena, surname Budjevets, Budjaevac.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so all the parties have been identified for the record this morning. All right. Good morning again, everyone. This matter comes before the board as a protest on the application for a new license filed by YFE Inc., trade name 18th Street Lounge, retailer class CT, license number ABRA 118846, located at 1230 9th Street Northwest. By way of background, the board's record reflects the following. The license application was placarded on August 6, 2021. ANC2F, represented by Chairperson John Gugamus, filed a protest on October 11, 2021. A second protest was filed by the Gladden Alley Naylor Court Association on October 12, 2021, represented by at the time Robert Goldberg, and it's now being represented by Mr. Ian Thomas, who is the attorney representing this group. A third protest was filed by a group of 5 or more individuals, and this is the Budjaev group led by Helena Budjaev on October 12, 2021. Excuse me, and finally, a fourth protestant group, the second group of 5 or more individuals, Picnic Bench Foundation, led by Mr. Hector Pinto, filed their protest on October 12, 2021. All 4 protestant groups were granted standing. This hearing was originally scheduled for January 12, 2022. However, the week leading up to the hearing saw the filing of a number of motions, oppositions, and replies, and so the board thought it was in the best interest of all involved to continue the hearing for 1 week in order to allow the board an opportunity to rule on the pre-hearing pleadings, and so that parties would have time to prepare for the hearing as a result of the board's decisions. I bring this up in part to remind the parties that the board has already made known its position regarding the introduction of evidence that relates to mediation discussions or settlement negotiations, and we will not revisit this issue. Again, I want to remind all parties that at this hearing, we cannot, it's inappropriate to bring up settlement discussions or mediation discussions. That's confidential. So when we do this hearing, I do not want anyone to testify that in mediation, this is what they agreed to, or in the settlement, this is what was agreed to. Is that correct? Is that clear to everyone? So we're not going to revisit that issue anymore. All right. So again, I just want to be very clear that evidence of that sort will not be admitted in the hearing record. Before I ask, are there any other preliminary matters that need to be addressed before the commencement of this hearing? I would like to know how the protestants are going to conduct this case. I understand that Mr. Thomas was hired, but I would appreciate knowing if they're going to consolidate their arguments and the examinations of the witnesses. The board has the authority under 25444C that where there is more than one protestant, the board in its discretion may require the protestants to designate one person to conduct the protestants' hearings. I'll get to that and answer to the question later on. Which brings to my second point. Although the board will give everyone a reasonable amount of time to present their case in chief, We're hopeful that we will not be here for a long day, and therefore would appreciate your efforts to keep your case in chief on a reasonable pace. Please do not put one witness on after another who provides redundant or repetitive testimony. Under 25444C, the board may exclude any relevant or unduly repetitive, evidence or testimony, and we won't hesitate to do so. Before the hearing gets underway, I want it to be perfectly understood that this hearing will be conducted fairly and with an open mind. It is the board's expectation that the parties will also conduct themselves accordingly. Mr. Thomas, thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters? All right. So, Mr. Thomas, you represent, I'm sorry, who again do you represent, Mr. Thomas?
Good morning. Yes, I represent the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association, along with my colleague, Ms. Buck.
All right, so you're Ms. Buck representing those. So the other two groups, we know we have the ANC and we have the other two groups. You do not represent them, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in reviewing, I read the case report that was done by our investigator, and I see that the issues that were raised by all the protestants they appear to me identical. I'm sorry, who was speaking?
Sorry, that was me.
Okay.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, is what my point was going to be. I also, in the interest of moving expeditiously, I've spoken with some of the other groups. I spoke with my understanding is that the ANC would like to make its own presentation. I don't think that their presentation is going to be, I mean, I'll let them speak for themselves, but I don't think their presentation is going to be exceedingly long, and I don't think they plan on doing much of anything that's duplicative of what our case in chief plans on being. As for some of the other, as for the other protestants, I think there's going to be a substantial overlap, and I believe that the consensus is that my client, I'm going to refer to them as Banca, just as an acronym, but Banca would take the lead on the protest hearing.
All right, thank you for that presentation, sir. And but one of the things I will do, if the other parties, if they want to do an opening statement, I'll allow them to do an opening statement, and I'll also allow them to do a closing statement if they want to do that, to say what it is that they want. But I think that because the issues are so, at least to me anyway, and just in reviewing the report, that was the case report, the issues overlap. So I think that we'll just have Mr. Thomas and his associate doing the cross-examination of witnesses, because if we don't do that, this is going to last all day. Now, one thing that I also had at the status hearing, I informed all parties that they had an hour to present their case, and they had 5 witnesses, and we'll have some flexibility. However, but I see in the applicant listed 14 witnesses. Now, are we planning to call 14 witnesses today, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you know me better than that. We listed them in an overabundance of caution. It looks like we'll be calling 7, but we will keep them brief and be efficient in calling them. There are a number of issues raised, and as the board has already pointed out, a number of parties. So we think that the board will want to hear from them. I would also note, and just to make sure the record's clear, on the other point, the other protestants, to my knowledge, did not file PIFs, so I don't know what they would put on anyway, just, for your record.
Well, I know I'm aware, at least in reviewing the documents for this case, I saw that the other protestants hadn't called a PIF, but they, in theory, the protestants themselves could testify, although there's no PIF. So they couldn't call witnesses, other witnesses outside of themselves as a protestant. But but thanks for bringing that to our attention. Now, so Mr. Thomas, how many witnesses do you plan to call today, sir?
At this juncture, I would probably say, barring any rebuttal, 5 potential witnesses.
All right, that's fine. But that's fine.
One point, just procedure and process, if I may. One of our witnesses is a representative of the MPD. He obviously has other serious obligations that he needs to tend to. If I could have a brief warning before I can get in touch with him to get him on so that he can testify, that would be very much appreciated. He's obviously out there protecting the city right now, but wants to be here because what he has to say is important to the issues in this case. So I would ask that the board provide us with just a brief, 10, 15-minute notice before so we can get him on the line to offer testimony.
Well, the way the case will proceed this morning, Mr. Thomas, is that the board will present its witness, which is our investigator, and our investigator will go through the case report. And when the investigator goes through the case report, the board will will cross-examine, will ask direct examination of its witness. Once the board has asked direct examination of its witness, then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of that witness, and then you will also have questions of that witness. Once the board has presented its case, the applicant will present its case. And so the applicant said that he has 7 witnesses they're going to call. So we're going to get to your witness a very long time. So you would have an idea where we are based on where the presentation of the case. As a preliminary matter, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to take a scheduled break every 2 hours. So probably every 2 hours, I'll take a bathroom. I will take what I will consider maybe a 10-minute bathroom break. That I'm not asking folks to, but we need to be cognizant that this is virtual, and I know I have to be on screen, and I know the attorneys have to be on screen. The other witnesses, they can do whatever they need to do, but we can't leave the screen. So I will try to maybe every 2 hours have a scheduled break for a couple of minutes so folks can rest. And so I will try to keep that in my mind because we have a court reporter. And I just want to remind everyone that we have a court reporter there who's one of the reasons why when people are speaking, you need to identify yourself for the record, because all of this is being transcribed for us to have a public record. All right. So before we get started, are there any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed today?
The applicant has none. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein, the ANC, and the groups. Any other issues that need to be addressed?
None from Banca.
Mr. Chairman, in the way you were laying out the case, I just wanted to ask, the ANC would waive an opening statement. We do have a statement that we'd like to put into record, and would also like to cross-examine just a few witnesses, but and make a closing statement if possible.
All right, no, you definitely will have an opportunity to close a statement. I mean, the ANC, I mean, give some deference to the ANC. I'll give some deference to the ANC, but I need to know who is it that you want to cross-examine. So I want to have some idea what's going on as we present the witnesses, because but I will give some deference to the ANC. All right.
Most likely, I'm sorry.
Right, sir.
I'm sorry, it's just most likely the ANC's officer report.
I'm sorry. You're talking about the boards.
Yes, the boards. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay, that's fine.
Thank
Any
you.
other? All right. Okay. So what before?
I apologize. What?
Hold on 1 minute. I need every time when someone speaks, I need you to identify yourself for the record before you speak. I'll recognize you, but please identify yourself for the record. Yes, Mr. Thomas.
My apologies. One thing that got brought to my attention that I just want to correct for the record. Mr. Klein had mentioned that the other protestants had not filed PIFs. That's actually not accurate. They joined in the PIF that was filed by Banca. So all protestants, separately, the ANC filed their own, but the group of 5 and the picnic bench all joined in Banca's PIF. So PIFs have been filed for them as well.
Oh, that's fine, sir. That's fine to clarify the record. All right. And again, before we start, you have 1 hour. I would ask folks not to spend the majority of your time cross-examine witnesses because that counts against your time. So, so I need you to spend the most of your time doing direct examination. Mr. Klein, Mr. Thomas, you're both in. Ms. Johannes, you're attorneys. I enjoy working with attorneys because I would hope that by working with attorneys will raise objections. This is not a court, a federal court. This is an administrative hearing. So we're somewhat flexible with the rules of evidence, but I do expect the parties to raise objections. If there are objections, then argue and make them. And I expect, because you are attorneys, that you will conduct yourself appropriately, and we will move expeditiously through this hearing today, because I believe this is going to take all day. So I would, Mr. Thomas, especially for the protestants, it is now 10:30. I would alert you to tell your witnesses that it's unlikely that they will be called within the next hour or so. So you can alert your witnesses that they'll be called in the afternoon. I don't want people now to say, you know, I need to, my witness has an emergency because they were online at 10 o'clock this morning and it's now 5 o'clock. I'm hoping we're not here till 5 o'clock, but it's now 5 o'clock and they haven't testified. But as I stated before, it's the board's going to present its case. The applicant is going to present its case. So therefore, the protestant will not present its case until after the board and the applicant has presented its case. So that tells you that we'll be having the protestants' witnesses will not be testifying until later on this afternoon. So you can let your witnesses know that if they have something to do here in the morning, they can do it because they're not going to be called until at least after 1 o'clock. I'll just say it that way. So at least they will know, they'll have some type of timeline in the sense that there should be no expectation that they will be called within the next hour or two. Is that clear to everyone? All right. So now, we're going to do opening statements, and so we can start with hold on 1 minute, please. Let me see. So does the applicant wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I'm Andrew Klein. I'm counsel for the applicant. We are here this morning to discuss an application for a CT license for premises located at 1230 9th Street Northwest. The evidence will show that this location is directly across from the convention center and located on a busy commercial thoroughfare, 9th Street. It does back up to Gladden Alley, but the evidence will show that the applicant intends to concentrate the bulk of its activities on 9th Street, not on Gladden Alley. The evidence will also show that the principal of the applicant, Mr. Fareed Nouri, who will testify, is a long-standing operator, has operated this venue in a larger format at another location for 25 years, and that he has a long positive track record at the other location. There will be testimony from witnesses who are leaders in the other neighborhood who can attest to Mr. Nouri's attentiveness and the way that he runs this establishment. The applicant, the evidence will show, has been thoughtful about attempting to address issues and concerns that have been raised by the community, specifically issues related to noise and trash and the other protest issues. There is a lot in the protest information forms concerning historic preservation and other issues that we don't believe are before this board. And this case, from the applicant's standpoint, will be about the applicant's ability to meet the appropriateness standards related to peace, order, and quiet, pedestrian vehicular safety, and real estate values. And we believe at the conclusion of the case, the board will be convinced that this license should be approved with the conditions as limited by what's been applied for in the initial application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Mr. Thomas.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. This case is about a nightclub that's attempting to move from a commercial location to a more residential location for the purpose of, in its own words, to make a lot of noise. Those aren't my words. Those are Mr. Norrie's words in a moment of candor on a podcast. The fact of the matter is this is a nightclub that is applying for an advertising, not a nightclub license. You don't have to believe Banca on this point. Far from that, you can look at the applicant's proposed operations, which include DJs, multiple live acts, music till 3 a.m., dancing, cover charge, or even the applicant's own website, which holds itself out as a longstanding nightclub in the District of Columbia. By the applicant's own words, it is a nightclub masquerading as a bar that's moving to a residential area intentionally to make a lot of noise. And this amount of noise matters because, as Mr. Klein pointed out, the back of this proposed premises goes out towards Gladden Alley and is a property that is surrounded on 3 sides by residences. The proposed establishment will have a rooftop bar, and you'll hear testimony that it'll have speakers on a rooftop bar, that the rooftop bar will not be adequately soundproofed, and that the applicant intends to operate live music on the rooftop bar until 3 a.m. as the surrounding neighbors attempt to sleep. This will also, you also hear evidence about other noise, not just music, but from the patron of this establishment. The establishment has 265 people for its occupancy, which it intends to fully use. And you will hear about the adverse effects from both the MPD and from the neighbors that this noise and sound pollution will have on the residents of Gladden Alley. About how you can speak on one end of the alley and hear what someone's saying on the other, and how 200 some odd people, some of whom who are inebriated, being let out into the community at 2 o'clock in the morning will cause serious sound and noise pollution issues and disturb the quality of life for the residents of the Gladden Alley community. You're also going to hear concerns about crime. You're going to hear from MPD about crime issues that already exist in Gladden Alley and that already stem from another liquor licensed establishment that is within the same property that the applicant looks to occupy. You will hear that adding 260 potentially drunk individuals to Gladden Alley late at night will not alleviate any of these crime issues, but in fact exacerbate them greatly. You will hear about the concerns that the residents have of these issues, and you will hear stories from them about witnessing public urination, prostitution, drug use, all of which will not be made any better by the applicant's proposed use of operating a live nightclub until the late hour, or excuse me, the early hours of the morning. You're also going to hear about other quality of life issues that exist in the alley as they exist now. Issues with pests and rodents circulating around the alley. issues with traffic in which these small, narrow alley corridors are often blocked or preoccupied by deliveries, unloading and loading into the various establishments, and by ride shares from the various patrons. All of these will also affect traffic issues and are a reason for denial of the license in its entirety. You're also going to hear from Mr. Nori about his quote unquote positive track record, because the evidence will show that it is not in fact so positive. As Mr. Klein pointed out, the 18th Street Lounge was operating in a prior location that was primarily commercial and had no residential area homes in its direct vicinity. You will hear about assaults with a deadly weapon that took place at the former 18th Street Lounge location. You also hear about how the former 18th Street Lounge was, right before the pandemic, fined by this very board for failing to comply with alcohol regulations, for misleading investigators, and for obstructing investigations. So far from a positive track record, you will hear about the exact opposite. At bottom, this hearing is going to make it abundantly clear that the applicant will adversely impact the peace, order, and quiet and the traffic in Blagden Alley. You will hear about how the applicant will adversely affect the lives of the residents who abut this establishment on the north, south, and west side. And you will hear about how the proposed use for this property by the applicant is inconsistent with how other establishments operate within this area. At the end of the protestant's case, it will be abundantly clear that this application should be denied in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Do any of I know the ANC said they do not want to have an opening statement. Do any of the other two protest groups, do they wish to make an opening statement?
In the interest of, my
And
name
who's
is
speaking?
Yelena Petrovic for the Protestant Group of 6. In the interest of time efficiency, we are aligned with the statements that Mr. Thomas has made on behalf of Banca. Thank you.
Thank you. The other group, and the other group, they need to make a statement?
My name is Hector Pinto. Yeah, I'm aligned with that too.
All right, thank you. All right, with that said, the board then will call its first witness. And we call Mr. Kevin Puente. Mr. Puente, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Sir.
Mr. Puente, can you please state your name for the record, please, again?
Kevin Puente, Kevinpuente.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And how long have you been employed by this agency?
Approximately 7 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities, sir?
I conduct inspections and investigations of licensed ABC establishments throughout the District of Columbia.
And are you familiar with the subject of this protest today, the 18th Street Lounge?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with this establishment, sir?
I conducted a protest investigation.
And did you draft a report for this?
Yes,
Yeah. All right. Do you? Well, why don't Ms. Foshman, can you give Mr. Puente and the ability to share his screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Puente, can you please bring your report up, sir? And Mr. Puente, the document, can you please identify the document that you are sharing with the audience, please?
Yes, this is the protest report that I authored.
And when was this report authored, sir?
January 2022.
All right. All right, now, Mr. Puente, in authoring this report, did you get an opportunity to speak to the protestants?
Yes.
And who were the protestants you spoke to, sir?
Yes, I spoke to ANC 2F, being represented by John Gugamos, Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association, known as Banca, being represented by Robert Goldberg. A group of 12 known as Picnic Benchers, being represented by Hector Pinto and Vincent Easley. And a group of 6 being represented by Jelena Bujovic.
So what information were you able to gather in speaking to the ANC?
Yes, sir. So all the protestants submitted letters to ABRA protesting this license on the basis of peace, order, and quiet, the adverse impact of the establishment on real property values, and the effect of the residential parking needs and vehicle and pedestrian safety. On Thursday, December 16th, 2021, I spoke with ANC 2F Commissioner John Guggemos regarding 18th Street Lounge. Mr. Guggemos stated that the biggest disagreement between the parties is the hours of operation for the summer garden. The establishment wants to have full hours of operation. Mr. Guggemos stated that the owner of the establishment was having conversations with a sound engineer to possible noise mitigation strategies. Mr. Guggemos stated that another concern of the neighborhood was the use of the rear alley door. Mr. Guggemos advised me that the owner had agreed to eliminate the use of the rear door only for emergencies only. Mr. Guggemos stated that another concern for the community was the delivery trucks in the alley, delivery trucks blocking the traffic during the day. Mr. Guggemos stated that he has spoken to DDOT about making a loading zone on 9th Street. Mr. Guggemos advised me that they are looking at different ways to possibly make Gladden Alley Northwest a one-way to vehicle traffic. Mr. Guggemos stated another issue for the community is the trash. Mr. Guggemos stated that he's encouraging the owner, as well as the abutting property, which will be below 18th Street Lounge, Never Looked Better, to possibly split the trash company. That way it'll eliminate extra dumpsters in the alley. On Tuesday, December 28th, 2021, I met with Mr. Robert Goldberg of the Banca at the establishment. Mr. Goldberg walked me around the neighborhood and Blackton Alley. Mr. Goldberg pointed out that right directly in front of the establishment, there was not much room for pedestrians to be lined up, as well as pedestrians walking by the establishment. Mr. Goldberg advised me that abutting the establishment is a dog boarding daycare business. Mr. Goldberg stated that the owners are concerned that they could lose business because of the noise or other issues from the establishment, possibly. Mr. Goldberg advised me that the community is very concerned about another nightclub coming to the area with an occupancy of 200 patrons. He stated it would add a burden to the community on the parking needs and the peace, order, and quiet. Mr. Goldberg stated that the noise travels through the alley when it's quiet. Residents can hear it, hear people lined up at neighboring establishments. Mr. Goldberg, who lives nearby the establishment, stated that sometimes the noise can travel to his house, which is approximately a block and a half away. Mr. Goldberg stated that another big concern for Banca is the delivery trucks in the alley and the trash. Mr. Goldberg stated that delivery trucks tend to block the alley when they're making deliveries. It makes it hard for people to get out of their garages, as well as possibly a fire truck or ambulance wouldn't be able to get through. Mr. Goldberg stated that some establishments have trash bins placed in the alley that are not allowed and fears that 18th Street Lounge would add to it. Mr. Goldberg stated that he attempted to communicate with the owner of 18th Street Lounge, but the owner refused to talk with him or any of the other protestants. Mr. Goldberg stated that the community is very concerned about the summer garden operating until 3 in the morning and how it will have a huge effect on the peace, order, and quiet. A lot of residents are sleeping at that time, so they'll be waking up in the early morning hours. On Friday, December 31st, 2021, I telephonically spoke with Ms. Jelena Bujovic. Ms. Bujovic stated that she lives near the alley and can overlook the alley from her house. Ms. Bujovic stated that all the 10th Street Northwest is residential. Ms. Bujovic stated that many of the residents enjoy the area around Blackton Alley because of its historical context and the nature of the community. Ms. Bujovic, who stated she has been living there a long time, approximately 6 years ago, the alley never had any issues with sound or trash because there wasn't much alcohol establishments in that area. Ms. Bujovic states that Blackton Alley is much different with more businesses and increased foot traffic. Ms. Bujovic stated that she walks through the alley almost most mornings on her way to work and observes the different kinds of trash, litter, and other things on the ground. Ms. Bujovic stated that she sees firsthand the delivery trucks block the alley while making deliveries, making it impossible for residents to leave their homes or garages. Ms. Bujovic stated that many of the neighbors do not want to be the face of the community because of threats and concerns that they may have received. Ms. Bujovic stated that she's very concerned about the increase in crime in the area. Ms. Bujvec stated that having an ABC establishment operate summer garden until 3 in the morning will affect the way of life of so many residents. Ms. Bujvec also advised me that establishment bringing 200 people to the area will put a burden on the parking that's already there. Ms. Bujvec stated that several times. She spent almost an hour looking for parking and had to park a few blocks away in high crime areas. On Wednesday, January 5th, 2022, I received a statement from the applicant's counsel, Ms. Sidone Johannes. Ms. Johannes advised me that this protest of a new retailer CT license, 18th Street Lounge intends to operate the establishment beginning early evenings with a concept that's more intimate. The establishment will offer food. The applicant has applied for entertainment endorsement, dancing, and cover charges. 18th Street Lounge intends to maximize and expand its happy hours business with professionals and expand its daytime activities on the weekends. Due to the location, 18th Street Lounge hopes to host various banquets and corporate events. The proposed hours of operation, sales, service, consumption, and entertainment inside and outside would be Sunday from 2 p.m. to 2 a.m., Monday through Thursday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Friday, 4 p.m. to 3 a.m., Saturday, 2 p.m. to 3 a.m. Ms. Johannes also advised that the ANC's concerns is related to the summer garden and the hours of operation on the rooftop, as well as its noise mitigation on the rooftop. The parties are currently working to address the issue. The applicant has hired a noise consultant that is working with the consultant to best address the concerns of the neighborhood. The owner of the establishment, Farid Nouri, is committed to addressing noise concerns and continue to work with his architects, design team, and sound consultants to ensure that the establishment's operations do not negatively impact the residents. 18th Street Lounge is located in a mixed-use 4 zone. According to the GIS, MU4 zone is intended to provide for mixed-use developments that permit a broad range of commercial, institutional, and multiple dwelling unit residential developments at varying densities. The MU4 zones and mixed-use zones that intended to be applied throughout the city consistent with the density designation of the comprehensive plan. According to the GIS map, there are 31 licensed ABC establishments operating within 1,200 feet of 18th Street Lounge. 7 of those are a Class CT tavern. 8 of those establishments have summer garden endorsements. 14 of the establishments have entertainment endorsements. According to the District of Columbia GIS, there are no schools or public libraries within 400 feet of the establishment. 18th Street Lounge is a medium-sized 2-floor establishment located in between 2 commercial businesses. 18th Street Lounge has one main entrance located in the front of the establishment on 9th Street and has a rear exit located in Gladden Alley Northwest. 18th Street Lounge is currently under renovation and has a proposed seating capacity of 150, a total occupancy load of 250. With a summer garden with 85 seats, the license will include entertainment endorsement for both inside and outside the premises, dancing, and cover charge. ABRA investigators monitored the establishment 12 times from December 10th to January 4th, 2022. During those times, there was no ABRA violations were observed, no trash or litter or loitering was observed. Parking was very limited on 9th Street on most occasions. There is one Metro bus stop near the establishment located at 9th Street Northwest and N Street Northwest. The bus line serves the G8 line, which goes up the 9th Street Northwest corridor. There is one Metro subway stop near the establishment at the Mount Vernon Square 7th Street Convention Center in the 1200 block of 7th Street Northwest. 18th Street Lounge is located at 1230 9th Street Northwest, which is a heavily traveled road. 9th Street Northwest, spanning from the 1100 block to the 1200 block, offers on-street parking for 2 hours. ABRA investigators are not qualified to address the issues of real property values. And at the time of publication of the report, I did not hear back from Office of Unified Communications about cost or service to the address. And that's it, sir.
Now, do you have exhibits attached to your report, and can you identify the exhibits, please?
Yes, sir. So Exhibit 1 is going to be the letter from ANC 2F. Exhibit 2 is going to be the letter from the group of 12 known as the Picnic Ventures. Exhibit 3 is going to be the letter from the Gladden Alley Naylor Court Association. Exhibit 4 is going to be the letter from the from the group of 5 or more. Exhibit 5 is a letter from Citadel, which is working with the establishment on sound mitigation. Exhibit 6 is a letter from the architect who's also working with the establishment. Exhibit 9 is the GIS map. Here's the zoning for 1239 Street Northwest. Exhibit 8 is the map of 1,200 feet of the establishments near 18th Street Lounge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Puente. I think you said 9. So can you repeat what is Exhibit 7, please, sir?
Yes, sir. So Exhibit 7 is the GIS zoning for 1239 Street Northwest.
Okay, go ahead.
Exhibit 8 is the map, GIS map, 1,200 feet from the establishment of the nearby ABC establishments. Exhibit 9 is the GIS map, 400 feet from the establishment, showing no daycares or schools. Exhibit 10 is a photograph of the front of the establishment. Exhibit 11 is a closer up photo of the establishment, which is this blue building in the center. Exhibit 12 is the rear of the establishment. This is the rear door, the black doors in the middle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Puente. So where is where's the rear of what street is the rear of the establishment on?
It's on Gladden Alley Northwest.
Just have you, before you move forward, have you, I'm sorry, no, let me ask you the question while you're here. Can you describe, have you had a chance to walk through this alley?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe this alley for us, please?
Yeah, it's not big. It's enough for 2 cars to get by and maybe for a car to park against the building. There's neighboring establishments that have entrances and exits in this alley to the left and right of the establishment. There's a streetery in the alley as well. Then further back in the alley, there's another ABC establishment.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, sir.
Exhibit 13 is another photograph of the rear of the establishment. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the front of the establishment. Exhibit 15 is the curb right in front of 18th Street Lounge. These are the steps leading up to the front door of the establishment. Exhibit 16 is a photograph of Gladden Alley coming off 9th Street Northwest. You'll turn right into this long driveway. Exhibit 17 is the back of the alley on Gladden Alley Northwest. To the right would be 18th Street Lounge, and these are neighboring establishments back here.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Puente. And I'm sorry again, in 17, so are these establishments whose entrance are actually in the alley?
Yes, there's one right next door that has an entrance. There's actually 2 next door that have entrances in the alley.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Exhibit 18 is another photograph of Gladden Alley Northwest, going further up the alley. Exhibit 19 is another photograph of Gladden Alley Northwest with a streetery in the middle. Exhibit 20 is the photograph of the Metro bus stop at the corner of 9th and N Street Northwest. Exhibit 21 is the subway stop to the Metro Mount Vernon Square 7th Street Convention Center station on 7th Street Northwest. Exhibit 18 is a photograph of the parking of 9th Street Northwest. Exhibit Exhibit 23 is a photograph of the parking on 9th Street Northwest. Exhibit 24 is another photograph of the parking on 9th Street Northwest. Exhibit 25 is a photograph of there's a small parking lot on the corner of 9th Street and Gladden Alley Northwest. This is the sign for the parking. Exhibit 26 is a photograph of that parking lot right next to the entrance of Gladden Alley Northwest and at 9th Street Northwest. And that's it, sir.
Thank you. All right, you can you can close your screen, sir. All right, I just want to ask you some questions about. All right, so you testified that there are approximately 31 licensed establishments in the vicinity. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And you said that there are 14 establishments with an entertainment endorsement. What are the 14 establishments with an entertainment endorsement?
Yes, sir. The 14 are Never Looked Better, Convival, Cambria Suite, Maxwell, Nina May, The Capitol Burger, Kinship, Morris American Bar, Marriott Marquee, the Courtyard by Marriott, Baby Whale, the Dabney, Tortino Restaurant, and Tiger Fort.
Now, out of the 31 establishment, what other establishments are there that are Class CT?
There are 7, sir.
What are those 7, please?
They are Tiger Fork, Lost and Found, Columbia Room, Never Looked Better, Maxwell, Morris American Bar, TG Cigars, and TG Cigars, sir.
So, how many of the establishments have a summer garden?
8 establishments have summer gardens.
And what are the 8 establishment summer gardens?
They are Calico, the Dabney, Columbia Room, TG Cigars, Courtyard by Marriott, Marriott Marquee, Maxwell, and Cambria Suites Hotel.
Now, what establishments have both an entertainment endorsement and a summer garden?
1 second, sir. These following establishments have a summer garden and entertainment, sir. The Dabney, Maxwell, Cambria Suites, Marriott Marquee, Courtyard by Marriott.
Now, can you tell us what are the hours, if you're aware, what are the hours for the Dabney? And what I'm trying to find out is that the hours of the establishment itself and what's allowed on the summer garden. That's what I'm trying to find out for the establishments that are already there.
Okay, sir. The Dabney, which has entertainment and summer garden, it's located at 1222 9th Street Northwest. The hours of operation, sale, and service is Sunday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. The hours of entertainment are Sunday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. The summer garden hours are Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. The Dabney in their essay says there's a section that says no entertainment on the summer garden, and all doors and windows shall remain closed during entertainment inside the establishment.
I'm sorry, you're saying that the Dabney has a settlement agreement, and what is the settlement agreement talks about entertainment, I'm sorry, on the summer garden?
It says no entertainment will be allowed on the summer garden, and all doors and windows shall remain closed for entertainment that's inside the establishment.
Okay, what about the Courtyard by Marriott?
Yeah, so the Courtyard by Marriott has entertainment and summer garden. It's located at 901 L Street Northwest. The hours of operation are 24/7. The hours of sale and service for alcohol is Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. And hours of summer garden is Sunday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m.
I'm sorry, so the entertainment, I'm sorry, the summer garden is when?
Sunday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Do you know, can they have entertainment on their summer garden? Are you aware of that?
Yes, they are allowed, and the hours of entertainment for the establishment, sir, is Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m.
What about the Marriott Marquee?
The Marriott Marquee has a summer garden and entertainment endorsement. It's located at 901 Massachusetts Avenue Northwest. The hours of operation is 24/7. The hours of sale and service for alcohol is Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Hours of the summer garden is Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 12 a.m. Hours of entertainment is Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m.
I'm sorry, let's go back over the entertainment for the Marriott Marquee one more time, please.
The hours of entertainment are Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m.
No, I'm sorry, the entertainment on the summer garden, if that's allowed.
Yes, it's entertainment's allowed on the Summer Garden.
And what's the time for that?
There was no time restriction on it.
All right. Let's do let's see. Maxwell.
Yes, the Maxwell is located at 1336 9th Street Northwest. The hours of operation, sale, and service is Sunday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 2:30 a.m. The hours of entertainment is Sunday to Thursday, 6 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 6 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. The hours of the Summer Garden is Sunday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. And per their essay, they're not allowed to have no outside speakers on their Summer Garden.
And what about Cambria Suites?
Yes, Cambria Suites located at 899 O Street Northwest. The hours of operation are Sunday to Saturday, 24/7. The hours of sale, service, and for alcohol is Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. The hours of entertainment are Sunday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. And the hours for the Summer Garden is Sunday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Can they have entertainment on their Summer Garden? Are you aware?
Yes, they can, sir.
And so that's what, till 11 p.m.?
Yes, that's the hours of operation for the Summer Garden.
Okay. And that's every day?
Yes, Sunday to Saturday.
Okay. Now, how far is this? I know the Cambria Suites, this is a hotel, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far is this from the 18th Street Lounge, if you're aware?
It's about a block and a half.
Do you know whether or not this location does this abuts in any way Blackton Alley?
No, sir.
What let me ask, so we did the Dabney, Courtyard by Marriott, Marriott Marquee, the Maxwell and Cambria Suites. Do any of these establishments abut Blackton Alley, if you're aware?
No, sir.
No.
The Dabney is on 9th Street Northwest, but their rear exits in Blackton Alley Northwest.
Also, the Dabney, so the Dabney, its exit is in Blackton Alley. Its rear exit is in Blackton Alley.
Yes, they use that as an entrance and exit at times.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Do any other board members have any questions for Mr. Puente?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Short, I'd like to ask a question.
Mr. Short.
Good afternoon, or no, it's not afternoon yet. Good morning, Investigator Puente.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, you mentioned several hotels in the vicinity of the applicants for this license, this new license. And you mentioned several of those, especially, I think there was one you mentioned there, the Gabrielle, and some hotels you also mentioned that have rooftops. But how tall are these hotels with the rooftop entertainment?
They're pretty tall, sir. It's tall.
Okay, well, so, and do any of those abut residences?
I believe the Courtyard by Marriott abuts residences.
And that's about 8 stories. Is that approximately 6 to 8 stories high?
Yeah, about 6 to 8, yes.
Okay. And so basically, on their rooftop, it doesn't, and do they abut any residents?
The rooftop, I believe, does not, no.
Okay, and so I guess I would ask for all of those high rises that you mentioned for the hotels, they don't actually abut residential or residences. Is that correct?
No, sir. I believe Cambria Suites abuts apartments.
Okay, the Canberra Suites is the one that has the parking lot directly across from the new Giant, correct?
Yes, and they have a garage below them as well.
Correct. So they don't have any parking problems because they have, I think there are three layers of a parking lot. So, peace, order, and quiet as far as parking is concerned is really kind of not a factor because of the parking lot, correct?
Yes, there's that parking garage. I believe if you or me wanted to go park there, we have to pay a fee.
I understand. Unless you're shopping at the Giant, but that's another story.
Yes.
What I wanted to ask you, and I understand that this applicant still has ongoing construction.
Yes, sir.
Have any of the plans, or have you seen any of the plans or
No,
drawings?
no, sir.
So you wouldn't have any knowledge of whether they have been approved or they're still just somewhere in DCR going through the process. Is that correct?
I spoke to a DCRA program manager back at the beginning of January. He advised me that the establishment has all their permits up to date. There was a stop work order issued back in October for a retaining wall. They put the stop work order on, but he said the stop work order has been lifted as of now. So they're allowed to do construction.
Okay. How often do you get to 9th Street? This says during the hours of between 11, 1, 2, or 3 o'clock in the morning.
Quite a bit, sir.
Can you describe to the board and describe what are the conditions in the 1200, 1300, 1400 block of 9th Street?
There's streetery right on the convention side of 9th Street to Unconventional Diner, which is licensed through Events DC. So they're usually open, as well as another establishment called Tall Boy, which is in this licensed by Events DC. Then for ABRA establishments, there's quite a few ABRA establishments that are open that late at night up to 3 in the morning. There's usually some nights there could be heavy pedestrian traffic. Parking can be sometimes difficult depending on the weather, if it's warm, cold, especially in the summer months. I tend to see it to be more busy in that area.
Okay, and your testimony is that 9th Street is a main thoroughfare. How many lanes is 9th Street? Do you know, or can you comment on that?
It's 4 lanes, sir, plus 2 parking on each side.
And is it directional, one way or the other?
It's a 2-way street up to the convention center, then it goes one way.
Okay, and when it goes one way, does this applicant fall in within that range?
No, he's back when it's still a 2-directional street.
2-directional, okay. Yeah, okay. All right, now, you also, on exhibit number 23, can you bring that up for us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. So this is the sidewalk in front of the applicant's location?
Yes, his establishment is up here where those cones are, this cone.
Okay. So that's quite narrow.
Yes, sir.
So when on your visits up and down 9th Street on weekends or late at night, early in the morning, how are those sidewalks?
Most recently, it's kind of crowded right near the establishment because of the abutting establishment that's below it. Never looked better. So there's people standing outside. If people are walking by, they have to kind of say, "Excuse me," or kind of move out of the way.
Yeah, I know this is not in your report, but so if the fire alarm happened to have to go off and people had to come out and the streets are crowded, have they made provisions for that, or has anybody thought about that?
I don't think no one has mentioned that to me, sir.
Okay, not a problem. Also, I'd like to ask you pretty much relating to peace, order, and quiet on those same, especially on weekend nights in that same block. Have you been there on weekends for point number one? And if you've been there, point number two, how are these sidewalks at let's say between 11, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, sir. I've been there on the weekends. Fortunately, during my protest period, it was during the holiday season. between Christmas and New Year's. So I monitored both weekends when I was working. It was quiet. It was raining as well on one of the weekends, so it wasn't a lot of foot traffic outside. On New Year's Eve night, I monitored the establishment. There was a few people standing outside, but it was quiet because it was cold as well and still raining.
Okay, now I don't know if you had the time in the rear with an alley behind this establishment with its applicants. How is that alley? Let's say between 11 p.m. and 1 to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, I bet I'm back there during that time. Most of the times there's Ubers and Lyfts dropping people off. There's people waiting. Sometimes there's cars blocking the alley waiting for people. So at times it can be congested if there's ride shares back there blocking traffic.
During your investigation, was that issue ever brought up, or did anyone ever discuss the alley being blocked?
Oh yes, the protestants did many times.
So, in the rear in that alley, how close are the residents directly in that alley or attached to the alley? Residential properties.
Yes, I have a picture actually I can show you. So right back here at the back of the alley, these are some commercial businesses, but there's also residential units back here as well. These are residential as well, the apartments that there's a garages right here on the bottom of the alley. Then back here as well, there's more houses in the back of the alley and more condos and apartments.
So the rooftop, if granted for this applicant, would be on the same level as the residences. Is that correct? Or is that what the picture looks like to me? Or
Yes, so this would be the rooftop right here, right above this black door. So this is where the rooftop would be.
okay, now the tall building right behind the picture you've taken, the tallest building in that picture, what is that? Or do you know?
That's another ABC establishment.
Okay, and do they have a rooftop?
Yes.
And so they are several stories taller than one or two that we see on your picture in the alley.
Yes, sir.
So would that noise be a little less burdensome on residences than directly across the alley on that same level?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the rear exit to the establishment, is that in that picture that you're showing now? Or the applicants?
Yes, it's right here, this black door, and to the right in this gray door is the abutting ABC establishment, Never Looked Better.
Okay, so does that door go up? The large door go up?
Yes, it pushes out towards the alley.
Okay, well, that's interesting. So, all right, so that's the main floor of the establishment, the applicant?
Yes, in my past experience, I have been inside this building when there was another ABC establishment. You walk in, there's a hallway, then there's a kitchen to the left, then there's a main bar area, then there's a set of stairs in the front and in the back that takes you to the second floor.
Okay, now I noted that the space is tight back there, but looking at your picture, do many of the establishments that you go to anywhere in town have a dumpster right next to the exit, rear exit, or rear entrance?
Yes, I've been to a few where there's dumpsters literally right next to the back door.
And it hadn't created a problem at all?
Not as far as I know. I know there's been times where I've been with the fire marshal and they had he told people to move it because it was close as well because they had other stuff next to it.
So when was this that the fire marshal advised them that you know
of? It wasn't this establishment, sir. This was a different establishment.
I understand, but I'm just saying. Establishments that had locations similar to the one we're looking at in the picture, with a dumpster that close, the fire marshals had them to move it to another location. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because in case anything happened, it will be blocking pedestrians or EMS or fire if they had to get back there.
So in your estimation, could a fire truck get back there very easily with the Ubers and the other things that are going on back there right now? I mean, before this establishment is considered.
Oh no, if there's a car blocking this alley right here, like this van right here, it'll be hard because it's a sharp turn to go down that stretch of alley right there to the 9th Street. So it will make it impossible for the fire truck to make a turn into this alley.
Thank you for your testimony. And I guess what I want to say is the alley, is it shared by the residents and the businesses?
Yes, sir.
And again, can you show where the residential area on this photograph you're showing right now?
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
in this photograph, these are apartments right here that abut the alley. Then in this photograph, these are housing condos that abut the alley. Then in this photograph,
Mr. Puente, can you just identify the photograph that you're talking about?
yes, sir. So Exhibit 18 shows an apartment building that abuts the alley. Exhibit 17 shows houses that abut the alley, as well as condos that abut the alley, and some have garages back there as well. Exhibit 19, in the back of the alley, there's a few commercial businesses, and to the right, there's housing back there with garages for residences.
So would it be fair to say that most of the establishments that have low exterior permits to use the rooftops, do they have a little more stringent on purposes for using their rooftops than those of the high rises? Are they different?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, you're cutting in and out.
Okay, please forgive me. On the rooftop of the low rises or 1 or 2 story buildings that have well, how many establishments on the 1 and 2 story buildings have summer rooftop or entertainment?
The establishment that abuts the ABC establishment that abuts 18th Street Lounge has a rooftop, but they don't have entertainment on it.
Okay. The occupancy, can you break it down by floors? How they're going to get, I think you said 265 occupants in. Can you, by floors, can you give what they've applied for?
Yes, sir. So they applied for. So they currently applied for a seating capacity of 150 with a total occupant load of 250 with a summer garden with 85 seats. At the time, there's no C of O issued right now for the occupant loads on each floor.
So that's going to be done later.
Yes, sir.
How much later? When will this board know about those numbers? Or when will Harbor know about those numbers?
I'm unsure, sir. You have to ask the applicant that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Your testimony has been compelling, and thank you very much for your excellent report. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Are there any other questions by any, close your screen, please, Mr. Puente.
I do have
Are there any other, go ahead, Ms. Henson.
Investigator Puente, do you have an aerial view? You may have said that, but do you have an aerial view of the establishment?
I do not, ma'am, no.
You don't, okay. And I apologize if you've already answered this also. Are there any establishments with summer gardens with rooftops of the same size? Do you know, I think you said that they do have summer gardens, but are they the same size as that location?
I believe the Dabney will be about the same size, but they don't have entertainment.
That's all, thank you.
Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Brandis?
Yes. Investigator Puente, we want to thank you for your presentation and for your report. Thank you very much. You are familiar also with CNs as well as CTs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you just, for the record, refresh my memory on if a CN wants a dance floor or dancing, what are the restrictions or limitations on that for CN?
So yes, sir. So a nightclub is a CN license that permits beer, wine, and hard spirits. It also comes with a full license, entertainment, music, and dancing, and a cover charge. A tavern, which is different, operates on a regular schedule. It could serve food and alcoholic beverages. It can provide entertainment as well as have a dance floor and cover charge, but they would have to apply for endorsements.
Is there a size limitation for CT regarding a dance floor and measuring what size that they're allowed to have under a CT?
Yes, sir. It's not to exceed 140 square feet.
And help me know what 140 square feet look like.
Oh,
I mean, is that like a 10 by 14?
yeah, just about.
Okay. I noticed in several of your pictures that your exhibits, you showed the front of the establishment, including the sidewalk. Um, if you could pull up number 11, possibly, are you able to still do that for us?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 11.
Exhibit 11, sir.
Okay. And then you had another exhibit that showed a side view of how wide the sidewalk is in front of the building.
Yes, sir. Exhibit
Yeah.
13. No, exhibit 15.
that-
My bad.
Is that directly in front of this townhouse? That is the applicant's request?
Yeah, so these
This is-
black stairs lead right up to the front door of the establishment.
And do you have any knowledge on from where that black stair at the bottom level to the curb on what the distance is approximately?
Yeah, I say when I walked it, it took me 2 steps to get from the black steps to the curb.
Would that roughly be what?
Probably about
Because
maybe a foot or 2 feet at most.
it's my understanding that this applicant's seeking a cover charge endorsement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And therefore, it is possible that they would have a scansion or a line of people waiting to get in. If that were the case, how about other pedestrians? Would they be able to walk directly in that area, or would they be sort of forced into the street to get by if there's a line of patrons wanting to get in?
Yes, sir. So yeah, if there was a line, depending how big size of the line, how many people, yeah, some pedestrians will be forced to either walk in the street or trying to fight the crowd to get through.
Is that a safe situation from your experience as an investigator?
No, sir. Actually, just a few weeks ago, we had a similar incident on U Street, with an establishment just like this scenario, and the fire marshal was called, and he made the establishment move its line down to create a walkway for the pedestrians.
So if a fire marshal felt the line had moved down in this situation, is there, from your knowledge, is there a place the line could move down to allow other pedestrians to walk by safely?
Yes, it can move down either down this way, down 9th Street, or back towards N Street. But then you running into some blocking the stairwells to neighboring businesses.
Is that allowed to block entrances to neighboring businesses
No,
as an
sir.
inspector?
No, sir.
So if you were doing your job and you happened to see a line that had been moved down so other pedestrians could cross in front of this townhouse, but that line was blocking another entrance, what would be expected of an investigator doing that?
I would go advise the establishment, the ABC manager owner, that he's possibly blocking the stairwells or entrance and exits to other establishments. He should try to remedy the situation. If not, then I'll phone call the fire marshal.
Are you in your investigation, did you determine that BZA had already approved the rooftop to be used for food and entertainment?
No, I have not, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Any other questions by any of the board members? Close your screen, please, Mr. Puente. Any other questions by any of the board members? I just want to ask one follow-up question, Mr. Puente. Mr. Puente, do you know whether or not how close, say for the, not the ANC, the protest groups, do you know how approximately how far any of the protestants live to the establishment? If you don't know, you just.
Yes, sir. So one of the protestants, Miss Bujevic, she lives directly in the rear of that alley back there along 10th Street Northwest. Then Mr. Goldberg, he lives maybe about a block and a half away from the establishment.
All right, thank you. All right, any questions, Mr. Klein?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Investigator Puente, when we talk about the alley, it's actually several alleys, isn't it?
Yes, it's long. It's like streets, like L-shaped, somewhat.
All right, could we pull up Exhibit 9, please?
Yes.
If we could enlarge that. All right, so we don't have an aerial view, which you were asked by one board member, but we do have this, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so there's a kind of an H. Can you delineate like all the parts of Blagden Alley that are referred to as Blagden Alley?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps with your cursor.
Yes, so right here is 9th Street Northwest. This will be the front of Blagden Alley Northwest. Right here will be the little parking lot. So you come all the way up, you make a right, a sharp right, then there'll be more alleyway. If you go this way and turn left, it dead ends into behind the ABC establishment right here. Then here's several houses. If you come back this way, if you go this way, you go right to N Street Northwest.
And that's also considered Blagden Alley, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then if you come back here, that's considered Blagden Alley as well. There's some commercial businesses right here. Then over here, several residences. Then back this way, if you go this way, there's another ABC establishment, and you can either go left or right back down Blagden Alley and go this way, which will take you to M Street Northwest, or you can go this way and come up to 10th Street Northwest.
All right. So it really should be called Blagden Alleys, shouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so when someone says that they overlook Blagden Alley, then they might overlook any one of these legs of the alley. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's quite a bit of commercial activity in the alley, isn't there?
Yes.
What's back there? We talked about it some, but let's be clear in terms of the commercial activity that currently exists back there.
Yes. So there's another ABC establishment, Calico, right here, which has a summer garden. Then on the back side over here, there's several art studios, I believe, and maybe an architect firm. Then over here, there's another art studio that can be used for events. Then over here, there's a coffee shop. Then there's another ABC establishment, and there's a pending ABC establishment coming. Then over here is several more art studios, I believe. Then right here, there's 2 ABC establishments. There's an architect firm, a dog business, then another ABC establishment.
Okay. But to your knowledge, this establishment does not intend to orient itself to Blagden Alley, does it?
Oh no, it's I've been told strictly on 9th Street Northwest.
Okay, so you'll come in and you'll go out on 9th Street.
Yes, sir.
All right, so when you were asked by board member Short about exiting that door, it's your understanding that unless in the event of an emergency, no one would be exiting that door, correct?
Yes.
And so there's a number of ABC establishments that are directly in the alley, and people come and go into these establishments from the alley?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and those are located where, just so we're all clear?
Directly underneath 18th Street Lounge will be Never Look Better, which
Okay.
shares the building. That entrance is right here on in the alley.
Uh-huh.
Then over here is the Dabney and Columbia Room. They have entrance and exits in the alley. Then Lost and Found has a streetery back here in the alley. And then right here is another ABC establishment, a restaurant, which has its entrance there. And Calico right back here has its entrance and exit in the alley.
Okay. And you said that there's an ABC establishment pending?
Yes, right next to the coffee shop and the other ABC establishment right here on the corner.
Has that one been approved by the ABC board yet? Do you know?
Yes, I believe it's still pending.
So it's still pending. Has it been approved by the board? Have they been through the protest process?
I think they've been approved, but waiting on several stuff to get done, such as the C of O and the BBLs and all that.
Okay. Do you know what their hours are?
I do not, sir, no.
Now, looking at, if you could bring up Exhibit 13, please. All right, so in looking at Exhibit 13, you previously testified that the taller building to the right as we're facing the rear of 18th Street Lounge is an ABC establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And which one is that?
It's either I believe it's the Columbia Room, sir.
Okay. And in the middle, up and down towards the right, there's sort of a fence on the roof area there.
Yes, right here.
Yeah. Isn't that indeed where the summer garden is, the outside seating is?
For the Columbia Room?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I can't answer that.
Okay. But if it is there, then that is no more than a couple of feet, if that, above the level of the intended space for 18th Street Lounge for summer garden seating, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, the summer garden seating for Columbia Room is not on top of that taller structure, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. So it's somewhere behind that towards the alley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there was testimony previously about ride shares and other traffic blocking the alley.
Yes, sir.
Is in your estimation, do you anticipate that being an issue with respect to this proposed establishment?
From what I understand, with the entrance and exit being on the 9th Street Northwest side, that's where all the ride shares should be picking up from.
You also mentioned a couple of establishments that serve alcohol that are not licensed by the ABC board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Tall Boy and Unconventional Diner?
Yes, sir.
And why aren't they licensed by the ABC board?
They're licensed by Events DC, so they fall under their jurisdiction because it's convention center property.
Okay. And the convention center, just to be clear and make sure that everyone's oriented, is directly across 9th Street from this proposed establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And the hours of these two establishments have full hours, don't they?
Yes, sir. Usually when I'm working, I see people and they're up to 2 or 3 in the morning during the week and the weekends.
And they have outside space.
Yes.
And how late does the outside space go, if you know?
I do not know the answer to that now.
Now, you mentioned that the Dabney has no entertainment in the summer garden, correct?
No, the Dabney does have entertainment and summer garden.
They have entertainment in the summer garden?
Per their essay, it says no entertainment on the summer garden.
Okay, but that wouldn't include recorded music, would it?
Oh, no, usually I understand background recorded music can be played.
We've talked about the convention center. Do you know what the capacity of the convention center is?
I do not know.
Do you know, does the convention center provide parking on a regular basis?
Oh, yes, I believe there is a parking garage there.
Okay, but do you know whether that's available for attendees to the convention center?
I do not, sir, no.
And do you know what the hours of the events at the convention center are?
It varies on what kind of events being there, from far as I know.
Although you don't know the precise capacity of the convention center, is it fair to say that it numbers over 10,000?
Yes, I can say that.
Okay. Now we talked about Metro, and you said where it is, but where is it? How far is Metro from this establishment?
There's the Metro bus stop, which is at the corner, maybe less than a half block away for the bus. Then the convention center has an entrance on 7th Street, right there.
So what, about 2 blocks from this establishment?
Yes, just about.
Are you familiar with the operation of 18th Street Lounge as it operated at the location on 18th Street?
Yes, I've been there a few times.
Okay. And what was your impression about the way it was run?
The times I've been there, it was interesting because one floor would possibly have a DJ. The second floor would have a jazz player playing a saxophone and singing. So it was a very mature, older crowd at times, I noticed.
Okay. Now, it's been suggested that that location is completely commercial. Are there residences adjacent to the location where 18th Street Lounge previously operated?
Behind East Street Lounge, there's an alley, and right in that alley, there is residential housing.
In fact, it's just directly across the alley, isn't it?
Yes.
And that would be the Jefferson Road condominiums?
Yes, that's it.
All right. And there's some other residences there as well?
Yes.
So to suggest that that location is completely commercial would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you look at the investigative history of the prior operation of 18th Street Lounge?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you find when you looked at it?
According to investigative history, there was 15 violations from 2012 up until June 2nd, 2019.
Okay. I'm sorry, there are how many violations?
We had 15 listed on the history.
But those weren't violations, those were incidents, correct?
Yeah, my apologies. Yes, instances.
Okay. So in fact, during that history, there was only one violation, wasn't there?
Yes, on June 2nd, 2019.
Okay. And that was over a period of what, 9 years?
Yes, sir.
And do you know whether there were any violations prior to that?
No, sir. There was either several MPD instances that were found to be no further action.
So as far as you know, and as far as the records of ABRA reflect, if this establishment opened in 1995, there's only one violation of record during the roughly 25-year period it operated. Is that correct?
Yes, but there was on July 12th, 2016, there was a no ABC manager on duty in which he paid a fine for $250.
Okay, all right. No ABC manager on duty is one of the more common lapses of ABC licensed establishments, isn't it?
Yes,
I'm sorry, yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Oh, I'll withdraw it.
All right.
Now, prior to, if you know, this application and prior to the effort to open 18th Street Lounge at this location, there was an ABC licensed establishment in this location, wasn't there?
Yes, sir, there was.
Okay. In your memory, to your knowledge, how long had an ABC licensed establishment operated at that location?
I remember it very well. It was there for probably no longer than 6 months.
Okay. Was there any before that one?
I do not know, sir. No.
You don't know. Okay. So you don't know whether it was an ABC licensed establishment for a number of years or not. Begging the board's indulgence. It was suggested in questioning of you earlier that this proposed location abuts residences. Does this proposed location abut residences?
No, sir. To the left and right is commercial businesses.
Okay, and then what about across the alley that runs the one alley? I don't mean all of Blagden Alley, the H and all its feeders and everything else. I mean the one alley directly behind it. Is there any residences directly across that alley?
Oh, not directly behind it, no.
No. Okay, so it's fair to say it does not abut residences.
Yes, sir.
Great. I have no more questions of the witness at this time. Thank you, Investigator Puente, for your report and your testimony.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. Investigator Puente, I first wanted to talk about your time you went and walked around the alley for your report. You mentioned that it was raining, correct, at the times you went and visited the establishment in Blagden Alley?
Oh, yeah. Some days when I was monitoring it, it was raining.
And it was the holidays, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was also in the middle of the Omicron surge, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In your experience, has that limited the, or do those factors limit how many people come to certain ABC establishments?
Yes.
Are you aware of any active nightclubs in the vicinity of the proposed establishment?
No, I'm not, sir. No.
So there's no nightclub licensed establishments in the area?
No.
Okay. You mentioned the Dabney as a particular establishment that has both a summer garden and an entertainment license. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that the Dabney is not allowed to have entertainment on the exterior, just background music. Is that correct?
Yes.
What type of establishment is the Dabney?
It's an upscale cocktail bar. I've been there off duty, and it was a older crowd.
Would it be fair to say that it's a Michelin star restaurant?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, so they don't have DJs playing there, do they?
No.
Do they have live music with drums and bass?
No.
Okay. Do they have multiple musical acts playing at once?
No.
Okay. And the hours at the Dabney are less than the hours that are being sought by the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, do any of the other entertainment endorsed establishments in the area have similar hours to the hours sought by the applicant?
No, sir. No.
And the other the other summer gardens in the direct vicinity, and I just want to make sure I understand your testimony. We have the Dabney and then we have Columbia Room. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're both within about a block radius. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Both of their summer gardens close at I believe midnight. Is that accurate?
Yes, for the Dabney, Sunday to Thursday, it's 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday, it's midnight. And for Columbia Room, it's Sunday to Thursday to 12:30 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 1:30 a.m.
And can you remind me when the applicant is seeking to have their summer garden open till?
Sunday to Thursday at 2 a.m. and Friday and Saturday, 3 a.m.
Okay, so the use is not consistent between what the applicant is looking to use their summer garden for versus what these other ABC establishments are looking to use their summer garden for, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about their entertainment licenses as well. The Dabney has an entertainment license.
Yes, sir.
They're not allowed to charge cover though, are they?
No, they don't have a cover charge endorsement.
Are they not? Are they allowed to have dancing?
No, they don't have a dancing endorsement.
Okay, so their entertainment license is not similar to the entertainment endorsement that the applicant is seeking, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about the Columbia Room. Does the Columbia Room have an entertainment endorsement?
No, sir.
Okay. What about lost and found? Is lost and found in the area of this, of the applicant?
Yes, it's a few establishments down from it.
Okay, and lost and found has an entertainment endorsement, correct?
Yes.
Are they allowed to have dancing?
No, they didn't apply for it.
Are they allowed to have cover charge?
No, just entertainment.
When does their entertainment license cut out?
If you can indulge me for 1 second, sir.
Absolutely, please take your time.
So their entertainment is licensed for, let me 1 second, wrong thing. They have an essay that restricts their entertainment endorsement.
Don't all of these have essays?
Some do and some don't.
Okay, Columbia Room has an essay, right?
Uh,
And for the record, essay, we're talking about settlement agreement.
yes, sir. Settlement agreement. Yes, Columbia Room does have a settlement agreement.
Okay. So Lost and Found's entertainment endorsement cuts off at 12 a.m. Sunday through Thursday. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at, sir. Yep.
Okay. 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Yes, sir.
They can't charge cover, can they?
No, sir.
Doors must be closed during entertainment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Never Look Better? Are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, sir.
Where is Never Look Better located?
It's directly underneath where 18th Street Lounge would be.
Okay, so same exact building, right?
Yes.
If you pull up, I believe it was exhibit 11 of your report, but I apologize if I'm mixing it up. I have. Yeah, oh, sorry, go back.
Exhibit
12.
12. Yep.
So, Never Look Better. Can you show me where the entrance to Never Look Better is on that picture?
It's right here, this gray door with the stickers on it.
Okay, so Never Look Better is essentially located directly below where the applicant is looking to open up, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of any complaints about Never Look Better?
Yes, I responded to a few.
Objection is to relevance.
I'm happy to make a proper. I'm not sure.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
You can answer, Investigator Puentes.
Yes, it's directly below, and yes, I've been there for several complaints.
Okay. What type of complaints?
I've responded once to noise, to underage minors getting into the establishment.
Okay. Any others?
I did a investigation on the owners about his social media posts.
Okay. What type of investigation was that?
About him posting videos on TikTok encouraging underage behavior.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, that's
Mr. Thomas, I overruled the objection, but where are we going here, sir?
I'm just trying to point out that putting a nightclub on top of an establishment that already has a poor track record of operating is not beneficial for the area and is going to exacerbate problems with peace, order, and quiet in the area. And that's all. I've made my point, I believe.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on, please.
Do you know what the occupancy of Never Look Better is?
Top of my head, I believe it's no more than 100.
Okay. Never Look Better has an entertainment license, entertainment endorsement too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what Never Look Better's entertainment endorsement says?
From my recall, give me 1 second, sir.
It's a settlement agreement too, correct?
Yes, they do have a settlement agreement. So their entertainment is Sunday to Thursday from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Or my apologies, from Sunday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 12 a.m. And on Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m.
Okay. And they are not permitted to seek a cover charge?
Oh, no, they didn't apply for it though.
Their settlement doesn't allow for it though, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they are not allowed to have dancing, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And they have noise restrictions on their entertainment endorsement that prevents it from being audible to the sidewalk or the alley. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Board's indulgence for a moment. So it would be safe to say that the applicant is seeking a license that is inconsistent with any of the other ABC licensed establishments in the area, correct?
Objection.
Was it?
I can narrow I'll withdraw the question, I'll narrow it.
All right, go ahead.
It would be fair to say that the applicant is seeking an ABC license that has hours that are longer than any of the other establishments we've discussed today, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would be safe to say that the applicant is seeking an entertainment endorsement that is inconsistent with any of the other entertainment endorsements that we've discussed today, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the applicant's former location, and then I think I'm done. The applicant was formerly located on 18th Street around DuPont Circle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I believe it was 1212 18th Street was the location.
Yes, sounds about right.
Would you characterize that as a residential area?
So on the 18th Connecticut is very commercial. We have a lot of ABC establishments over there.
How many would you approximate?
Just from DuPont Circle down to K Street, I would estimate probably around 30 to 50 approximately.
Okay. Would you characterize that area as more residential than the Blagden Alley area?
I would say less residential.
Okay. Now, we talked about prior incidents, and I want to just quickly flag a couple more recent ones. I know Mr. Klein talked about going back to 1995. I'm not going to take us that far down memory lane. I just want to talk about perhaps the past 5 years. Starting with 2019. On February 12th, 2020, there was a show cause hearing scheduled for the 18th Street Lounge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the charges that were for 18th Street Lounge, and I'm quoting from a public document, are interfered with an investigation, provided false or misleading information, and failed to follow a security plan. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's what I'm looking at too.
Okay. And the disposition of those fines, of the disposition of those charges, where they resulted in 2 fines and a warning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was roughly 2 years ago. Correct?
Yes.
On May 2nd, 2018, there was a fact-finding hearing about 18th Street Lounge, correct?
Yes.
And that fact-finding hearing was in regards to assault with a deadly weapon or dangerous weapon, excuse me.
Yes.
Do you have any information about that particular incident?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. The board knows that fact-finding hearings and case reports are part of the board's duties and business. They're reviewed, they're prepared by investigators, and ultimately the ABC board makes a decision as to whether something further is to be done or whether the case is to be NFA'd, meaning no further action, which the board knows means that the board found that there was not any basis to proceed with anything further.
I would just, in response,
I'm going to overrule the objection, Mr. Klein. You brought it up. You stated that the establishment was open for 19 years and they had no issues. So go ahead, Mr. Thomas. And
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I stated that there was only two violations that the investigator testified to. Clearly, there are cases. We didn't say there were no cases, but if we're going to go down this road, then that means in protest hearings, we're going to relitigate what the board's already decided. And the board already decided with respect to 13 of the 15 items listed on this investigative history that no further action was to be taken.
And hold on, Mr. Klein, the board will take administrative notice of its decision. However, this is a separate case and you open the door, so he is welcome to ask questions, but the board will take administrative notice of whatever decision was made in that's on the record. But let's he can ask a question, the investigator can answer the question if he so, but let's move on.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Investigator Puentes, this 2018 fact-finding hearing, can you tell me what the facts of that were?
I do not know off the top of my hand. I didn't author that, so I would have to go dig through Abra's case reports to look for that particular one.
Fair enough. Maybe I have a simpler question. Would it be fair to say that assault with a dangerous weapon is something that would probably interfere with peace, order, and quiet of the surrounding community?
Yes, because
Objection. There's been no finding that there was an assault with a dangerous weapon. What we have is a report, and there's been no finding. So I renew my objection, and my initial objection was because I knew this is where we would end up.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. However, Mr. Thomas, the board, there's a fact finding here, and if you're not aware, the board made a determination. So the board is going to take administrative notice of its decision. So I'm not quite sure. Yes, you can ask a question, but I'm not sure if it's helpful towards the board because we already made a decision based on what was presented to us.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. That's my final question. I just want to highlight the fact that there are these issues here, and they're concerns of my client. That's if I have the board's indulgence for one moment. Oh, I do have one. I'm sorry. I apologize. I have one more quick line of questioning. Investigator Puentes, did the applicant explain to you how they intended to use the rooftop of their establishment?
No, sir.
Okay. Did they explain to you at all how they intended to construct or build out the rooftop of their establishment?
No, sir.
Did they explain to you any noise mitigation techniques that they were planning on using for their establishment?
No, just that they were working with two companies on sound mitigation strategies.
But they didn't explain what those sound mitigation strategies were?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gugamas, you had mentioned that you want to ask some questions, so I'll give you can ask some brief questions, sir.
Well, the benefit of going last is they've all been asked. So no questions from us.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. I'm not going to have the board ask other questions because if the board asks other questions, then that's just going to lead to another line of questions. So so we're going to end this portion of the case. Thank you very much, Mr. Puente, for your testimony this morning. So the board rests its case. All right, so what we're going to do now, pursuant to my previous order, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, it's now 12:09, so 12:20. Please do not sign off. But you can mute your camera. You can turn your camera off. You can mute your telephone. But it's now 12:09. We will come back on the record at 12:20. 20 for the applicant to present its case. Okay? All right, thank you. All right, everyone. It's 12:20. We're back on the record. I need everyone to reappear. Okay. All right, Mr. Klein, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, but Mr. Chairman, before I do that, we would ask that the board take administrative notice of the hours of licenses in the surrounding area. I know there's been testimony by the investigator on this already. We did prepare a spreadsheet, which we think the board would and the parties would find very helpful in terms of capturing the information regarding interior and exterior hours and entertainment endorsements. And at this point, we would like to tender that and ask that the board take administrative notice of these various licenses. And Ms. Sedonis, Ms. Johannes has it and can share it and email it to the parties.
I would object to that in so much as we didn't have advance notice of it. We didn't have copies in advance. I haven't had a chance to vet the information. The information is readily available to the board. I don't think that we need any sort of compilation. If there was going to be one, it should have been included in the PIF. It wasn't. We have testimony to establish the relevant hours. The relevant hours of a lot of places set forth in the investigator's report. So we would object to the inclusion of this compilation by the applicant.
I'm going to sustain the objection. However, Mr. Klein, if you have a witness who can present this information.
Right. Then what I would request, I mean, the board can do it anyway and routinely does it, is we can pull off the cover sheet and just submit the licenses. I mean, that's part of the board's official records. The board
will take administrative notice of its records, but because the document the compilation was not provided as a formal disclosure, council has objected, so I'm not going to move that document into evidence. However, as I stated before, if you have a witness who can testify about it, to state, you can ask questions, and if they know they can testify, you can get in the record in that sense, if you so choose. But I'm not going to allow the document in as presented. All right.
I would call Mike Silverstein as a witness.
Mr. Silverstein, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Silverstein. Where do you reside?
I reside at 1301 20th Street Northwest, apartment 705. That's the corner of 20th and N.
And you were previously an ABC board member, correct?
I served 2.5 terms, yes.
All right. So that was what, about 10 years?
About 10 years, yes, sir.
And you also are an ANC commissioner?
I've been an ANC commissioner since 2003.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm going to object to this witness as well, who's not on the PIF for the applicant.
Mr. Silverstein is on what PIF? I thought when I reviewed the PIF, I thought I saw him in the PIF, but I may be missing something, and if I am, I apologize. But I'm looking at the PIF right now, and I don't see his name on the applicant's PIF. I believe I did, but you can take a moment and review. But I believe I saw his name when I reviewed the PIF. And I should have stated this before. I knew I saw Mr. Silverstein's name because I will just say that for the past 6 years, Mr. Silverstein was a member of the ABC board while I was chair. So he served during my chairmanship, and I believe that although we've worked together, his testimony will in no way. I will not give his testimony any more weight than I would give any other witness who has appeared before me. So that's one of the reasons why I'm positive I saw his name on a PIF because I saw it.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I just don't, I'm looking right now and I don't see it. Someone can point me to it, I'll withdraw my objection.
Mr. Chairman, not only is he on the applicant's PIF, he's clumsily added to the protestant's PIF as Mark Silverstein in an email where the protestants sought to identify the individuals because we objected when they just listed representatives, and he was listed as Mark Silverstein. So the protestants are well aware of Mr. Silverstein's potential as a witness.
Again, if Mr. Klein could point me to where it is, I'm happy to withdraw my objection. I'm literally looking at it right now and I don't see it. I'm not gonna claim I'm not crazy and that I haven't missed things before, but I just don't see it.
On page 2 of the applicant's PIF, the last witness listed is Mike Silverstein.
I have the last witness listed on the applicant's PIF as any witness listed in the protestant's PIF, and above that I have Amir Beshtian, the landlord. Those are the last two I have listed on the PIF that I was provided.
I'm not sure what you're looking at. I think you may be looking at an earlier version. I'm not sure. I don't know.
All right, hold on. All right, I have applicant's supplemental PIP. The document that was presented to me there. So the document is identified as applicant supplemental PIP. Do you have that? That's a document that I saw that at least was disclosed to the board, and on applicant supplemental PIF, Mr. Silverstein was listed as a witness. Do you have that document, sir?
I'm not looking at that document. I'm unaware of the supplemental. And
that's a document I'm looking at. That's why his name is. So
I apologize if it's on there. I withdraw my objection. I got into the case over the weekend, so I apologize for that confusion.
I mean, that's fine, Mr. Thomas. I just want to make sure the record is clear, and so therefore that you are aware that we're not. But that's his name is on that document. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
You're welcome. Yes, Mr. Short.
Like yourself, I've served on 2 previous boards before this one, and on both of those boards, and the last that Mike Silverstein served on, I got to know Mike as a board member, and like yourself, that will have no bearing on my decision-making in this particular case. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Silverstein. I'm sorry, Mr. Short. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
And for the record, the applicant respects that and wouldn't expect anything other than that. Mr. Silverstein is tendered because he's an important factual witness, not because of any previous relationship with the board, just so we're clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silverstein, we were talking about your service as an ANC commissioner, correct?
Primarily, yes.
Yeah, and your single member district encompasses what area?
It encompasses DuPont West and the Golden Triangle largely, and it encompasses the area, certainly the block in which the 18th Street Lounge was located for, I believe, 25 years.
Okay. Now, during your service on the ABC board, you understandably stayed out of ABC matters related to ANC business, correct?
Yep, you got one bite at the apple, and in that case, it was on the ABC board, and so I recused myself from all matters on the ANC.
Okay.
That's not at all uncommon. That's done always by commissioners.
All right. And then, but prior to that time, you certainly had involvement with 18th Street Lounge, correct?
Yeah. And actually, my first involvement with them, which I was reminded of by Investigative Fuentes' testimony, was a matter of trash that I don't know if you remember this or even were involved in it, but there was a terrible situation where you had a half a dozen establishments on 18th Street, and they all put their trash in a very small alcove behind one of the buildings in the alley directly behind there. and there wasn't anywhere near enough space for the trash. And it was a regular occurrence that they would drag giant bags of trash a block away and dump them into somebody else's trash bin. And we worked with the 18th Street Lounge and all of the other places there to get them all to join in getting a trash compactor, which they then all used the single trash compactor, paid to do so. And that was the very beginning of the city's trash compactor rebate program, something that was used everywhere in the city now as a trash mitigation and rat mitigation thing. And it was ESL, and actually it wasn't your law firm at that time, but it was Michael Fonseca who made sure that all the others were involved in it, but it was ESL that was the starter of that program.
So in other words, ESL was not just a participant, they had a larger role?
They pretty much, they were the ones who were herding the cats. Yeah, because getting a half a dozen establishments to all agree to something like this and how much it's going to cost, how much each of them's going to pay and all that, it wasn't easy. It took 6 months to do it.
Okay.
I was a commissioner and I worked with them and with Michael.
All right. Now it's been suggested that the previous location where ESL operated is a commercial location. Do you have an opinion as to the character of that portion of the district?
It is certainly Club Central. There's no greater concentration of nightlife than there. However, in that same square, in that same block, Jefferson Row has, I believe, somewhere 42 or 44 condominiums in there. A block away and in clear earshot of that is the Palladium, which was really bedeviled by noise and problems. And you also have on N Street, on that corner, in the 1700 block of N Street, dozens more new condominiums in what used to be, what was his name, Brender's place. This was the block where the Tabard Inn is and where the Iron Gate is. So there's a good number of residential places there, and believe me, I hear from them.
Now, what was your experience, other than you've mentioned the work on the trash compactor, in dealing with 18th Street Lounge with respect to issues that may have arisen?
Okay, first of all, do they make noise? Did they make noise? Sure. Did the neighbors like the noise? The neighbors basically said that the noise came from other places much worse than theirs. As far as, how can I put it? They had a really clean record over the years. Whenever there were any problems, Mr. Nuri came to us more often than we came to him. And what I mean by that is there were one or two cases where there might have been some fire issues, and he came to us. They were not involving his place, but involving things in the neighborhood, and said, "I want to give you a heads up. If there were any other problems that we had." That's a neighborhood where, with this proliferation that you have of nightlife, you had the MPD had a cat action team, club action team. The cat team was down there. They also had RDOs down there, and he was always, as one of the people put it from the bid, he was one of the good guys. He worked to try to mitigate the problems. A lot of the things that may have shown up on the investigative reports happened out front, and it turned out that, when it's NFA, it was because it happened out front. It wasn't theirs. You see these types of things. My history on that, my understanding of that is that there's one place in the city that had 200 and some police calls. And it turned out that they didn't have 200 and some police calls. They were the nearest address to a metro stop. And I was like, oh, so anytime anybody got sick on the metro, and this was a situation with some of these things here. Did they have problems on occasion? Sure. People drink liquor and do stupid things. The question is, or sometimes somebody might take something, go into a place, have a drink, and conk out. You can't always control that. But the thing that was really most important was, did they do their best to keep trouble away? Sure. And when trouble occurred, and this was the most important part, they did cooperate.
Now, are you aware of their role in coordinating a rideshare program?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you don't have knowledge of that. Okay. Is there anything that would give you pause about a license being issued to this operator in this establishment?
I cannot speak and will not even dare to speak about what's on the ground on 9th Street or where they are or how many feet away from whatever. And I'm not going to, you know, that's not my field of expertise. I would say that Mr. Norrie is an experienced and trusted operator, and that right now we're faced with a lot of places that are closing and a lot of new people coming in, and we've had problems with some of the people who've applied, and he's, you know, I'll take the words of the folks who say he's a good guy. I mean, this is a kind of place that was iconic. You know, we have voted to name that block where they were in honor of a wonderful African American DJ there, Sam Burns. We're going to call it Sam the Man Way, because of the good vibes that happened there and some of the things that happened there as part of DC's nightlife culture.
And did you find that Fareed was willing to engage with the community readily on issues that might arise?
Certainly better than some of the people, certainly better than the guy across the street who, you know, who ended up using a samurai sword in a disagreement. I mean, you know, we had some pretty amazing things happen in that area. And Mr. Norrie was, as I said, you know, as when you 80% of the people that are licensed or something, you never hear from them one way or another. There's that 3 to 5% who cause 90% of your problems, and there's maybe 10% or so who are the good guys. And he tried to interface and reached out to the neighbors and reached out to everyone. He was not I'm speaking to Mr. Norrie. I'm not speaking to anything that's going on 9th Street or anything like that. But if you need somebody to work with, he was one of the good guys.
Right. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. Thanks for your testimony.
Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear, Mr. Silverstein. You're not commenting at all on the 9th Street area, the proposed location, any effect that this establishment may have on that proposed location, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The former location was surrounded by nightclubs, though, correct?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall how many nightclub licenses were issued in that particular vicinity?
A hell of a lot. I do not know. I mean, it was like on M Street, that entire block. I think you've got one place that's one or two sandwich shops and half a dozen nightclubs or, you know, nudie bars. And
right
on, you know, on that part of 18th Street where they were, you had half a dozen, and some of them were really loud. They weren't.
It was a high concentration of nightclubs in that particular area, the highest in the city potentially, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And there were noise issues there, right?
In the area? Oh yeah.
So much so the DC Nightlife Noise Coalition had registered complaints. Are you familiar with that?
I most certainly am.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, I guess I could start by saying the person who headed it, well, yeah, I don't want to start with a gratuitous comment. That would
Well,
probably be.
let me,
Let me just, you asked a question.
sure.
They were primarily, their lives were really impacted negatively by noise, including things like tea dances on Sunday afternoons and things like that. On the upstairs levels of the places on the other side of Connecticut Avenue, the 1200 block of Connecticut Avenue, was driving them crazy because that was much closer to them. These were folks in the Palladium primarily, which is on 18th Street. And the other place that basically was causing them great problems was Soft House, which is above Shake Shack.
Right next door to where the old 18th Street Lounge used to be, right?
Right. And they had, a huge sound system issues on weekends. And these were done before the sound, before the noise thing went into effect because they were in the afternoon. The problems that they had were not really with ESL any more than they were with Camelot or anything like that. I mean, it was pretty clear where the problems were, and they were bad. And I would finally add, and I think this is fair to say, that the person who was the head of that organization, the day that she left, that she moved with her family to Chicago, signed on a protest. She left fighting. And there were people in the Palladium who spent thousands of dollars double painting their windows. So, there was a negative quality of life issue there, but you certainly couldn't pin it on ESL.
Would you, and ESL, just so the record's clear, is 18th Street Lounge, the applicant. Sure. Would you consider 18th Street Lounge one of the anchor nightclubs of that area during its time in that particular location?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And would you say that it attracted more people to the area than if it wasn't there?
Sure.
Do you recall what its occupancy was at the old location?
I think it was 300 and something. It may have been a little more than that.
Okay.
The real problems that they had were safety problems that were involved with the actual location. It was a very long and narrow stairway, and a number of the issues involved in that case, people having to wait outside, which wasn't particularly an issue, but when others came down the stairway, there were a number of people who fell. You see some of these things about person taken to hospital. That was a lot of it was simply that type of thing, or somebody who pushed somebody in the stairwell and that type of thing.
Got it. So just so I'm clear, so one of the issues they had was they had to have people waiting outside of the location. Is that correct?
Until somebody came down the steps and then they could go up. Sure.
Right. Did they have lines coming out of the location?
I think they did it at times. Let me say this again. I don't want to extrapolate on what I think because, I don't do the social ramble. I'm not out there at 2 o'clock in the morning wanting to party.
Fair enough. Let me ask you then something that has nothing to do with going out to nightclubs at all, but just simply, I guess, a geographic observational question. How wide is the sidewalk in front of where the old 18th Street Lounge used to be?
I guess 12 to 14 feet or something like that. It wouldn't be much. And when I say that, I think there may be a tree box or something out there. I don't have it in front of me. I do know that sidewalks in that block, there is not a uniform width in any block because you have certain buildings that jut out farther. You have tree boxes and things like that.
Would you be able to line people up outside of ESL and still have pedestrians, walk by without any sort of obstruction and with ease?
You'd have to have them lined up in a very narrow place, but yeah.
Okay. In terms of the owners, am I correct that 18th Street Lounge used to be owned by someone else, right?
Can't say. I know that
Didn't the
Mr.
Hilton
Murray's
brothers
been
used
there
to
for a
own it?
long time. I don't have that information in front of me. I'm sure it was at one time or another. I'm not sure that he owned it for 25 years. I know it had been there 25 years.
Mhm.
And I know that as an establishment for 25 years, it was, as you say, Mr. Thomas, an anchor.
Okay. An anchor to the nightclub area.
Yeah.
So the other thing I want to ask about is sort of the cooperation you mentioned, because you talked about a couple instances in which 18th Street Lounge was cooperative with, I guess, with the ANC in dealing with issues. Are you aware of a recent fines that 18th Street Lounge received at their old location for misleading investigators and failing to comply with a security plan?
I saw that. That was the June 2nd, 2019.
Yes.
My it occurred. The case began when I was on the board, but my term expired before it was adjudicated. So it's sort of, I know something about it, which is basically that it happened, and I don't know anything else about it other than that they took an offer in compromise, which does not, which is like a plea deal.
Right. Okay. But so it's fair to say that they haven't always necessarily been extremely cooperative. There's been charges brought against them that they haven't been cooperative, right?
That's what that record shows. But again, I'm speaking only to my experience, and my experience with them over 17 years was really exemplary.
And do you know, I know you said that you're not super familiar with this particular incident, but do you know what Mr. Nori's involvement was with it at all by any chance?
Not at all.
Okay. I think that's all my questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Sir.
you.
Thank you very much,
All right.
Mr. Silverstein.
All right. Do we have any questions by the board members? All right. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Klein?
Yes, just a couple.
Please.
Mr. Silverstein, who is the person that you referred to that headed up the DC Nightlife Noise Coalition who moved away?
Abigail Nichols.
Abigail Nichols. Okay, and then in terms of ownership, has Mr. Nori been there and been involved as long as you can remember?
He's been involved as long as I remember. When I go into a place, as an ANC commissioner, I'm not looking to see who owns 90% or 10% or 20% of the property. It's, of the license, it's who's the face of the place. Who do you deal with?
And your testimony today relates to your experience with Mr. Nori?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein, for your testimony today. Have a great day. You can either leave or you can stay, but you will be muted. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein.
All right. Do you have another? Do you have another? Yeah, you have another witness, Mr. Klein.
I do. Calling Fareed Nori to the stand, please.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Nord, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, your witness, Mr. Klein.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Nori.
Good afternoon, Mr. Klein.
What's your relationship to this application?
I'm the owner operator.
Okay. And were you the owner and operator of what we will call ESL 18th Street Lounge at the previous location?
Yes, I was. Yes,
Okay.
I opened the place in '95.
All right. You had other partners involved?
Yes, I did, and we had a buyout in 2008. So I've been the sole owner ever since.
So tell us a little bit about the concept of ESL. What is it? What do
Sure.
you intend to do there?
Sure.
What did you do at the old place? And then we'll talk about what you're going to do at the new place.
Okay. ESL was established in 1995 at 1212 18th Street Northwest, DuPont Circle. We occupied 3 stories of a 4-story row house, about 6,000 square feet initially. The concept is an intimate lounge with elevated drinks and service. Mainly, we focus on providing a comfortable environment, almost a home-like environment as opposed to a commercial-looking vibe. We also focus on providing critically acclaimed music in forms of DJs and bands. We also have had a huge focus on happy hour and the corporate and private event world in that part of town with all the law firms, World Banks, and all the other professional work environments. So that was a big input of our business. 18th Street Lounge also nurtured a lot of local musicians in terms of DJs and bands. A few of them made it to the top as far as maybe touring the world and putting DC on the map. Trinity TV Corporation, Fort Knox 5, our DJ who passed away, Sam Burns, rest in peace. So we've been an incubator for talent, for local talent for all this year. And we, within our time in that location, we expanded from the 6,000 square feet to almost about maybe 10,000 square feet towards the end. And as the years went on, business kind of dropped around 2013, 14 with the expansion of the city eastward. U Street picked up, 8th Street, and then eventually the Wharf. So all those changes, which was great for this city, impacted us negatively business-wise, and we lost the early crowd, the early evening crowd. So you know, then as a pandemic hit us, I was in the middle of negotiating a lease with my landlord to extend one more term. You know, as I saw the existing trend and the pattern of my business, I realized that maybe, you know, with the pandemic and the post-pandemic market, might not be the best idea to continue in that location.
Okay, I'm going to stop you now because I want to go back to that location, and then we're going to turn to the new location. So at the end, you had 10,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what was the occupancy?
The occupancy at the end was about 520, I believe.
And did you have outside space?
We did, yes.
Did you have neighbors in proximity?
We had neighbors in the back, right behind the deck, the patio.
Right behind the outside space?
That's right.
Okay. And those would be residents of the Jefferson Road condominiums that we heard about previously?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, over the years, was there ever a time anybody complained about music from your establishment or noise or what have you?
Sure. So around 2013 or 14, there was some ongoing issues in the neighborhood regarding the newer establishments that were opening their roof deck patios, which emit more sound than the back roof, I guess the balconies you call them. So there was a neighbor behind us at Jefferson Road that was impacted by our sound, and I went in there. He reached out to us through the group of the people who were actually leading the noise issue. So we went inside with my audio tech inside their property, realized that yes, they were right. There was a good amount of noise coming through to their location, interior, and also on their balcony. So we went ahead and did some research regarding how to fix it. Some of the items we had to do was isolating the speakers from the floor and from the walls, also positioning them so it doesn't face the outside. But the main thing that we actually ended up doing was we noticed and realized with the research too that there was a specific bass frequency that was going all the way to that location that was, traveling pretty far. So we ended up isolating that and almost taking it down to the point of it not being heard in the neighbor's property or anywhere outside of our property. So that was fixed. It was about a month and a half of communication with the neighbors, a lot of back and forth, and we did a couple of tests, and it worked fine. They were happy, so we went our different ways after that.
Did you hear any complaints about that again?
No.
Who is it that you worked with respect to this issue?
The audio technician was Jeff Turner.
No, I mean from the neighborhood.
Abigail Nichols was a person that relayed the information to us, but the neighbor wasn't her.
Okay, but Abigail was involved in terms of facilitating a solution?
Exactly, yes. Or at least putting us in touch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you ever hear any other complaints from Abigail Nichols or the DC Nightlife Noise Coalition, which has been referenced?
No. At first, we kind of were all in this, they kind of put us all in the same basket, but then once they realized that, okay, top floors emit more sound than lower floors, and they realized we're in the back. We've also taken all these measures at the time, which I just mentioned, so we weren't on the radar at that point.
Okay, so at that location, did you take a number of measures to sound mitigate in your establishment?
Yes, for the rooftop, yes, we did.
And what about for inside?
Inside, we didn't have to. The only thing that we needed to do was the windows that were facing 18th Street. So we put a special kind of tent on them to reduce the sound transmission, and also added layers and layers of materials in the form of design curtains to absorb the sound. And also we didn't open the windows, so that would really help the issue.
All right, so that you closed that establishment when?
2020, March of 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after 25 years, that had run its course, and you decided to move east. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I decided to close it. I don't want to open up in the same location with the same idea and concept moving forward. But when I did close it, I wasn't aware when and how I'll reopen. Things changed once the vaccine news came out last fall, winter. So I decided to look for a location after that, and I was looking more towards like Union Market, mixed use area again. I didn't find the right space, and then as I keep looking, this location came up. It fit all my requirements as far as the size and the rate and the location.
All right, and what is it? So tell us what you're going to do here and how it differs from what you did at the other location.
Sure. So as I mentioned, in the previous location, throughout the years, we did manage to expand, almost double our size. And with that, you tend to lose a bit of the quality control and a lot of the elevated approach that we used to have for our business model. So also realizing the trend and the patterns in the last few years regarding hospitality, smaller and intimate is more appealing than large and less intimate. And also a lot of our audience and the clientele have moved east of the city. So being in this location will allow us to be a lot closer to our audience, and also we're going to be able to tap back into the happy hour and early evening kind of a clientele, which we missed out in the previous location in the past 5 or 6 years. Being in front of the convention center, being around all these big hotels is a huge plus for us to be there, which will be able will allow us to focus on happy hour, early evening, and also banquets and private events. We're also adding a food element in this location, which we didn't have in the previous location, mainly to cater to a somehow slightly mature audience that will be able to stay up later and also be able to take advantage of the private events and banquets with the convention center around us, being able to host catering events and other private events. So those are the added changes, besides the fact that we're going back to basic, how it was before we expanded in the previous location. We're about the same kind of square feet, 5,500 square feet with about 800 square feet outside. So it's more intimate, a lot more quality control, and better in terms of us having an elevated approach to our business model.
All right, and what about capacity? What do you intend as, what have you applied for and what will the capacity be?
Sure. So we applied, based on our drawings, we are allowed up to 268 capacity maximum. 48 of it will be just for the roof deck. So we only have a maximum of 48 capacity load on the roof deck. The other two floors, we designed them in a way where we can be able to open one and not the other based on the unknown aspect of business these days with the pandemic raging and the ever-changing aspect of hospitality world. So we managed to design our interior in a way that there's a lot of flexibility, so we can be able to open the top floor and the roof deck, and not the first floor or other way around. We're also planning to concentrate all the entertainment activity on the 9th Street side, which is where most of our space is. And also, these rooms are fairly small. You know, the band room, the proposed band room in one of the floors is about 800 square feet. And then you have a bar area for about 1,000 square feet, and then another 800 feet for maybe bathrooms in the kitchen. So,
all right, so let's take a look at that. If we could, if I could have Miss
Washburn, can you allow Mr. Klein to share his screen?
How about Miss Johannes? Because she's managing the exhibits for me. We're gonna call up exhibit 2.
Ms. Washburn, can you please allow Ms. Johannes to share her screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you. You can share your screen, Ms. Johannes, okay? All right, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna hopefully be looking at exhibit 2. I hope. All right, while we're doing that, while we're waiting for that, I'll just move on to some other things. So, Mr. Nori, in terms of entertainment, is it your intent? Let's talk about the rooftop for a minute. First of all, where is it located? Is it really on the roof? Where is it?
Not. It's an extension of the second floor, so it's pretty much almost a balcony to the second floor, and it's
okay. And is it where is it height-wise in relation to Columbia Rooms outside space next door?
Same height.
Same height.
That's correct.
So theirs is above the first floor and yours is above the first floor. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So exhibit 2, can you tell the board what this is?
Sure. If somebody can expand it, it'd be great. If not, I can try my best. Okay.
Where to go? Ms. Johannes, where to go?
Okay.
All right. Can we enlarge it?
If possible, yeah. We can start with the top. So that's our first floor. Oops. That's fine. I can see it without expanding it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That's actually, yeah, okay. That's fine. I can work with this. So the top drawing is our first floor, walking up. As you see the stairs on the right side. You come in, make a quick left. That's the by the window on 9th Street. This we're planning on having a bandstand For
Hold on. Can Miss Johannes, can someone use a cursor and point where he's pointing? I mean, I don't know where the first floor is, so can someone just use a cursor and just point once where he's, so at least I can follow along.
Okay. So maybe we can go back to the same scale as initially, because we're missing some of the rooms here. Here we go. Okay. So the top schematic drawing is the first floor, Mr. Chairman. 9th Street is on the right side. This is the indentation, which is our window. Yes, exactly. So that's where the cursor is. We're planning on having the band over here, maybe 4 to 5 piece band. And keep in mind, these bands are all put together by myself. They're not even touring bands or local bands with huge fan base. They're just good musicians that would fit the sound that we want in that space. So a bandstand, lounge area, a lot of high seating, and the immediate area that faces the band room. Are you following me here, Mr. Chairman?
I'm following you. Go ahead.
Okay. So as you continue to walk to the left, you see the bar stools here. A lot of high tables.
Just, if I can help you, the bar stools are center of the top drawing. Those are the round circles that are all lined up.
Where the cursor is, yeah.
Mr. Klein, let him testify and let him testify. And hopefully your associate is able to follow along on the exhibit, sir.
The cursor is in the right place.
Mr. Chair, but okay.
The cursor is in the right place. We have a fairly large bar over here with a lot of seating, as you can see. There's also high top tables behind them, as one can see. There's a row of them. And then as you keep going to the back, on the way to the bathroom in the kitchen area, there's some more area for seating. And then when right where the cursor is, obviously that's the restrooms. We have a coat check here. And then everything on the left is a kitchen and the fire emergency exit.
All right, so how many seats on the first floor? Is there a table down in the lower left-hand corner that has table of occupancy?
There are ledges on these walls on the right side part. So there's we have about 20 stools in the front area. There's about I can't count the actual stools on the bar, but you can see it's probably about maybe 14 or 15, and we have about 7 tables with 4 tables with.
All right, if I can help you out, in the lower left-hand corner is an occupancy chart, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
All right, and it has 46 seats and 114 occupants on the first floor.
That's correct.
111 plus 3.
Correct.
All right. Does that about wrap up the first floor?
That's about it. Yes, we did the bathrooms, the coat check, and the kitchen area. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So
all right, let's go to the second floor.
Going up, again, we're on the right side here with the stairs coming up. You walk up, make a quick left. The room that's facing 9th Street with with 2 windows. Again, we don't know exactly what room we're going to use for what at this point, but based on our drawing, we kind of keep the options open. So if we use this second floor for our band, then we're going to have the band in the same location as the first floor as well, on the window side overlooking 9th Street. Ledges all the way around with stools. There's supposed to be some high tables here, but they're not drawn in this drawing yet. So there's a couple of steps coming down when you go left on the drawing. Then if you move the cursor a bit to the right, sit down. More right. A bit more right if you don't mind. That's the bar area again, pretty much above the first floor bar. Again, it's a long bar. It's about 18 feet long with about 12 to 14 stools. Banquette seating in the back with tables. You can count the stools here. We also have, as you can see, the bathroom area. And then going left, that's the doorway to the balcony side, which is the open area. It's about 800 square feet. You walk in, is more tables, more seating. These are high tops with stools. This is the covered area. This is the covered area. There's a one-person bar, minimum amount of stools for the bar because it's small, and then also more seating. Drink ledge across the bar area with more stools, seating towards the alley side so that the customers are facing the building and not the alley. And obviously we have the row of planters that blocks the view looking out or in. So that's pretty much a general overview.
Okay, so the back area is the summer garden.
Correct.
Part of that is enclosed with a covering?
Yes, about so from where the doorway leads to the outside, we have about 60 feet of roof coverage. Then we couldn't continue it longer because of historic aspects. So after that, there's about 26 feet of open space. Then we have this retainer wall, this railing of 42 inches that ends the customer area.
All right, Ms. Johannes, can you pull up sheet A300, which is the next to last, or no, the second to last sheet in Exhibit 2. The next one, I think. No, the one before it, A300, the one right before it. There we go. All right, so what do we see here? Do we see in this drawing what you were just describing?
Yeah, so if we start from the left side, which is the Gladden alley side, there's an 8-foot setback between the edge of the building and where the 42-inch rail starts. So it was supposed to be 4, but we added 4 more just to be on the safe side, just to make sure that the neighbors are not going to be impacted. So we added an additional 4 feet as a setback. And then this is where the only open roof area is. It's about 26 feet. From then on, it's all covered all the way to the building where the doorway starts going into the interior. There are sidewalls, as you can see, from this side and the other side. It's raised all the way to the roof part at 26 feet. After that, it goes down to 42 inches as well, and this is all for historic codes. If it wasn't for that, we would have it, higher walls on the sides, but we can. But also, we have minimum amount of usage on this side anyway. So,
all right. Now, initially, you applied for an entertainment endorsement that would cover this outdoor area. Do you intend to have entertainment out there on any sort of regular basis?
Besides background music, I'm not planning on having any entertainment there.
Okay, so it would be limited to pre-recorded background music. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's correct. Yes.
All right. All right. If in terms of the building, have you taken any steps to mitigate noise such that it won't be heard from the interior of the building by adjacent businesses or neighbors and what have you?
So our mitigation effort is not focused only on the outside. We are undertaking a pretty huge effort to mitigate the impact of the sound from the interior. Now, again, we have to keep in mind that the interior size is pretty small, so the volume won't be loud to begin with. But even considering that, we are taking a pretty ambitious undertaking when it comes to mitigating the sound in the interior. Now, there are 3 layers of audio mitigation that we are committed to. One is the type of speakers we are are using and the amount of them. So as opposed to getting minimum amount of speakers, we are getting a lot more than we need to in order to be able to spread the sound a lot more evenly without having it to raise the volume loud. That's one aspect. The other aspect of the kind of speakers are they don't throw far. They're actually made for more intimate spaces. So the noise pollution aspect of it is minimum. That's the third aspect. The third aspect of it will be is the installation process. We are not installing it on the ground or on the walls directly. So there's always going to be a gap between the actual speaker and the wall or the bracket or the floor. Again, this is to minimize vibration, noise pollution, and it worked in the previous location, and this is done. All the efforts are done in a very professional manner, so I feel really confident about its impact.
All right, Ms. Johannes, could you pull up Exhibit 5, please?
The third layer of audio mitigation, Mr. Chairman, is the use of the materials on the interior, as far as a lot of curtains, wood, and soft materials to absorb the sound. And also we're using the audio reflecting panels in the interior rooms all the way across. So that's the interior mitigation efforts.
Okay, and is some of that reflected on this exhibit? What is this Exhibit 5? Can you identify it?
Yes, this is from our audio vendor. It's a thorough explanation of what I just kind of quickly run down. It's the kind of speakers, the amplification, and our install process. So it's we're spending about 25 to 30% additional expenses on all these efforts between the sound and the mitigation effort. I hate to give you a number, but we talk about at least $200,000 at this point just for these efforts, and it could be more as we deal with supply chain issues and materials, the costs going up in real time. But we think it's a valuable investment to make to keep a good standing with the neighborhood, and also to be able to focus on our business as opposed to constantly dealing with people who seem to be bothered by us.
Okay, and are you committed to doing what's set forth here on Exhibit 5?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Exhibit 6, please, if you could, Ms. Johannes. Can you identify this?
Sure. This is the sound mitigation effort that's incorporated within our design and interior by the architecture firm. So this is aside from the sound vendor. This is with the architecture firm and the interior design firm. So
Okay, and are you committed to making these improvements as well?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Ms. Johannes, I would move Exhibit 2, Exhibit 5, and Exhibit 6.
Mr. Thomas, any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
All right, Ms. Johannes, you can take this down. Mr. Nori, how are you going to manage the line on the narrow sidewalk in front of the establishment?
Sure. So first and foremost, we're not planning on having lines to begin with, mainly because we have extended hours and a smaller capacity than our previous location. So we foresee people staggering in throughout the early evening, happy hour early evening, and staggering out as the night progresses. Now, in case we do have a need to form a line, we've already spoken with the dog grooming place next door, and they're okay for us to use their front sidewalk to line up our customers And that would work without any issue with them. They're not open at that time. And that's our idea at this point with that.
Okay, so and the stairwell, and we saw it in one of the, I believe in the investigators exhibit, extends out onto the sidewalk, correct?
Sure.
And there's some space there?
So to the left of those stairs is Dogtopia, the dog grooming place. So we can be able to line our customers there, and they can come up the steps one by one, as the flow requires.
And what about collecting cover? Aren't you going to have people standing out there as you collect the cover?
So we are using an app for that, and also if people can use the app, there's gonna be a QR code at the doorway on the top of the stairs when you walk inside. So then it's just a phone tap and you're good to go on that end.
Okay. Now, what about parking? Isn't this establishment going to increase the demands for parking in the neighborhood?
Good question. Part of the move to a different location east of where we were was the fact to be closer to our audience and the customer base. A lot of our customers live in actually ANC 2F, further down to Bloomingdale, Eckington, U Street. So we foresee a lot of walk-ins, a lot of ride shares. We're like a block and a half away from the metro. There's also a parking lot next door to us, so open late night, all night, I think. So I don't foresee any issue with that, which is also, I did the study before making the move in that area, and I looked around at the options, and for the place being smaller and a lot closer to our audience, I don't foresee huge amount of people using cars to come into our business.
And how do people usually come to your business?
Well, in the previous location, it was mostly with Uber, with ride shares, Metro, but then with the late night hours that got limited, then more ride shares. Not many cars. Years ago, before ride shares, yes, I would say, but not in the last 5 or 6 years, I'd say.
Okay. And over the course of the last few months, did you listen to concerns of residents and try to address them?
Yes, so we started our conversation August 18th at the first APC meeting through ANC 2F. We shared the preliminary information we had at the time, which was a lot of the stuff that we shared with the rest of the teams. Although in the beginning it was hard to have our plans ready at the time, but we had a demo plan, I believe, maybe not, but we had a layout of the spaces of each floor, which reflects the actual our plans. So we did share that with the neighbors, with ANC 2F. Unfortunately, we didn't get any feedback from the neighbors regarding any of our documents or information we shared. We actually got ridiculed and dismissed our information. So that was the end of that. Well, as far as our
If you open it up and issues are brought to your attention, are you committed to working through this?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Is that something that you did on a regular basis at your other location?
The few times that issues came up, I took the lead, mainly because the reason why is being in a neighborhood with neighbors, you're gonna have to deal with them eventually. So it's best to do the right thing, communicate, and abide by the existing laws and regulations that govern these establishments.
Were you involved in development of a rideshare spot at the other
That was the first DC pilot for rideshare pickup spots was actually in front of 18th Street Lounge at the 1200 block of 18th Street. So Golden Triangle and I worked for about 6 months on this with Natalie Avery from the BID group. So that was the first, the pilot group that was established, and now I see it all over town, which is great.
With respect to the balcony or rooftop, the summer garden, the outside space, are you considering noise mitigation out there?
Yes, so the same the same equipment installation process applies to the outside as well too, although we only have 2 speakers and a very small woofer. So they're all going to be isolated. They're facing down, away from the buildings or the alley. There's also mitigating efforts as far as the materials we're using for the build out.
Have you engaged an acoustical engineer with respect to the outside space?
Yes, we did. We did actually.
Who was that?
Martin Beam.
Okay, we're going to hear from him later. Are you committed to complying with his recommendations and implementing them in the build of your space?
That is why we hired him. Sure, absolutely.
I don't have any further questions of this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. Can I plan to use an exhibit, so if I could have my, I guess it's elevated or whatever, so that I could use my screen and share my screen?
Ms. Fosburn, can you please allow Mr. Thomas to share his screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you.
Mr. Nori, have you ever been a guest on the Lower Third podcast?
Lower Third podcast. I can't recall, but maybe. Sure. Can you remind me of the, okay, yes.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Is that a
With
picture
Molly?
of you?
Yes, I know Molly. Yes, I did. Yeah.
And did you give an interview to Miss Ruland at some point concerning 18th Street Lounge?
Yes, that was about maybe 2 years ago, I'd say. A year ago, a year and a half ago.
With the board's indulgence, I'd like to play this very quickly.
All right, sure. We can't hear anything, Mr. Thomas. At least I can't.
I hear it on mine. I'm not, let me see.
I can't hear anything, so I'm just letting you know that.
No, I appreciate that. Let me see. You hear anything now?
If someone's speaking, I don't hear anyone speaking.
Perhaps you could play it from your phone. I don't believe that we're going to be able to hear it from your computer.
I will have to come back to that.
All right.
If you just play the audio from your phone while we're looking at the screen.
Yeah, let's see if I can get it on my phone. Well, what did you, while we were doing this, what did you discuss with Miss Ruland in that podcast?
Mr. Thomas, it's been a while. A lot has happened between then and now, so I don't recall exactly what we spoke. I'm not sure what you're asking for here.
I'm gonna, you give me one moment, and I apologize. Board's indulgence. Let me move on, and I'll come back to that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna play this now.
Is to get closer to like neighborhoods, to maybe be more east. It's a lot more, I guess you can say, dynamic and burgeoning. It will be because of the residents. A lot more creativity is accepted over there, or maybe appreciated, as opposed to stay with the stale downtowns, maybe.
So like east of the river, like Anacostia, Ward 7, Ward 8?
I'm saying east of Connecticut Avenue or
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, my east is more towards this side. So yeah, like maybe towards like Rhode Island Avenue, New York Avenue, around there, Eckington, where you have where you can walk to the establishment, but also you can make a lot of noise at nighttime. So a combination of music elements and DJs and bands and a good food program and a good awesome bar program. Really comfortable place.
So is that an accurate recording of your interview, Mr. North?
Yeah.
So it's safe to say that you decided to move to this new location by your own words so that you can make a lot of noise.
That's not an accurate explanation of what was just said in that interview, Mr. Thomas. That's called a figure of speech. I'm sure you're used to that, right? So me saying making a lot of noise, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to intentionally be outside of my establishment making a lot of noise. That's not how it works, okay? So that's a figure of speech, and you can take it however you want to, but that's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah.
How would you characterize your establishment? Would you characterize it as a nightclub?
It's an intimate lounge.
Okay. If I went on your website right now, would it characterize your establishment as a nightclub?
There are nightclub elements to it, meaning like late night activities. There's music, there's bands and DJs, yes, but that's not what it all entails. So it's an all encompassing business model that some elements of it could be referred to as nightlife related or nightclub related.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. My question was, if I go on the 18th Street Lounge website right now, will it characterize your establishment as a nightclub? Yes or no?
I'm not sure.
Okay, you don't know what's on your own website?
I'm not sure what you're looking at, so I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
I'm talking about the 18th Street Lounge website, sir. The site for your business. You don't know what's on your own business website?
What do you? I'm not. I mean, I don't remember exactly what's written there for all these years. I mean, it's been there for like a long time. What's the actual question?
Have you ever characterized your business as a nightclub?
As I said, there are nightlife aspects to it. Yes.
Okay.
I think it's nothing new.
You plan to operate with hours that go until 3 a.m. on a weekend, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you plan to operate with hours that allow for that go till 3 a.m. for your summer garden on a weekend, correct?
Correct.
You plan to have live music till 3 a.m. Is that correct?
And in the interior, yes.
Correct. In the establishment.
Yes.
You plan to have DJs, correct?
Yes.
Will you have multiple musical acts at once?
No.
Will you have dancing?
Yes.
Tell me about your light system that you plan to have.
My what?
Light system. Are you going to have laser lights?
Nope.
Strobe lights?
No. Is that a problem with you or the neighbors?
I'm just asking questions. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what your business is, sir, because you don't seem to understand what you put on your own website. So I'm just trying to understand what's going on here.
Jackson, argumentative.
Sustained. Move on. Let's move on.
So I want to understand the entertainment that you're going to be having as well. So you said only local bands, but if I recall your testimony correctly, you said that local bands that have a huge fan base. Is that correct?
No. So no, you're mischaracterizing, okay? So it's local musicians. I formed the bands. I put the bands together for that particular night with a specific sound or vibe in mind. So we don't book touring bands. We don't book local bands that are actually playing other places. Because we don't want to. We want to, stand out as far as what we offer when it comes to entertainment, and then also. Not every band is going to fit the sound that we want to promote.
You did testify, though, that several of the bands that you used to have regularly at your former location went on to be worldwide touring bands, correct?
Yes.
Would you anticipate the same type of entertainment acts at the new location?
Those are like world-renowned bands at this point, so I don't expect that kind of caliber of band to come and play in a 200, maybe 50 capacity place. That's not going to happen.
So is it my understanding that you do not intend to do any sort of live music on the balcony? Is that correct?
That's correct.
No DJ?
That's correct.
Any dancing?
No dancing.
Just background
music.
Is the background music going to be the same as the music that's going on in the interior of the?
I'm not sure, sir. I'm not sure at this point. Yeah.
Now, explain to me how one gets to the rooftop deck.
Sure.
Can you do that?
Yeah. So you walk up the steps from the sidewalk. There's an alcove. You can make a left on the first floor or go straight up more stairs. When you get to the top floor, then looking at the back, after the bathroom area, that's the back. That's the outside back, which is almost a balcony for us.
So let's call it the back. Since you keep characterizing it as a balcony, let's just call it a balcony for the time being. So we're on the same page. Does that work?
Works for me. Sure.
Is there any barrier between the interior of the establishment and the balcony?
Doorway. Yes.
Okay. What kind of doorway is it?
Metal and glass.
Okay. Is it soundproof glass?
Not yet.
Okay. If one needs to get to the balcony, they're gonna have to open that door, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Sound is going to escape, correct?
Depends on how the speakers are positioned on the interior.
So your position is that no sound will escape when people are going in and out from the balcony to the interior.
There's going to be some sound escaping, but the sound that's on the deck itself will just completely muffle it.
Is the doorway between the balcony and the interior covered in your sound mitigation plan?
That's the plan, yes.
So let's talk about the balcony too. So you were talking about, and I just want to understand this correctly. So you have the far west corner of the balcony is where Gladden Alley is, right?
Correct, yes.
And there is going to be no physical barrier there between the balcony and Gladden Alley. There's just going to be plants. Is that correct?
Well, because the building is historic, we can't build a railing on the edge of the building. It has to have a 4 feet setback inwards. So we decided to double that, make it 8 feet. And that's where the 42-inch railing will be. That's where the customer space will end. And right in that line of railing, that's what we're planning on having the tall trees to avoid the view on either side.
Is it your understanding that the trees are going to have any sort of effect on reducing sound?
They won't.
Okay, so there's nothing there that's going to actually reduce sound.
They won't because there's no need to it. If you look at the report, there's no need for it.
Why do you conclude that there's no need for it?
Because based on the design and the sound system layout and the materials we're using, if you read the report, it says that there's no impact on any of the neighbors based on the proposed plan. So I don't see the need to question why we don't have any mitigating efforts on the edge of the building when there's no need for it.
So I want to also talk about people on the roof. So is it your understanding that when people converse, that creates sound?
Sure.
What's the occupancy that you're going to have on the balcony?
48.
48? Do you intend to always have to use the full 48 occupancy, if able, if you had enough patrons in there?
You're right. Yeah, sure.
Okay. And is it in your experience as a nightclub owner, do people tend to speak louder when they have music playing in the background?
Depends on how loud the music is. It depends on the people's speech pattern too. So I can't guess how loud a person will speak or not.
Do people tend to speak softer when music is playing in the background, or
I'm not sure. It depends, honestly. It really depends. I tend to speak louder, and some folks, speak not as loud. So it depends on how close you are with the speaker or not. So
would you agree that there's a potential for a substantial amount of sound from 48 people talking on the balcony at once?
That's also included in the report. Yes, you're right. Sure, it could. Yeah.
Okay. I want to turn to sort of the operation of your door, if you will. So you intend to charge cover charge, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were going to use an app to limit people lining up at the door and paying cover charge.
So the idea for the app is to speed the process of walking people in. So people can prepaid, or there's no need to exchange cash or remote, card reader. So you can just be able to tap your phone on a QR code at the entrance inside the property. So that will prevent big lines for people waiting to come in.
Will you be accepting? Sorry. Will you be accepting cash at the door?
No,
No cash at all.
no cash at the door.
So if someone shows up just on a whim and wants to enter into your business, you're going to turn them away?
Well, depends. We probably would give them a break. How about that?
So just you wouldn't charge them cover?
Yeah, I mean, if they weren't aware of the fact that there's no cash involved, we'll let them in.
How about looking at IDs?
Of course, we're looking at it. It's part of the existing rules and regulations of ABRA.
Well, but what doesn't that slow down entry into your establishment? If you
It's
have
only one step. It's only one step. When you do a cover charge, it's ID, exchanging the cash, or you take a credit card, you swipe it, give it back, have it signed. So that's 4 or 5 steps. We're reducing it to only one step here.
Okay, but you're going to have to,
maximum 2.
you are going to have to monitor IDs of all the patrons that come into your establishment, correct?
Of course, yes.
And that could cause a line.
It could.
What about vaccine cards?
Like, it depends on the rules and regulations at the time we open.
Are you aware that you now currently have to check vaccine cards before entry to an establishment?
I'm aware, yes.
Okay, so that's another step that you'd have to add on, correct?
That's sure.
Okay, one that hasn't really been considered, right?
Because it's not a normal condition, right?
I mean, it is right now.
Well, we're not sure once we open up if it's going to be the same either.
Existence of a line, how would you line people up to get into your establishment?
So it's very easy, Mr. Thomas. When next door to us is a dog grooming place that's not open at nighttime. We've already spoken with them, and they have no issue with us using their front area of sidewalks, which to line up our customers. They can come back, walk up our stairs one by one without any issues. So I don't see a problem with that at all. And as I mentioned in the past, we're not foreseeing huge lines to begin with. It's extended hours, people walk in and out, people stagger in and stagger out. So even in the old location, we rarely had a mass exodus or a mass entrance. It rarely happens.
Okay, I'm going to get to staggering out in a second, but I want to talk to the Dogtopia, which is the next door location, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So have you identified them as a witness in this matter?
They're not a witness, but we've already spoken to them when the neighbors' concern was first initiated by them back in August 18 at our first APC meeting. So one of the first things we did is we did reach out to our neighboring business, explain to them what we intend to do as far as operations, and also what we intend to.
Have you received anything in writing from them?
I'm sorry, Mr. Thomas. He's not done. I don't believe he was done.
Yeah.
And
my apologies. He broke up on my screen.
There is some type of delay, but that's what I'm saying. There was not.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. We spoke to them, and they are okay with our operation, with the sound from the inside, if it even goes next door to begin with, and also, they're not open during the hours that we might have a line, which is late night, and they're okay with us using their front door area for lining up our customers.
Okay. Who did you speak with at Dogtopia that made this representation to you?
So the general manager, who's also a witness here, she spoke. She took the lead on all of the stuff, so she has all the information with that about that.
Okay, so you don't know who actually made that commitment?
I don't personally know, no.
When you said
it was management and staff that were involved.
And when you say general manager, you mean the general manager of your location spoke to somebody at Dogtopia?
I believe it was the general manager of Dogtopia or a manager. Yeah.
Did you, are you aware that Dogtopia is a dog boarding location as well? So dogs are actually there 24/7?
I'm aware, yes.
Okay, so the business never actually really closes, does it?
That part, I don't know. I don't see people walking in and out after 8 o'clock, I believe. So
Do you think having a line blocking the entrance of a business that has live animals in it would create a fire hazard?
I'm not sure if it's gonna block the entrance. You know, there's a pathway out. So have you been on that block, sir?
I have, yeah.
Have you seen it?
Plenty
So doesn't sound like you do.
Tough to walk down the sidewalk there. Which is actually something I'd like to
I'm sorry,
ask
we're
about.
not having a conversation. Mr. Thomas, if you have a question, Mr. We need to have the attorney ask the witness a question. You answer. I don't need the back and forth conversation, sir, please, on both sides.
Correct.
It's not all right.
So let's talk about the sidewalk really quickly. If you have a line outside your location, are pedestrians going to be able to walk past, or are they going to have to, maneuver their? Are they going to have to go into the street?
If we have a line, there will be a pathway for pedestrians to easily walk by without any issue.
You think there will be no issue whatsoever in their ability to walk by?
Objection asked and answered. How many times are we going to go over this?
I don't think so.
Let's move on. Thank you.
Have you set up a rideshare drop for your present location, for the new location?
There's one right in front of it.
Right in front of it?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, and so that's going to bring more cars, right?
Well, that's the rideshare pickups, so it minimizes, the rideshare pickups that you might claim to happen in Gladden Alley in the back of our business.
Well, don't the ride shares have to actually get to the location?
Yeah.
Isn't it theoretically possible for them to be driving through Gladden Alley to get to the rideshare drop-off?
That's quite ambitious to go into the alley and come back around on 9th Street. I'm not even sure how that's possible, or why would they do that?
Doesn't that increase the amount of cars in the area?
On 9th Street, most probably, yes. But there's always rideshare pickups, all the time over there, all day long, all night long, as is.
You mentioned that you did due diligence on the particular property before you signed your lease. What kind of due diligence did you do?
Do I need to respond to this?
If you're able to answer the question, so there's no objection. If you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question.
I looked at the previous license, the C of O. I looked at the interior as far as the build out, the exits, the kitchen, the hood, with the sprinkler system for safety. So I looked at all those matters. Looked at the rooftop, the back, a bunch of other issues that I probably won't be able to share because it's landlord's confidential information. So,
did you look into the area itself?
Yeah.
What did you do? What kind of research did you do into the area itself?
It's a mixed use neighborhood, so 9th Street is a pretty commercially accessible thoroughfare. It's right across the convention center, so that was a big thing when I came up on that location.
Did you do any research into crime issues that exist in the area?
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you do any research into what the other establishments were allowed to do in the area?
Not exactly, but I did. I know them. I've been there before, so it's nothing new for me.
Okay. Are you aware that your application differs in many different ways from the other establishments that are in the area?
Objection to the characterization.
Yeah, I'm not sure what.
Don't answer, Mr. Nori, until the objection's resolved. And there's an objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Rephrase the question, Mr.
Sure. I'll break it down a little bit. I guess I might have been a little too general. So you're applying for a entertainment endorsement to your license, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you aware of the other establishments in the area that have entertainment license?
I looked it up, a lot of it is kind of also depends on the operation. So
The question is a yes or no question about whether you're aware of them or not.
yes, I'm aware of them.
Okay. And are you aware of any ABC licensed establishment that has an entertainment endorsement that allows for the hours that you're requesting?
I believe there are a few in the vicinity.
On the same block?
On the same block, I'm not sure, but in the vicinity, yes.
What about the Columbia Room? The Columbia Room is directly adjacent to your proposed.
There's one building in between us.
Sorry, you're right. You're right. It's very close.
Got it. Okay.
Did you look at their entertainment endorsement?
I didn't even think they had one because it's more of a cocktail bar, so the operations don't match at all.
Did you look at their summer garden endorsement?
I didn't. No.
Okay. Are you aware of them now?
I know they have one. Yeah.
Do you know what their hours are?
I'm not sure exactly what the hours are, but it's not obviously what I'm asking for. But I'm not sure why this matters.
When you say you're saying it's not what you're asking for. You admit they're different than what you're asking for.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So what about Never Look Better? Did you look at their?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what their hours for their entertainment?
I believe it's 1 o'clock. It ends on the weekends or weekdays. 1 o'clock. 1 hour earlier, I believe.
Okay, so 2 hours earlier than what you're asking for.
Could be. Okay.
And they have an entertainment endorsement too, right?
I think they do. Yes.
This is the same exact building that you're looking to move into, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and their entertainment endorsement doesn't allow for cover charges to be charged, right?
I don't look at that. I'm not sure.
Doesn't allow for dancing?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. We're here to talk about this license and what other people may or may not have asked for, whatever they may or may not have agreed to restrict. What we're here to talk about is this application and whether what's been applied for will have an adverse impact on peace, order, and quiet and the other rubric under the statute. Not what someone else applied for, what they had, whether he looked at what they had. None of that's relevant for what the board needs to decide with respect to this hearing.
Do you have a response, Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at the effect that this applicant is going to have on the peace, order, and quiet of the area, and we have to look at how it fits in with the other establishments in the area. This application is far different than any of the other establishment. It's seeking far, far, far wider breadth in their entertainment endorsement, in their hours, in their summer garden endorsement. And so I think it is entirely probative of the effect it's going to have on the area to show that it is inconsistent with all of the other ABC establishments that are in this direct vicinity, including the one that's in the same building as them. So I think it's entirely probative of the effect it's going to have at peace, order, and quiet. And I don't understand why the other establishments in the area that have similar type of operations and have a similar type of license are not relevant to what Mr. Norrie is trying to do here.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but counsel is correct though. We should spend more time on this establishment. You do have some leeway to talk about what's in the area, but we need to be focused on what is it that this licensee is applying for. Okay, so you can answer the question, but I need you to be more focused because time's of the essence. Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you aware of of Never Look Better's entertainment endorsement?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that they don't charge cover?
Yes.
And they can't have dancing?
Correct.
So so it's different and dramatically different from what you're seeking, correct?
Sure, but that's a matter of choice, Mr. Thomas.
Okay.
Right?
Let's talk about, I take what the chairman said seriously. So let's talk about your security for your establishment. Why don't you tell me what type of security you're trying to have for your establishment?
What type of security? What does it mean? Can you be more specific?
Explain to me what the security is going to look like at your establishment when you have 250 people there.
Objection, Mr. Chairman, this goes beyond the scope of cross. We do have another witness who will be addressing security. So I would suggest, in the interest of time, perhaps these questions could be deferred until that other witness testifies.
I mean, I'll allow him to ask some questions about security. I mean, I think that, yes, I know you didn't necessarily ask about security, but it's in the realm of questions that you've asked. So I'll sustain the objection, and knowing that you're saying that there's another witness who can testify, so you can also keep that in mind, Mr. Thomas.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you said you were sustaining the objection. Did you mean you were overruling the objection?
I apologize. I'm overruling the objection.
Thank you. You can respond, Mr. Nori.
So the security, the amount of security and the number of security will all depend on the final capacity and also whatever recommends us. But as of now, generally speaking, we shared a security plan with ANC2F and with the neighbors. We're gonna have at least 2 people at the front door on the weekend nights, or maybe Thursday onward, 1 in each bar area, and also depending on whether all floors are open or the outside is open, you know, each floor would have at least 1 person, depending on how busy those floors are, probably 2. So all of this depends on what ABRA recommends to us once we have the full capacity placards.
Is any of your plan to provide any security to the alley behind your location?
We're planning on having a camera there for our own security, but as far as providing manned security, I'm not sure if that's required or even needed. What's the purpose for that?
Would you agree that your security obligations extend beyond the sort of 4 walls of your establishment?
That part, I'm not sure about that. You know, I mean, I think we're responsible for the front door area, and once people walk out, or even people walking in with the line, as we discussed, making sure that there's access for pedestrians. The back as well, we have a 200 square feet area that belongs to us, so we're gonna oversee the security in that area. And anything beyond that, I'm not sure if we have any responsibility for that.
Okay. The last thing I want to talk about is your outreach to the community. So, you know, you mentioned that you had reached out to the community. Can you tell me specifically who you reached out to discuss your plans?
So I took the lead to reach out to ANC2F on the day the first day we posted a placard. As I emailed Brian Romanowski just to explain to us what we're doing and what the next steps might be. On the ANC2F website, there was some information about, generally speaking, very vague about reaching out to the local community. So we did reach out to a few of the people that we knew who live in the community, but not necessarily the immediate Gladden Alley area. So, but that wasn't specified anywhere. And you know, once we found out, we did try to reach out to some folks who live in the area, but the reach out that we did initially was based on what we saw on ANC2F's website.
Did you speak to any of the membership of my organization, Banca, before you placarded your building?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with them since?
We tried. Nothing came out of it. So
when you say you tried, are you talking about? And I take the instruction from the chairman seriously. So I'm talking about everything outside of settlement discussions that have happened in connection with this proceeding.
No.
Okay. That's all I have for right now. And I will say this though, I'd like to reserve my right. I have no further questions based on the proffer from Mr. Klein that he will be introducing another witness to discuss security at this location. If such witness is not called, I would reserve the right to recall Mr. Nori to discuss that specific topic.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Mr. Nori, I just want to get some clarification from you. So based on your presentation today, the total occupancy for is the balcony the rooftop, is that what's considered a summer garden?
Yes,
All right. So based on your presentation today, the maximum capacity you're asking for is 48 folks, is that correct?
that's correct. Yes.
And also, is it also correct that you are not asking for an entertainment endorsement for the balcony because you're only gonna have background music, is that correct?
You're correct, sir.
And I just how large is, I'm sorry, what portion of the balcony slash rooftop is uncovered?
So the smaller portion of the rooftop is uncovered. It's about 26 feet from the edge of the alley. And then we
So
have another maybe 60 feet that has a rooftop over it.
So the portion that's uncovered, so the portion that's uncovered, are there going to be people in that section?
Yes. Seating.
Instead of
facing the building, not the alley.
And is the section, so how do you, and you might have testified on direct, but how do you plan to mitigate the noise for this uncovered area where people are seated?
So, we don't foresee a lot of noise emitting from that small portion of the balcony roof deck. The bar and the speakers are on the covered part, and it's a lot closer to the actual property line. It's the wall. This is about 26 feet of open space that we are planning on having seats that are facing the property as opposed to facing out. Obviously, because of historic reasons, we couldn't be able to cover it, but we're allowed to cover it with umbrellas or non-structural material, which we're planning on doing that as well.
All right. Now, okay, so you're saying the total capacity for the entire place is 268. So what's the capacity for, how many floors is the structure, and what's the capacity for each floor?
2 floors. I don't have the drawing with me, but it should be.
So, okay, but the drawing was the early exhibit?
Yes.
That had
Yes.
that had, was this a capacity that you created, or is this a capacity that do you have a certificate of occupancy currently for this establishment?
I don't have one yet, but there's one from the previous operator.
All right. So how did you come up with the I think you said the first floor was 114. I think that's what it stated earlier. How did you come up with those numbers?
So the numbers are accomplished by the architect team. Once they do the drawing and we know what the layout is, where the bar goes in the bathrooms, then whatever's remaining, there's a formula for it, and based on the amount of space and the formula, we came up with a 268. It's not a number that I'm picking choose and then it happens. It's based on a formula, based on the amount of space you have available and the use of the property. So it's a code issue.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now, just a question. And maybe I kind of missed this earlier. Did you say that you were changing the concept of the 18th Street Lounge? It's a different concept, or were you going back to the old concept? And the reason I'm asking them, why not change the name if you were changing the concept?
So the change in concept is a change to going back to how it was when we first opened up about 25 years ago, although with a new time in a new era. So it's going back to be more intimate, higher elevated approach when it comes to drinks and the service and the food also, and also elevated approach to the entertainment we're going to be offering. So as I said, within the 25 years that we were in the previous location, we ended up expanding With those expansions, we lost a bit of the quality control and the product itself. So with this move, we're going back to what it was. We call it going back to basics. So.
All right, now you said that you're going to serve food.
Yes.
So just generally, what does the menu consist of?
So we shared the menu with the neighbors before. So we have 3 options at this point. Initially, we were gonna work with a chef, and it would have been a chef-driven menu. But with the ever-changing business world when it comes to hospitality and the pandemic, we thought to have a bit more flexibility to be able to keep our overhead low as we go through these challenging times. So we have the option to work with that initial chef we discussed with, but also we have options to do outside catering from one of the local restaurants that's in the area where we are, and then also the general manager, the head of operations, who's also a witness here. She has experience in the kitchen, and she's also able to put a short menu together for that use. Now, Mr. Chairman, keep in mind, we're not pretending to be a restaurant. We're not even claiming to be a restaurant. It's going to be a short menu, 12 to 14 items to keep people there while they are hungry. So we don't expect people to come there and dine. If they do, it'd be great. But it's more to keep the people who are there in-house.
You know what, Mr. Forward, I'll thank you for stating that you're not pretending to be a restaurant. A lot of times I've had presentation where folks kind of give that impression. So I like the fact that you've stated that you're not pretending to be a restaurant. Now, let me ask you also about the entertainment. So is it your testimony that most of the entertainment that you're having on the location, it's towards the front of the building regarding 9th Street? Rather than toward Gladden Alley? Why did you decide to make this change or this presentation?
Well, I think mainly because of the existing layout of the space. The back of the first floor is bathroom, storage, and the kitchen, so we can't use that. And the way these buildings are actually laid out, they're rectangular and long, so it's quite a challenge to be able to use them in an effective way for a hospitality operation. So the best that we could have come up with, also considering that potentially having any kind of entertainment towards the back of the property would negatively impact the neighbors. So that was 2 of the reasons why we decided to use the front of the space, which overlooks 9th Street, for our entertainment purposes. And also keep in mind, Mr. Chairman, that these particular areas that we're planning on having the entertainment are fairly small. They're about probably 800 feet to 900 feet maximum at a time. So they're not huge spaces. But the floor itself is long. So that, yeah.
All right, and another question I have for you, and the reason I'm asking these questions is because I'm hearing different information from what was placarded. And so that's why I'm just trying to get in my mind some clarification from you. So for the rooftop, I mean, what hours are you requesting for the rooftop, for the operation of this rooftop hours?
So I'm asking for full hours for weekdays and weekends, to 1:30 weekdays and 2:30 weekends.
So you're saying, so what do you call weekdays?
Sunday to Thursday.
So Sunday through Thursday, you're saying 1:30 for the rooftop? And Friday and Saturday, you're saying what?
2:30.
Thank you, sir. Any questions by any board members?
Mr. Shores, question. Good afternoon, Mr. Nora.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, my questions are going to be based on certificates and completions I had at the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, Maryland, and also from the University of Maryland Institute of Fire and Rescue, where I've received certificates on the subject we're talking about today with your application.
Sure, correct.
First of all, I saw you submitted some drawings, and I noticed there were no engineer stamps, no stamps of who completed them. It's just a drawing, and normally in public safety and in public assembly, there has to be a stamp stating this is just not a pie in the sky wish, but this is something that a certified engineer is signed off on. Have you talked to a certified engineer about signing off on the papers? Because I understand DCR is not going to allow accept the papers until they are stamped by a certified engineer.
Sure, sure. So we filed the drawings with DCRA about maybe 2 months ago. It's being reviewed by all the disciplines.
Maybe you didn't hear my question. My question is,
Yeah. I got you.
DCRA doesn't normally accept plans unless they are stamped by a certified engineer. They can't wait and get the engineer after they approve them by DCRA. DCRA has engineers in this section, and they have to be approved prior to.
I'm very aware of this process, sir. So I was going to complete my answer. There's a stamp on the drawing by the architecture firm, and I have a permit number. If you want me to share that, it's a proof of the fact that it's been reviewed by engineers, architects, and it's in file with DCRA to get reviewed by them.
Thank you for agreeing to do that. Will you get stamped plans to Aubrey at your earliest convenience?
So I'm not sure what you mean by stamped. Is it stamped by my architects or by DCRA? Because it won't be stamped by DCRA unless it's approved. It's not approved yet. It's in the process. You know what I'm saying?
The reason why I gave you my credentials is because that my training, and also as a member of the DC Fire Department and the Fire Marshal's office for 33 years, I know the process and I know the law.
Okay.
Will you submit to Aubrey? I mean, I'm just not, I can't make you do anything. I'm just asking you, if you have stamped plans for your location that are signed by an engineer, I would like for those to be turned over to Aubrey, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, if I may step in, we'll turn over whatever we have.
Yeah.
And Mr. Stewart.
Hold on.
I wish I was questioning you, but I'm questioning the owner. But anyway, I'll move on, Mr. Chair. I'll move on.
No, that's not, well, all I'm saying, Mr. Short, is that at the end of this hearing, I'm going to close the record. So nothing, if it has not been provided, it cannot. The record will be closed. It cannot be provided for us to look for us to look at. Okay.
Thanks for reminding me. Okay. Also, I'd like to ask. We were talking about the seating and the numbers. Now, normally with placards, and anybody can jump in on this if they like, there is a placard for standing customers, in which standing, you take all the tables and chairs out. That's what they normally do in nightclubs. So there's a different number when you take all the tables and chairs out versus a placard that would say for seating. So normally there are two placards, but I won't go any further. I just wanted that on the record. And also, I'd just like to ask, the exits from the second floor where you're going to have your summer garden. Do those persons on the summer garden have to come back through the building, downstairs to the first floor, or is there a separate exit off of the second floor in case there's a fire on the front of your building and everybody can't get out of the front door or the back door? Is there a separate place for the people on the second floor where you're going to have a summer garden? Is there a separate entrance or exit for that area on the second floor?
That's a great question, sir. So the fact that we only have a 48 people maximum capacity on the roof deck is exactly why. So there's only one way in and out of that roof deck, which is why we're not allowed more than 48 people. And based on the drawing that's filed at DCRA as we speak, though the existing exits that we have from the front and in the back will be able to allow us to have only 48 people. We cannot have more than that on that roof deck.
I respect that answer because if you go over 50, then it's public assembly and you'd have to have a second means of egress.
Exactly.
Correct?
You're right about that.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your honest answer.
Of course.
Mr. Noor, also, I'd just like to ask, you said you met with the neighbors and and what happened when you met with the neighbors?
So we started the process middle of August. We had our first APC meeting to meet each other and to introduce ourselves. So we tried to share some of the preliminary information we had, keeping in mind that we had just signed our lease in June, and getting professional work between June and August was, not a possibility. And these drawings take a long time. It's a lot of effort to go into them. So, but we did have a preliminary layout of the floors, which reflect the existing plans at this point. We had our security plan, even though it's not required. We had extermination plan contract. We had the initial audio mitigation efforts from the interior and exterior. So we shared all that information with the neighbors, but we haven't had any feedback up to now.
Okay, two more questions and that'll be it for me.
Sure.
The first question I have is about when you were on 18th Street, you had a trash compactor placed in to take care and mitigate some of the problems.
Mm-hmm.
Sharing a building with another establishment in your basement, correct?
That's correct.
So I see on the government's exhibit number 35 in the rear, there's only one dumpster back there. So if there's only one dumpster in the back for that one building, would you consider putting a trash compactor like you did on 18th Street
We actually are. Yes, we actually are doing that as we speak. Jordan Neighbor, who's also a witness in this meeting, she's the general manager. She's taken efforts with Shaw Main Street to combine all the existing businesses on that block and get one fairly large compactor to be used by all the businesses. And in this way, we stop using all these loose bins and smaller bins that are like laying around and doesn't look appealing. It's always, the top is always open and different people use them. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint who's the problem, who's not. So I think if we go to one medium to large compactor for all the businesses on the block, will really help the whole process.
Well, how long do you think that would take?
We started the process about right before the holidays a little bit. So we're waiting to hear back. There's supposed to be a grant for this kind of a issue. So we're waiting for that response from Shaw Main Street. And as soon as we hear that, we have all the businesses on board, which is really good news.
That's good news.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we also have the property to use that dumpster at. So we have, two of the three issues taken care of. Now it's about the money part.
Okay, well, I'll just say this. I was on the board when the trash compactor was put on 18th Street, and we were very pleased about that. So were the neighbors, and I know in your heart you had to be also because of the rat problem. And
Yes.
and all of the other things that were going on.
Yeah, and the compactor happened to be right behind our property. So, we were impacted a lot by the rodent issue and the loose bins out there in the back. So.
Well, do I remember, and thank you for complying to what you said you were going to do. I was a board member, I guess I was probably the only board member there when that happened. But at any rate, we appreciate that cooperation.
Of course, sir. Sure.
Lastly, on your sound mitigation, is that a sound engineer? Do they have credentials? Have they been trained? Do they have certificates that they are qualified to give sound mitigations? Because a lot of times we've had people that come before the board before, and they might get a friend or somebody down the street, or not saying that you have, but to me as a board member, I would like to see that we have a sound technician or someone with credentials stating that they are professional at this and what they're submitting to this board about sound mitigation and also to the community is solid.
That's correct. Yes.
I hope you can understand and appreciate that.
Absolutely. And, as far as the level of the quality control I like to have in my operation, I always want to work with the best. So, The audio engineer that I work with as the vendor for 18th Street Lounge, he has a master's in audio engineering, has been in the business for about maybe 30 years at this point. I've worked with him for the past 15 years. He's well qualified. I can get his resume for the board if need be. And I'm also working on this particular project with the outside issue with Martin Beam, who's also very qualified. He has his information in the PIF as well, and he's a witness in this in the hearing.
I do thank you for your answer, sir, and thank you for being forthwith to the board. Thank you, sir.
Sure,
That's all I
appreciate
have,
it.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Are here no other questions?
Jenny's raising her
I
hand.
You have a question, Mr. Grandson?
No, I do, but I think Jenny was raising her hand. So before I just want you to know.
Ms. Hanson, do you have a question you want to ask?
I do. Thank you. So 18th Street Lounge was an institution in Washington. How do you plan to celebrate your 25th anniversary?
Good question. Couple of years we'll skip between the actual anniversary and once we hopefully open up. But I like to maybe to combine the opening of the new place with the celebration of being in business for 25 years. So that's the idea at this point.
And we certainly love businesses in DC and business owners and also neighbors. I think there's a shared space and a shared value there. And I know that you'll have regular patrons, but you'll also have these neighbors who let's call them concerned neighbors. And your attorney said that the abutting properties are not residential, but we do know that in that alley, or as he would like to say, grouping of alleys, there are residents. They can see the property, they can hear, obviously. I really hope that we don't find our way back here to discuss any complaints of safety issues or discourage residents, but given the back and forth that already exists with neighbors and their concern, do you think that there is any way to avoid conflict?
I think the main aspect of this would be the fact that we always abide by existing rules and regulations of the district, plus ABRA and NPD, and we're also taking additional measures to address those exact concerns. So not only we're going to be abiding by the existing rules and regulations of the district that oversee those issues and concerns, we're also going above and beyond at this point, as maybe you can witness with all the efforts we're undertaking and all the investment we're undertaking to make sure that we don't have any issues or any conflicts with the neighbors. And as long as those efforts and those undertakings are respected or valued or even considered, so that will really help. If there's anything specific that might need to be done, we're willing to have an open ear and have conversations with the neighbors, as long as the approach is reasonable and fair and civil.
And I'll just give a specific example because I think we've talked about a number of things that are valid and should be on the table for consideration. I know we're going to hear from someone specifically about security and safety, but that is a congested area. I mean, it just is. There are a number of establishments there. There's one that I use regularly for events. It's really tricky to get delivery trucks in, out, around, pickups. There can be times when there are conflicts of interest there. If you have a wedding going on, for example, or some kind of event where you have a bunch of commotion. I mean, it's heavily trafficked. And you've got the rideshare thing also. With one of my concerns is the line down that very narrow street. It seems that you have an agreement with the dog daycare next door that sounds more not as an afterthought, but it really does sound like part of the plan. that establishment does not have an agreement to uphold the same, pieces that we're talking about here. So I would really want to know a little bit more about how, maybe not now, it's just something to think about. I mean, the doggy daycare line thing is, it seems like it's not the backup plan, it is the plan. And they're not obligated to clean, they're not obligated to do crowd control. Sorry, you're gonna say something?
No, I just want to, yeah. So are you finished? I'm sorry.
I'm finished with that question, that particular question, yes.
Okay. So, one thing I foresee down the road is, I think cooperating with the neighbors is really crucial. Obviously, with our basement neighbor and Dogtopia and Longview Gallery, because I noticed they have a lot of events. They use their back entrance and the front entrance. So, we really don't foresee that kind of a traffic that Longview might have for either weddings or receptions when they haul in chairs and furniture, huge catering events. So that's a different business model than us. I foresee a lot of walk-in traffic. As I said, a lot of our audience is in that area of town. Ride shares might be the other option, or metro. So using the sidewalk for the line, for the formation is one of the ways to be able to leave access for the pedestrians. Now, as I said, with the small size of the property, smaller size, and the extended hours, I really don't foresee massive entrance at the same time, or a mass exodus at the same time. Now, we should be prepared for it. You're absolutely right. And I think one of the best ways to be prepared for it is what we have in plan right now with Dogtopia, but then also, once we open up, we can be able to maybe cooperate with the other neighbors once they have events or bigger undertakings that we should be aware of, and work with them as a team.
And can you clarify the QR code? I know you said it was for reservations, but can you confirm that it will not be used in any way to verify the age of a guest or vaccination status?
So yeah, the QR code won't be for reservation. It'll be just for the cover charge, the entry charge.
Is that how you're planning on doing crowd control, by knowing how many people have? I assumed.
We have a clicker for that. So you just click 1, 2, 3, and out. So we have 2 door guys, 2 security at the door. One can click in and one can be able to click out, and then you can see how many people are inside at that moment. The QR code would relate to the cover charge and not ID check. ID check is to be done manually, as it's been done all the time. Absolutely, yes.
So how far in advance will you be able to make a reservation on the system for the cover charge? Is it like when an act is coming and you want to go, or is it?
We're still working on the tech part of that. I'm working with a firm to build the app for some other usage, but it could be also for the cover charge. But I'm working with our POS firm, the point of sales firm, to integrate the cover charge into our sales. So that'll be a different entity than the app that we're going to build, but they could overlap as far as that information is concerned.
Because the information you will then have in advance is how many people will be in that concentrated area at a time, and you would potentially be better equipped to get rid of the excess crowd.
That's a great point. Yes, sure.
Given the constraints, I know there's a lot on the table. Do you still feel that this particular location fits all of the marks that you were looking for in an ideal location?
I really think it does, and a lot of this has to do with the impact of the pandemic on the hospitality business. So, small, yes, it's a lot smaller than what we had the sidewalk or the alley, the roof deck is a lot smaller than what we had before, but I'm seeing a downtrend in bar and late night activity since pre-pandemic, but with the pandemic, it's kind of exacerbated. So that's why I picked this location. For the size of it, it's manageable, and we can keep quality control on the product itself, management of the business, and it's pretty close to the audience that likes to frequent 18th Street Lounge, and it's a lot less expensive when it comes to my rent, so that's a big issue as well.
No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hens. Mr. Grandis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you, the applicant, for being here today and giving us a good worldview of what you plan to do. So thank you for your presentation and your capable attorney in answering the questions that have been before you. Just for the record, I live off of 18th Street in DuPont Circle since the 1970s, and I'm very familiar with the 18th Street Lounge as a nice destination in the past. However, as you have said in the application and in the presentation today, even though branding is very important, I'm assuming that's one reason you kept the trade name, even though if I was from out of town, I would be confused on why it's 18th Street Lounge on 9th Street. But could you go through each floor of the 18th Street location and give us a sense on how it will be different on each floor in the new location, as far as, because it was always sometimes a surprise and as they say, a destination when I would enjoy the various floors. So could you help me understand the differences between the two locations?
Sure. Like I said in previously earlier, that a lot of the usage of each floor might have to change as we get closer to opening, and also once we open up, we're not sure how busy we're going to get, how slow it's going to be, what would people be gravitate to, or what they want. So generally speaking, at this point, is the first floor that you walk in is the floor with the kitchen. So that's a change of usage as far as with the previous location. There's going to be a fairly large bar on the first floor and a stage area that's a lot smaller than what we had before. A sizable seating area that's kind of comparable to the previous location. The top floor compared to the previous location is almost the same size, I'd say. The bathrooms are upstairs as well too. We do have restrooms on the first floor as well. I want to make sure we have enough stalls so there's no need for backup or any other issues. The stage on the top floor is also a lot smaller. The bars are larger than the previous location, that's for sure. And the rooftop balcony is probably half the size of what we had before.
And at the 18th Street location, were you a CT at that location?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And did you have a dance floor in that location, a designated dance floor?
Yes, we did. On the first floor, we had that.
And what was from your recollection, what was the approximate size of that dance floor?
Something around 12 by 12, maybe 12 by 14, something along those lines. And it wasn't used all the time. It was just mainly on the weekends. It would get, used as a dance floor. So it was usually the area was used for seating, but then as we got closer to the weekends, they would use it for dancing. So.
And in the new location, do you plan to have a dance floor, a designated area for a dance floor?
Yes, eventually, once we know, how the customers would flow into the space and what areas might work and which areas might not work, we'll be able to find and be able to pinpoint a specific area for dancing. Sure.
So you'll follow the current regulations for CT on the representation of a dance floor is required by the regulations.
Absolutely, yes.
In your roof deck, have you all applied to the BZA for a variance to allow people and food and beverage on the roof?
Yes, so it's past historic. Historic has approved it. We're just waiting for zoning at this point. We don't need a special historic restoration HPRB input at this point because we don't have the covering won't extend towards the alley. So there's no need for HPRB review at this point.
But what about zoning review?
It's being done as we speak. So that's our last stage. We have a review with DCRA on the 31st of this month.
That's about it. I want to thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Grandis. Are there any other questions by any of the board members? All right, hear none. Mr. Thomas, any redirect based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No.
Mr. Klein, any redirect based on the questions that were any redirect?
Yeah, just a couple. Mr. Nori, how much are you spending on sound mitigation?
So at this point, we're looking at between the interior and exterior, with the kind of speakers we're getting and the install and the mitigation effort, it's going to be close to $200,000 at this point. Could be more with the supply chain issues and the ever-changing pricing that is happening in real time nowadays. So we're looking at least 200K.
You were asked about noise bleeding from the establishment out the doors to the balcony rooftop area. If that becomes a problem, are you committed to addressing any noise issues that might arise that might not have been anticipated?
Yes, there are ways to rectify that, so we can look into that if need be.
All right, and lastly, you indicated that all the businesses are on board for the compactor program. Is that correct?
That's yes. Jordan can be able to give more information.
All right,
on
I'll
that.
ask her about that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Klein. Okay, I had stated at the beginning that I want to take a break every 2 hours. So let me see where we're at. Mr. Klein, how many other witnesses do you have?
I have 5, but they will be
You have
all
5
a lot quicker than Mr. Nori. Mm-hmm.
You have 5 other witnesses. And how many witnesses do you have? And how many witnesses do you have, Mr. Thomas?
I've got 5 slated right now as well.
All right. And all right, I'm going to take a 15-minute break because we've been sitting here for over 2 hours. So I want to take a 15-minute break again so folks can come back. So as I said before, I'll try to take a scheduled break every 2 hours so folks can sit back because this is gonna be a while. But just want to remind folks, I need you to be cognizant of the questions you're asking so we can do this hearing as efficiently as possible. So it's now 2:38, and 15 minutes from 2:38 is what? I'll say 2:55. So we'll come back at 2:55 for this hearing. So again, you can stop your video, you can mute your video, mute your microphone, but don't log off. Okay, so 2:55. Okay, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. All right, Mr. Klein, do you have another witness, please? And
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I have a
Thomas.
point of procedure I'd like to raise before we
Yes,
move
sir.
forward with Mr. Klein's case.
Yes.
Mr. Klein has indicated, and I apologize, Mr. Klein. I actually tried to give you a call during the break to get in touch with you to raise this with you ahead of time. So I don't mean to spring this on you. Mr. Klein has indicated he has 5 witnesses. We have 5 witnesses. I do not see how logistically this is going to get done prior to 5 or 6 o'clock. I will add that as a result of sort of the time it's taken to get to this point, our MPD officer has indicated to us that he's likely no longer available today to testify. He was an important material witness in our case. And he was a witness that when we scheduled him, we instructed him that each side was going to have an hour and that, this hearing had been set aside for 4 hours. So what I would like to raise as, I don't know, an oral motion or is to continue this into a second day to allow each side to put on their case. I have serious concerns and reservations that we are going to have sufficient time to put on our case at the rate that this is going. I will add, and the ANC can weigh in on this, but there is an alcohol policy meeting for the ANC this evening that needs to be attended by relevant representatives of the ANC. I just think time is running out at the moment. And rather than get to the end and be jammed up and have, Mr. Klein have to rush his case, us to have to rush our case and lose witnesses, I would request that we have a brief continuance of the hearing to allow for the full presentation of each side's case in chief.
Mr. Thomas, before Mr. Klein responds, we don't run out of time at these hearings, sir. The hearing is over when the hearing is over. There is no 5 o'clock deadline for the hearing to be over, sir. That's one of the reasons why the hearing was scheduled for 10 o'clock today. So if it takes, if we're going to be here till 2 a.m. this morning to finish this case, we will finish this case. Now, if you have a witness that has a time constraint, you can make a motion, and if the applicant agrees, we can take a witness of yours. If, say, for example, the police official, if he needs to testify, and we can take his testimony. You can make a motion. I'll hear what the licensee has to say, and we can take his testimony out of order. But we can finish this hearing today because there's no time constraint on at least on the board's perspective, because we are prepared. That's what I've told everyone. So we are prepared to listen to this hearing until the end of it. So there's no 5 o'clock deadline. So yeah.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. What I would say is we've already lost a witness due to the time it's taken to get to this point, and it's not clear that we're going to be able to get him back today at this point. So that is one of the problems. So our case is already prejudiced by that fact. Which is why I suggested continuing it to another day, even tomorrow, if the board's allows. But I want to make sure that my clients are adequately represented and they raise issues about crime in the area and have designated a witness to testify to that point that's no longer available as we've run over what we had initially planned for.
Mr. Klein, any comments?
I mean, we're not inclined to continue it. We're prepared to go through. We would have agreed to have the witness taken out of order. Would still be agreeable to that if that's possible.
I mean, Mr. Thomas, one of the things I alerted the parties this morning is that, like the protestants will not be able to present their case till this afternoon. So if there was a issue with a witness, you should have brought that to our attention, and I would try to say, for example, the witness had a time constraint. I could have made preparations to take this witness out of order, because that's one of the reasons why the hearing was moved to today to start at 10 o'clock, because we knew that we had the whole day to do that. But one thing that we can do, let the applicant finish his case today. At the end of the applicant's case, let's see where we are. Let's see where you are with witness availability. And if we need to reschedule it, the board would be able to provide a very, very short timeline to complete that case. But so I'll allow Mr. Klein to finish his case. And again, remember, because it's a new license, we are somewhat constrained on granting continuances, because by law we have to make a decision within a specific period of time. So that's one of the reasons why I know that initially you had requested a continuance, a longer continuance, but that's not something that we can do unless the applicant. All right, so let's see where the applicant is, and let's have the applicant complete his case, and then we will see where you are with your presentation, and then we'll move from there. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. All right, so you have another witness, Mr. Klein.
Yeah, next witness is Jordan Neighbor.
Jordan Neighbor. Where's Mr. Neighbor?
Hi.
Jordan is missed. That's one of the reasons why I always ask folks to turn their cameras on.
I don't mind. It's fine.
All right. So therefore, I will not create this problem by anyone. All right, Miss Neighbor, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Yes, good afternoon, Miss Neighbor. What is your connection to the applicant?
I am the Director of Operations / General Manager of 18th.
Okay. And what will be your duties?
My duties will be coordinating HR, payroll, bookkeeping, hiring and oversight of general operations. And once we're closer to opening, additional managers and shift leaders will be hired under my supervision.
Is security something that will come under your purview as well?
Yes. However, I will be hiring a security manager, likely someone from the previous location that we have a relationship with and know how they already operate.
But you've already thought about plans for security for the establishment, correct?
That is correct.
All right. What are the plans?
Well, first we have to have a minimum of at least one security staff at the entrance, one staff per each bar. The largest bar will likely require 2. All of this will change depending on how many bars are open at the time. We can't predict that now because we don't know what our sales are going to be like, but we will keep at least 1 per each bar and 2 per the largest bar at all times, with at least 1 at the door. It'll likely be 2 though, for weekends or any busier nights. These security staff will be trained both on site and also required to either be TIPS or TAM certified. They should be looking for aggressive behavior, people wandering into restricted places, one of those being towards the back door and kitchen area, people who should not be served anymore, people who might need assistance, overcrowding, things of the such. All security staff hired must have previous security experience in the hospitality industry. We think that is a must. And if they don't have TIPS or TAM certified training, but they have another comparable one, we will request that we find verification for that. But if not, then they need to get that training up to date. Training is also given on how to spot false identification. Any incidents or altercations are to be reported in our security log, which we already have set up. It'll require to be filled out by the manager on duty at the end of each shift, regardless of any incidents to report. There's also going to be security cameras in all common areas of the establishment. Footage will be recorded and kept for 30 days in the case that it's needed for any type of investigation.
Will you have security presence in the Summer Garden area?
Yes, we will, because we'll have one in each bar.
Okay. And you've also been involved in outreaching to businesses in the neighborhood. Is that correct? Your neighbors?
Yes. I spoke to them before our first meeting to figure out what type of issues the neighbors might have in the beginning. And also I've been coordinating with them on trash. At first we were trying to coordinate getting group trash cans together, and then it seemed that the problem was larger than that. So now we're working on getting a compactor in the alley. And right now it's still in the works, but we're trying to coordinate getting a grant from Shaw Main Streets.
And have you taken the lead on behalf of ESL to bring the other business owners together for this common compactor?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And in terms of, there's been lots of talk about line management.
Sure.
Can you tell us what your thoughts are on the management of the line?
Yeah, well, first, I probably shouldn't say this, but I do know it is a strategy of some night establishments to keep a line outside to convince people that it is busy inside. This is not something we're going to be doing at the new location. It's pretty much to signify people that we're open, we have a bunch of people inside, you want to line up with us too, but normally isn't the actual case. You get inside, it's pretty dead. One, we won't be doing that. Two, we won't have anybody lining up on the stairs. We don't want any incidences of people falling or slipping or just loitering on the stairs. So if we do need to have a line, we'll have them line up at the bottom of the stairs to the right, where it's a much larger area. And our security staff is also going to be trained in how to maintain that line. I mean, if our security staff are doing their job, this line shouldn't be an issue. If they refuse to cooperate with our security staff, well, then they're not getting it.
Okay, and what about checking IDs? There's been some discussion about that, and we heard some testimony about it. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, all the bars in the area check IDs, and there's never been too much of an issue with the lines. I have seen lines outside of bars in the area. They never cause too much of a fuss. It doesn't normally take that long to check an ID. If you have, a trained security person doing it. It'll change where we're checking them based on the weather. If it's cold, we're not going to force our security staff to stand out in the cold all day. We might be checking them once they enter the building. And if they don't, if it's a false identification, they're going to have to leave. But they should also be trained in how to deny entry to somebody without escalating the situation. You want to train them more in de-escalation rather than get out of here, make them mad, and we want to avoid any type of conflict, and we do take our security personnel incredibly seriously.
And then what about collection of cover charge?
Cover charge, we're going entirely cashless. A lot of people think that sounds crazy, but I worked at the previous location briefly, and I think it is entirely necessary for the benefit of the business. And most customers don't have cash anyways. It was a huge pain in the butt to going to the old 18th Street Lounge, having to go to the ATM as well down the street. I don't foresee this being an issue at all. Whether we have an app or not, I know our POS system that we've signed on with, they said they will give us handhelds, so people should be able to pay quickly from either their phones or their credit card at the door.
And are you involved in the development of food offerings at the establishment?
Yes, I am.
Okay, tell us about that. What's going to be offered? What's going to be?
Well, we have a few different options. I've been working with one company who might cater, but we wanted a backup in case we're gearing towards something a little nicer. We want small bites and snacks, pretty much largely catered towards an international crowd. We want a little bit from each type of, or various cultures. I don't know if many of you have ever been to 18th Street Lounge, but it is a fairly international crowd. So
Okay.
that's as much as I can give away right now.
Great. All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have of you. Thank you for your testimony. I'll make you available to Mr. Thomas and the board.
Sure.
Mr. Thomas, any questions?
Yes, just a few brief ones. Starting with the neighbors, my understanding from your testimony is you were involved in the outreach to the neighbors.
Yes, some of them, sure.
Okay, and I heard you mention neighboring businesses. Did you talk to any individual residential neighbors?
Prior to our first APC meeting, no, it was maybe one. I wasn't really sure what to expect from this meeting, and I thought the meeting was the opportunity to speak with the neighbors, which I attended, I believe, 2 ANC meetings, and also the meeting with Banca to hear out the concerns of everybody and try and find reasonable solutions.
Did you speak with any of them outside of those meetings?
Yes, I did. On I believe in October, we had a menu tasting that had a lot of leftover food from, and rather than throwing it away, I decided to give it away. So I gave it to some people in Alley that I knew, and then I also met with Vincent Easley and some of the people from the picnic bench group. Just talk generally about 18th Street Lounge and let them have sandwiches.
And they're protesting your license?
That is correct.
What about the group of 5 that are protesting your license? Have you spoken to any of them about your operations?
During all the meetings, yes.
Outside of the meetings?
Outside of the meetings, no, I have not.
Okay. Have you reached out to them directly outside of the meetings?
No, I've not. I've largely been treated pretty poorly by a lot of these groups of people, so I'd rather keep them to the designated platform.
Okay. You mentioned that you coordinated with some other residential businesses, excuse me, some other businesses that are neighboring the establishment, right?
Yes, for the trash.
Yeah, which businesses did you discuss the trash compactor with?
Tiger Fork, Calico, Kaza, which is going to be opening, Never Look Better, and I also believe, what's that last one on the corner? I'm blanking on the name. Lost and Found, sorry.
When did you have these conversations?
I mean, they've been ongoing for a while.
When did they start?
I don't know off the top of my head.
When was the last time you talked to them?
A few weeks ago before Christmas.
Where do you plan to locate the trash compactor?
On a location owned by Patrick Welch.
Where is that?
I don't know if I'm allowed to share that information, but I have spoken with the compactor companies. I've had people come out and assess the space, make sure it's feasible, and also figure out what we need to do to the space to get it in proper condition.
Does the compactor make noise?
I believe so.
Okay. But you don't know, or you can't share with me where you're going to place it?
I don't know if he's comfortable with me sharing that information, but I have properly assessed whether it's feasible in that location.
Feasible in what regards?
Will it fit? Can it be removed?
What type of noise it makes?
I have no idea about the noise.
Okay.
I think he's asking you if the noise was one of the questions that you asked. I thought that was a question.
Correct. I'm asking if any
Oh, yeah, I did ask them how loud it was, and they said not that loud, but I didn't ask the decibel range or get an example of one. They're not incredibly large, but for the guy that came out, I mean, he's also a sales guy, so who really knows? But he told me that it shouldn't be too big of an issue.
Would they be located near, I mean, if you're not going to share where the compactor would be, can you tell me
would be in
where
the alley.
it would be in the alley? Okay. How close to the residential areas of the alley?
Fairly close. I just assumed that the benefit of having, what, 5 businesses locating their trash in one space would outweigh the sound that it might cause every 6 hours. I don't know how often it makes a sound. I don't
Okay.
think it's that
It's
often.
going to be close to residences, correct?
I mean, it's in the alley, so we've already looked at the
Okay.
makeup of the alley.
I want to talk about your dialogues with other businesses as well. So you talked, Mr. Nori testified, and I think you were, I don't know if you were in the virtual room or not, that someone had conversations with Dogtopia about allowing you to line people up in front of their business. Are you the person that had those conversations?
Yes, I did. And I do want to clarify, it was mentioned agreement. We don't have any formal agreement. What I did was after one of the meetings, people had concerns about Dogtopia, so I went over to ask them if they had any concerns about us coming, if they would need any type of sound deadening curtains for if we put a line outside, or if they were worried about sound coming from our building, and they didn't have any concerns.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I want to make this point clear, there is no formal agreement between ESL and Dogtopia to allow you guys to operate a line outside of their establishment, correct?
There's no formal agreement. At the time, it didn't seem it was necessary.
Okay.
But we also don't know whether we're gonna have a line. Like I said, a lot of times people just put one there to make it look busier than it is.
Was that a policy at the old ESL location?
I wouldn't say it's a policy that people talked about, but it was definitely something they did.
Okay, so ESL used to keep a line outside for the purposes of getting business in the door.
Not all the time. I mean, it's a different location, different concept. It's surrounded by a bunch of nightclubs, but
Understood.
yes, they had definitely had a line outside when it was very empty inside.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the candor on that. So you mentioned that you're going to put line people up kind of, I'm guessing from your description, next to the stairs. Is that right?
Objection. The testimony is that she doesn't expect to have a line, and now we're talking about where we're going to line them up.
If I recall correctly, she testified, and if the witness can answer the question, but I recall that she said if there was a line, they were going to put it next to the stairs and not have people standing on the stairs. Am I remembering that wrong?
I think, all right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, but I think we're speculating. We didn't testify that I don't know if we're gonna have a line, so I'm not quite sure why we're spending a whole lot. The witness gave some general testimony about, okay, if we have a line, this is what we're gonna do. So I'm not quite sure. The business is not open. They don't know if they're gonna have a line, so I'm not quite sure how probative this line of questioning will be.
Well, I'm getting into the policy of how they would handle a line if they should have one. And all I want to know is, are you going to rope off the line on the sidewalk if you do in fact have one? Is that going to be the policy?
I didn't have any intention of doing that, but if it becomes necessary, we might. But I was planning more for the security staff to ask people to line up more formally in a more condensed line. And those who can't follow probably shouldn't be let into our establishment.
Okay. I want to talk about cashless really quickly. So you guys, both Mr. Nori and yourself have testified that you're going to use cashless completely for cover charge. Is that right?
Correct.
Are you guys aware of any statutory prohibition in the District of Columbia that prevents you from operating a purely cashless business?
No, because
Objection. There was no objection. There was no testimony that this was going to be a purely cashless business. That was not the testimony.
Are you aware of a statute called the Cashless Retailers Prohibition Amendment Act of 2020 that prevents you from offering from not accepting cash? Are you aware of that?
Objection calls for a conclusion of law, and I would dispute that that's what that law says.
Doesn't call for a conclusion of law. I ask simply if she's aware of it and if they considered it in forming their cashless plan. Whether it violates the law or
He
not
also
is another-
recited what he thinks it says. I don't believe it says that, and I'm certain that this witness is not in a position to say what she believes it says.
Again, the question is whether she's aware of the law.
Hold on a minute. This is all right. I'm going to sustain. I'm going to I'm sorry. I'm going to overrule the objection. If she can answer the question, yes. Let's not move on. Yes, no. He asked you, are you aware? If you are, answer. If
I'm not aware of any such law because I know that most businesses right now are operating cashless because of COVID-19.
In terms of food service, have you guys settled on a menu yet?
We have not, but we have some in the making.
Did you provide a menu to the ANC?
I do not recall. We could have.
Did you provide a menu to the neighbors?
I don't recall. I just know that if we do open, everything's subject to change based on preferences, taste, and general volume.
How are you guys going to use the kitchen, or are you going to bring food in from the outside and serve it? How is that food service going to work?
Well, that depends because we have one person that we've already spoke with about potentially catering, and then we also have our backup plan of using the kitchen. Everything, I mean, it's a business. Everything is subject to change.
Well, I understand that, but never mind. So if you need to bring deliveries of food in, where are you going to take those deliveries from?
Potentially the back door, also the front door if necessary.
Okay, so you're going to have trucks pull into the alley to deliver things to the establishment. Is that correct?
Potentially, as all the other businesses in the alley do.
Right. Finally, in terms of security, how did you reach your staffing plans for security?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So you testified that you were going to have one security guard at each bar and then two at the door. Is that right?
Yes, if that's what it needs for the night. Every station will have at least one. But these things are changing depending on how busy we are. It'll never be less than that.
Okay.
Is what I'm saying. It's likely going to be a lot more.
And are these staffing decisions based on any policy, any sort of guidance from a security organization, from MPD? Anything along those lines?
No, just based off of experience, and it's based off of what we decide we need later. These are just preliminary guidelines until we're open.
Okay. How is the security going to monitor any conduct that happens outside of the establishment?
It depends on where it is. Outside of it, we will have likely 2 security staff. I mean, they're all trained in how to de-escalate. They should never put their hands on a guest unless it's absolutely necessary and they're becoming a danger to them or to other people. We take security very seriously, and it's not something that I'm willing to look the other way for.
Have you formulated a security plan for this establishment?
I have. I don't believe we're required to, since we're not a nightclub. We're going for the C-Class Tavern license.
now that you mentioned that, let me ask you this. Do you maintain the website for 18th Street Lounge?
I personally do not.
Are you familiar with the website?
I've seen it before, but we're not open, so it hasn't been touched in a while.
Okay.
To my knowledge.
Are you aware that the website holds 18th Street Lounge out as a nightclub?
Yeah, well, it's our legacy. It's probably left over from 2020.
Okay. So you're saying you were a nightclub?
Objection as to what is a nightclub. We have a licensing statute that sets up various categories. Other than that, there's no legal definition of what is a nightclub.
Stay and let's move on.
Any other questions?
Board's indulgence for a moment. Did you yourself compile the security plan, or did you have assistance from anybody?
I worked on the previous one and I made changes to it from the old 18th Street Lounge.
Okay. And do you have any law enforcement background, any history with security, any security certifications, anything along those lines?
I do not, but we haven't had it reviewed by legal yet, so it was just a preliminary document.
Okay. Did you review any secondary sources in compiling your security plan?
No, because I left all the crucial information, or what I believe to be crucial.
Okay. I'd like to introduce an exhibit if possible.
Sure.
Oh, I have to get permission.
What is it?
Well, what is it? Is it in your disclosure?
Yeah, it's exhibit 14 to our PIF. It is the 18th Street Lounge security plan that was submitted.
All right, Mr.
Which I think the witness just testified she drafted. So I'd like to ask her some questions about it.
Ms. Foster, can you please give Mr. Thomas the ability to share his screen, please? You can share your screen, sir.
I'm pulling it up. Okay. Can you see that, Ms. Nabler?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not well versed in this the WebEx platform, so I apologize if it's a little clunky, but there were just a few things I wanted to ask you about, if you don't mind. So I'm going to show you, I guess, section 7. Well, first of all, I'm going to just scroll through this quickly. In another time before COVID, I'd actually show it to you and you could thumb your way through it. But is this a copy of the security plan that you assembled?
I mean, if you're bringing it up, I'm sure it is.
Okay, I just want to make sure if it's not, tell me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I'm going to stop at section 7, identifying over intoxication. So the plan states that someone who is over intoxicated or drunk should be considered as someone who poses a threat to the safety of themselves and others. You would agree with that statement, right?
Yes.
You would agree that if someone is over intoxicated, they would pose a threat to the community once they left your establishment. Is that right?
Yes, but the point of the security plan is to avoid having people get excessively drunk.
Agreed. Agreed. And I understand that, but I guess my question is a little bit more, my question is going to be is, what plans does ESL have to deal with patrons who become over intoxicated or drunk and then leave their facility?
I believe in the security plan, it says somewhere that if somebody needs to be removed or leave, to escort them, either have a friend take them or escort them into a car, like an Uber or something.
Does the security plan lay out any procedures for monitoring the exterior portions of the establishment?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so does it talk about monitoring the rear exterior of the establishment?
There is definitely something mentioning that we should be checking the back door to ensure it's locked often.
What about for intoxicated patrons back there?
Well, there's multiple bars back there. We can't be responsible for every random person that walks through the alley.
Well, I didn't ask about any random person. I asked about your patrons that may be intoxicated back there. Is there a plan to monitor back there to ensure that intoxicated patrons don't leave and go hang out back there?
I'm sure if that arises, we could add it to the plan.
Does the plan discuss any sort of exterior security dealing with intoxicated patrons?
I believe outside of the door, but as I mentioned, I don't think we're even required to have a security plan, so we have this as good measure.
I'm not focused on the requirement. I'm focused on the actual way that you're going to protect the community. That's my focus. So my question is more just, do you have?
Ideally, the idea to protect the
Objection,
community.
Mr. Chairman, I've let this go on, but I mean, the fact of the matter is, we all know ABC establishments have limited authority over anyone outside their premises. And it seems to me Ms. Neighbor has answered to the best of our ability, and we seem to be moving into just badgering at this point.
Mr. Thomas, I'm not quite sure where you're going. Because they have applied for a Class CT, there's no legal requirement for them to have a security plan. And if they do have a security plan, it will be reviewed by our agency for us to see whether or not it's legally sufficient. So what they have is something that's informal, that they have created. There's no legal requirement for, at least there's no legal requirement from ABRA for them to even have a security plan. So I'm not quite sure. It's not helpful to the board for you to be going through this plan, because at least as far as I'm concerned, it's telling me that here's an establishment that has no legal requirement of a security plan, but they've developed one. So I'm not sure. It's not helpful for us to be going through a security plan that it's not legally required for them to have, and this board has not stated that this plan is legally compliant. So I'm gonna overrule the objection, but I'm not sure where this level of questioning is going.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to move the security plan into evidence.
Mr.
I don't have any objection.
This is exhibit what?
Exhibit, Banca Exhibit 14.
All right. Petition exhibit 14, security plan is moved into evidence. Let's move on, please.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Short.
just to make a comment,
And Mr. Short, you can't make a comment at this juncture. We're in the middle of cross-examination, sir.
oh,
So-
Mr. Chairman, let me finish. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Short, I'm sorry, Mr. Short. We're in the middle of cross-examination of a witness, sir. We can't make comments. You'll get an opportunity to ask her questions. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
That's all right. Yeah, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, fine. Thank you. Any questions by any board members of this witness? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
thank you. Miss
Neighbor.
Miss Neighbor, okay, Jordan Neighbor, yes. Miss Jordan Neighbor, are you familiar with the policies of the Metropolitan Police Department when it comes to private security guards in the District of Columbia?
In what regard?
In how they are hired, how they're trained, and how they perform their duties. If they have prior problems with other establishments like yours, because what we're finding is we have security guards who get fired by one bar or a nightclub or CT, and they go right around the corner and get a job. So whose job is it to check the backgrounds of the people you're hiring and their qualifications?
Well, we were planning on hiring a head of security once we're closer to opening, because I'm definitely no expert. But that was our plan, is to have somebody in charge of them. I think that was the one thing I told Fareed that I could not do, is oversee security.
Okay, thank you for that very honest answer. But the bottom line is, if that head of security isn't trained by some formal training on district law, then how can you hold that person accountable for training the staff underneath him?
Well, that's what we already discussed, is that they all have to be TIPS certified or TAM, get the TAM training.
Would that cover their backgrounds? Suppose they have been convicted of a murder before, and you don't check their backgrounds, and then you hire them as a security guard.
I think everybody, that's in hiring, and we will be checking up on people that we're hiring.
Okay, here's another thing that happens, Miss Jordan. I come here from California or Oregon or Alaska, and my record doesn't follow me like locals. So I come here and I say, I just changed my middle name, and I get hired.
Yeah.
If the MPD, which the law states, checks on security persons in private establishments, that could not happen. Or if it did, it would be caught. So you're saying that you or the person you're going to hire are going to be responsible for all of that to the community?
I'm saying, yes, we will be responsible. I'm trying to relay that we've been more responsible than we needed to with the security plan. That was not required of us.
Okay.
The due diligence to hire the right people.
That's fine. So I don't want to hold your time up there. The chair's trying to move things on, move things forward. But now there's been testimony today that this CT where you're working is not going to be like ordinary CTs, because you're going to be doing it just a little outside of what normal CTs do, with a live band and lines for people getting in and all those other things that happen actually in nightclubs. So if you're going to be doing these extra things, don't you think your security plan should counter for those kinds of extra things, and not what a normal CT would do? Because you're not going to be, according to the testimony and the owner, it's not going to be a normal CT. Will you agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, I hate to object to a board member's question, but I feel that I must, in that, number one, it's compound, and number two, there has been no testimony that he's doing anything different than any other CT with entertainment endorsement. And there's a whole list of licenses that have CTs, that have entertainment endorsements, and this one isn't any different. And the testimony is they're going above and beyond, and they are doing a security plan. So they do recognize what it is that they're doing. But to say that they're somehow doing something different, as it's not consistent with law, I just have to object.
With all due respect, Counselor, with all due respect.
Back at you, Mr. Short.
Okay, it was actually the owner who testified that he is doing things outside of what normal CTs do, and that he is not going to be doing things like a normal CT does, and he did not do his last establishment what other establishments do. So the bottom line is, I'm asking the question of the security person who's testifying that she's met with the owner, she's met with the community, she's met with this person, and she's testified about and submitted a security plan. And if that's true, then the owner did not testify as he should have, because he did testify, and the record will reflect that he does things outside of what other CTs do. Is that correct or not?
Hold on, hold on. All right, Mr. Short, Mr. Klein had object to your testimony, to the question you're asking. However, I'm going to overrule the objection, but can you just ask her a shorter, more pointed question, sir? I'm trying to move this along, so if you have a question, so let's, what's the question you're trying to ask her?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to re-ask my question. My question is, again, to Ms. Nader, Jordan Nader. Neighbor, forgive me.
No worries.
Neighbor, okay. Ms. Neighbor, okay, I see the B, I wrote down a D. Please forgive me.
No, that's fine.
Okay, no pun meant. Ms. Neighbor, again, let me ask, what are your qualifications as a security person for this establishment?
Well, I'm not a security person. I will be the head of operations, general manager. I've worked in the service industry for 10 years. I was a cashier, a grill cook, a server, a bartender, a delivery driver, a dishwasher, and a manager. I have a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance and a master's degree in data analytics. Like I said before, my position is coordinating HR, payroll, bookkeeping, hiring and oversight of general operations, and I will be hiring more managers and shift leaders.
And again, so we can keep things moving and I don't hold you too long on your answers. Again, I heard all of those titles and I heard all those degrees. What makes you qualified to hire a security person in charge of all security for this licensee?
I mean, what makes anybody qualified for that? We'll do our due diligence. We'll check their backgrounds. We will talk to their friends if we hire them through friends. We have plenty of security staff from the old location that will be brought on.
I don't want to cut you off and I don't want to seem like I'm not letting you answer the question, but the question purely is, and I mentioned it earlier, why not check with the Metropolitan Police Department and find out their regulations for security guards in private establishments?
And we certainly will when we're hiring security staff.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for that testimony, and hopefully we never have to revisit this. And then lastly, everything you said, we want to trust you, but I've heard this in politics before, and I've heard it here in this board before. We want to trust but verify. So how will we verify that you've done that?
Are there any systems in place for you to verify that? I'm sure we could put that in an agreement somewhere.
You could call the Metropolitan Police Department and ask them what private security guards regulations are for the District of Columbia. I think that would help. Do you think that would help?
Absolutely. We'll be sure to do that when we're hiring.
All right, thank you very much. That's all I have for this witness. No, one last question. Sure. When you met with the community and you were talking to them about what would and would not happen, did you have at those meetings with the neighbors in the community around this new licensee, did you have the authority to make a deal with them or to say this is exactly what's going to happen? Or would you have to leave that meeting and talk with someone else before they could get a bounding answer from you?
Mr. Chairman, I object.
Sustain. Let's
If you had authority to make a deal, we're talking about settlement discussions.
All right. So let's move on.
Mr. Chair, I thank you, and I'm glad I got through this without being interrupted too much. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members?
I have some questions. Ms. Neighbor, you mentioned going to an ANC meeting and hearing some solutions, which you described as both, you were listening for reasonable and unreasonable solutions. Can you list some of the solutions you felt to be unreasonable?
You can ask that question, Miss Henson. Let's move on. Yeah, you can. You can ask the question. So because you're going to ask her about settlement discussions.
I'm not asking about settlement discussions. I was asking if she could list the reasonable and unreasonable solutions. I think she could answer the question.
No, but that's.
Do you choose to answer the question?
Wait, the question is whether it's a proper question first.
I mean, neither parties that had objected to. I objected to it because I don't believe this is a proper question to ask this witness, because it's after she went to a meeting and basically she's trying to find solutions, and so
She raised it on her own that there were reasonable and unreasonable solutions. If she could answer the question, what those were, reasonable and unreasonable.
And what I'm saying, Ms. Hanson, I mean, the parties were unable to agree. It's up to the board to decide what is reason from what is. So irrespective of what was discussed at meetings, it's because the parties couldn't agree, it's now up to the board to fashion a remedy, whether or not we're going to grant a license or whether or not we're not going to do it. So whether or not she went to a meeting and folks said what was reasonable or unreasonable, I don't believe that's relevant for what the board, for the decision the board has to make. And so that's what so my position that's not a question for this witness to answer. And so let's move on, please.
Ms. Neighbor, you mentioned the name Patrick Welch. What's your professional relationship with him?
He's just the guy who owns the property.
And was that part of the discussion about trash and how to handle that?
Which discussion?
You brought his name up. You said that you were consulting with him. Can you explain the nature of the relationship and consulting with him?
He owns a lot of, he owns a lot of property in the area, and the discussion was about using his property for the compactor.
And with the, I'm going to call it communal trash. You said you were looking for ways to have the businesses in the same shared space use the same. Is it the exact same trash compactor?
Yes.
And is there an issue of liability for communal trash? I mean, how do you decide who is using it more, who's not? Is it like paid for by the group? How do you decide what the liability is?
Yeah, we were all planning to split it. That's also one of the, concerns of how do we split it with the company. That's all part of our discussions of figuring out how can we put this here and make it work for everybody. But we would all be sharing the cost.
And my last question is about the establishment or the business next door with Dogtopia. Do you know the frequency of their late pickups and how that might affect the space?
I have no idea anything about their trash, but they're not one of the businesses.
I meant, sorry, late pickup, because it's dog grooming and boarding. So people have the option to pick up their dog late or on weekends. So do you know how that affects the frequency of their traffic?
Oh, I'm not sure, but when I discussed them, they didn't seem concerned about our business at all. I didn't think they were open late, but I could be wrong. Just from my discussion with them, they seem to not think that it was an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Thomas, any question of this witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, no.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, any redirect?
No, I don't have any redirect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neighbor, for your testimony today. All right, do you have another witness, Mr. Klein?
Yeah, calling Steve Donahoe.
Steve who, I'm sorry? Donahue?
Steve Donahoe. Donahoe.
Mr. Donahoe, where are you? Mr. Donahoe, are you online?
I think he needs to be elevated, maybe. Is that the case?
I don't know. So is Miss
Chairperson,
Go ahead, Ms. Foshbaum. Ms. Foshbaum.
Hello, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
This is Steve Donahoe. I don't have a video option here.
All right. Okay. I don't see on my screen, but I guess you're somewhere. So So what I will do, Mr. Donahoe, since you do not have, I can't see you, I don't know where you are on my screen. And the only problem with this is that none of us are going to know whether or not you are actually here when we're asking questions. But anyway.
Right now it says my video is disabled.
Do you have access to have a video, sir?
Let me see. You guys see me now?
No, all right, okay, yes, I can see you, Mr. Donahoe, yes. Are you on two lines, sir? Because I'm hearing a feedback, so I'm trying to figure if that's from your end. All right, Mr. Donahoe, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you, sir.
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Donahoe. What is your occupation?
Mr. Klein, can you have him spell his name for the record, please?
Before we do the witness, I don't see Steve Donahoe on the PIF that I have. So I'm just going to lodge an objection to the witness based on.
I'm sorry. Do you have a copy of the addendum, sir? Do you have that
I've never
document?
received it. Sorry, I've never received a copy of the addendum.
I don't. Well, let me look at. Is this? Let me go back to the. Let me go back to the addendum.
And for the record, I've spoken with my client during a break, and the only PIF that they received on, I have the version that they received on January 12th. And the version that I have does not have that name and didn't have the name of the other witness on it. So
when was this document, Mr. Klein? When was this document disclosed?
Last Wednesday, on the 12th. We can dig out the email if need be. I mean, your office got it clearly, and it was all sent on the same email. So I don't know what the confusion is.
Let's see. Let's see. All I can say is that the document is available to the board, and you should never assume, but because it was placed as one of the documents for the hearing for the board, I am assuming, and I know I shouldn't assume, but I'm assuming that it was disclosed properly to the board, to the agency, and because it was disclosed properly to the agency, the agency has made these documents available to the board. So yes, I have the document. And
Mr. Chairman, so we can move forward, and in the interest of time, I don't want to hold it up, but I do want to just preserve my objection that we have not been properly noticed about this witness. We were not properly noticed about a prior witness, and we can move forward, but I just want to preserve my objection for the record. That's all.
But the problem that I'm having, Mr. Thomas, is that there can be no objection if the document was properly served. I said I have the document, so unless. All right, let's. I need this to be solved. All right. Who sent this disclosure, and can we find the email when this document was sent and when it was done? Because if the document was properly served on the agency, there is no objection. And because counsel stated that on the 12th, the document, counsel stated that this amendment was properly served. And that's why I have it in front of me. But there's no date on it, so I can't tell. I can't tell when it was served, but I would only have to ask the agency when is it that the agency received this information to make
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at an email from Ms. Johannes of my office, January 12th, 11:36, to Martha Jenkins, Abra, My Gladden Nailer, Bank Group 5, picnicbenchgmail.com, John Gugamos, and to me with this document.
I've also just forwarded that email to Mr. Thomas as well as to Abra, to legal, to Ms. Jenkins.
Do you have that email, Mr. Thomas?
Hasn't come across my inbox yet, but I imagine it will momentarily.
Because if the document was, it's my understanding, based on representation, it was timely served. So it was timely served. I have it. I have access to it. But again, because it's the Abra Legal provide the documents to the board, so it's my assumption that it was properly served and that Abra Legal received it timely. And so therefore, I have the document in front of me with the witnesses that you are objecting to. But my position that there can be no objection because the documents were at least there can be no objections on the fact that you did not properly you were not properly timely notified that these are the witnesses who would testify.
I haven't received the email yet.
Can you, Mr. Thomas, can you put your email in the chat so Miss Johannes can look, so Miss Johannes will provide it to you, please?
Oh no, Miss Johannes has my email, and I take it she forwarded it to me. I don't dispute that representation at all. I'm just saying I have not received it yet.
I'm asking General Counsel. I'm asking the General Counsel to email me a copy of the document that was just sent to her by Miss Johannes.
Mr. Chairman, could we perhaps take 5 under the circumstances?
All right, so it's 3:58, 4:10, and we'll be off the record until 4:10.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're back in the record.
So, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, we've gone back through and my client has been able to locate it, so I'll withdraw my objection.
Thank you very much, because I was going to put on the record that this document was timely disclosed. All right. So Mr. Donahoe, I did swear you in. Is that correct, sir?
Correct, yes.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Mr. Klein, and I did ask you to spell and state your name for the record, please, if you have not yet.
Yeah, it's Steve Donahoe. Last name is spelled Donahoe.
Mr. Donahoe, what's your occupation?
I am a licensed realtor in DC, Maryland, and Virginia.
How long have you been so licensed?
About 6 years total, maybe a year less in Virginia.
And do you work in the area where the new 18th Street Lounge is to be located?
I do. I do a lot of work in Northwest
DC?
Yep.
And as part of your work, are you involved in gauging the market, market trends with respect to residential housing prices?
I am, and kind of one of my specialties is knowing people in the different restaurant and entertainment industries and kind of knowing what's coming up in different neighborhoods. So that way I'm able to kind of verse my clients on this is what's going on in the neighborhood. You're going to have a new restaurant here. This is the development that's happening. You'll be able to walk to this place, walk to that place. So I am kind of involved in that, and I watch all the different trends in the neighborhoods.
Okay, so so you do watch the trends of prices in various neighborhoods?
Yes, definitely. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, given the witness's background, I would ask that he be qualified and this is an expert and be entitled to give his opinion on certain issues.
Mr. Thomas?
I mean, I object.
Do you wish to avoid there, sir?
I kind of do, yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Donahoe, how many properties have you sold around Blagden Alley?
My team and I have sold several. I work on a team, so we kind of.
Mr. Donahoe, we can't hear you, sir.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
All we heard was that your team.
Yeah, so I work on a team. We sell several properties in the area. I would have to go back and download a list of them. I don't have them off the top of my head. I've shown a lot of properties I've shown are in 910 M Street. Shown a few row houses in the area.
How many were you how many, let me take a step back. How many were you listed as the listing agent on?
I would have to go back and look.
More than 5?
In that area, probably 3 in the past 2 years.
Okay, what about you? You've been practicing or you've been licensed for 6 years?
Yes.
So you sold 3 properties in the area, or you've been listed as the listing agent on 3 properties around there in the past 5 years?
No, not past 5 years, past couple of years.
Okay.
I would have to go back and pull those for you.
Where were they? How close were they to the location of the current
There's
establishment?
one over on 5th Street.
On 5th Street?
Yeah, you need me to get the ad?
No, that's fine. 5th Street and what? What are the cross streets?
5th, hold on, let me get the exact address here. It was 5th and, hold on a second. I'd have to go back and see. I think it was 5th and N.
Okay, and you don't recall the others?
I would have to go get the addresses.
Okay. What was the closest property that you were the listing agent for that was to Blagden Alley?
That was the closest one.
Okay, so 5th Street's the closest.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm actually more of a buyer's agent, so I do more work with buyers
Okay, well, how many were you the buyer's agent of record on that?
I have to pull those for you.
Okay, do you have?
I've done 20, 26 sales in the last 2 years, so I'd have to pull a list of that.
Okay, but how many of those 26 were near Blagden Alley?
I would have to pull that up on a map.
Okay.
I mean, I show properties in the area generally very often.
You
Just
show
because
the
I
area.
sold there, I do show in that area very often.
Have you ever done any price compilations for the area? Any market analyses? Anything along those lines?
Yeah, I do anytime I'm working with a client and we're going to put an offer in on something.
Do you have? When was the last time you worked with a client to put an offer in on something in the area?
I will have to look because within the past 2 years, I mean, I'm putting in 3-4 offers per client.
Okay. And you've been licensed for 6 years?
Yes.
How many properties just in total in DC have you been the listing agent on?
Let me pull it up and see. Hang on one second. The past 24, I mean, I would have to get a map out because I have my totals. I don't have it broken down by individual area right here in front of me.
Okay.
I was just.
No, you're fine. What were you going to say?
I was not prepared to bring every listing that I have here.
Okay. Well, where would you say you primarily list properties and sell properties?
1 second, let me just bring up a map. I mean, Northwest, I'm pretty equal with Northwest and Northern Virginia.
Okay. So half of the sales you do are in Northern Virginia?
About.
Okay. And then the other half are in Northwest DC?
Yeah, Northwest. I have a couple in Northeast, couple Southwest. I have 2 in Southwest this year.
Okay. Have you ever, do you have any appraisal certifications?
I'm not an appraiser.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training in analyzing real estate trends or markets? Any advanced degrees in?
I have a GRI designation, Graduate Realtor Institute. I have taken a certification class in competitive pricing analysis.
From where?
That was offered by GCAR.
Okay, and that's a trade association, correct?
GCAR is the Greater Capital Area Association of Realtors. Yes.
Okay. Any other certifications or qualifications?
I mean, just 3 different licenses, the GRI and that.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in marketing and communications from George Mason. I have a graduate certificate in electronic digital marketing from Virginia, UVA.
Okay. What did you do before you were a realtor?
I did marketing, business development. I worked for some large trade associations, consulting firms.
Okay, not real estate not real estate related though, correct?
I have done real estate in the past. In college, I worked for a couple different brokerages, working as kind of a salesperson, not a licensed salesperson, but I worked on properties. I worked for new home builders a little bit as well.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to renew my objection to qualifying this witness as an expert. He has no sales history. He can't testify about his sales history. The closest listing he has is 4 blocks away. I don't believe that the witness is an expert and can testify on property values in this specific, distinct area. So we would object to the qualification of this witness.
All right, let me ask.
Those property values also change every week. So I would have to pull something now. I could pull it out for you and give you general prices and property values. That's what I do all day.
I'll also add for the record that I make the objection with all due respect to the witness. I don't for the witness to take offense to my objection, but our objection is continuous.
Mr. Donahue, what's a licensed realtor GRI? What does that mean?
That's a Graduate Realtor Institute. I have to take 12 different classes, all-day classes to get that designation.
And where do you currently work, sir?
I work for TTR Sotheby's.
What is TTR Sotheby's, sir?
That is a brokerage. So TTR
Sir,
Sotheby's.
I don't know what it is. I need you to explain what it is. I'm a layperson, sir. I'm not in the real estate. You tell me what it is, sir.
Have you heard of Long and Foster or Remax?
Mr. Donahue,
Yeah,
this is you telling me who you are, sir.
Yeah.
Everything that's been said, sir, it has been transcribed. So if someone else goes and reads the transcript, this is what, so you're telling them who you are, sir. This is your opportunity to sell yourself. I'm asking you who you are, and so I need to make a decision.
Okay. Have you heard of Remax or Long and Foster?
I'm being rhetorical, sir. I know what it is. I need you to put it on the record, sir.
So
Mr. Chairman, may I try here to ask some additional questions?
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Mr. Donahue, you work for TTR Sotheby's International Realty, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, what does that company do?
They are a brokerage that sells residential real estate, and actually they're international.
Okay, and in the course of your work, you represent buyers and sellers who were buying and selling residential real estate?
Correct. I represent more buyers, but I do both.
Okay, in fact, yeah, you did indicate that you represented more buyers. In the course of the past 2 years, how many buyers have you represented, approximately?
Ones that have actually purchased, probably 15, including some that decided not to purchase, probably 20 something.
Okay, and how many of those in the District of Columbia? How many of those in the District of Columbia?
I mean, I'm going to say roughly half of those.
Okay, and how many of those in the neighborhood surrounding where 18th Street Lounge seeks to open, approximately? And I'm talking about everybody that you've worked with and done any analysis for.
I mean, I've shown tons of houses in the neighborhood. It doesn't mean I've sold them all there. So
No, I'm talking about people that you've worked with.
I mean, I've probably worked with 15 different people that have at least looked in that neighborhood.
Okay, and in the course of doing so, do you do a comparative analysis of pricing in the neighborhood?
I do. I do that usually when we get a little bit more serious, so we're considering making an offer.
Okay, and in the course of your work, do you talk to people about what it is that makes property desirable, why it is that they might want to move to certain neighborhoods in the district or elsewhere?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, that's kind of why they hire me. Like I said, my specialty is knowing what's going on in the neighborhoods.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would offer him as an expert to the extent that there's any question about his credentials. It seems to me it goes to weight, not to admissibility.
Fine. I will move that he be offered as an expert. You, Mr. Thomas, you are welcome. You'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him on the nature of his testimony of the board. Based on the direct and cross-examination, the board will make a determination what weight, if any, will give to his testimony, based on whether or not, if you're able to put some holes in his testimony. So go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Donahue, have you looked at pricing trends in the neighborhood around where 18th Street Lounge seeks to locate?
I have. I mean, over the last several years, that neighborhood's really increased. You know, I don't know if you have the chart that was submitted, but property values have continued to rise up there as more and more restaurants are coming in, as more and more businesses are there. That neighborhood has become less of kind of a desolate area and more of a desirable area.
Could we pull up, please, applicants exhibit 8.
Can I get the ability to share, please?
Ms. Fostrom, please. I don't know if Ms. Johannes still has the ability to share a screen.
Okay.
Ms. Johannes.
All right. When you said chart, is this the chart that you're referring to?
Yeah, this is the chart we were looking at. Yep.
Okay. Have you verified, is the information in this chart correct?
Yeah, this is correct. I went in and put in
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Klein, can you please have him identify the document for the record, please, sir?
Sure. Can you identify what this is?
This is Exhibit 8. This is a chart that was put together about the sales in the immediate area. The longitude and latitude is down there at the bottom.
Okay. And did you go in and verify that this is correct?
Yeah, I went back. This information is all correct.
All right. And this shows sales volume by number and sales volume by dollar amount. Is that correct?
Correct. Shows the number of total sales and then the dollar amounts.
From 18 to 21?
Correct.
All right. Now, in your experience in working with buyers, what is it that they find, if anything, desirable about this particular neighborhood?
I mean, this is a neighborhood for people.
Objection calls for speculation, and he's not an expert on what buyers find desirable and what they don't find desirable. That's going to vary from buyer to buyer.
Well,
He's a real estate agent, so I'm gonna. And I don't think we're questioning the fact that he's a real estate agent. So I believe that he can testify. So I'm going to overrule the objection. As a real estate agent, he can generally speak about what is going on in the area. Go ahead, sir.
Correct. And that's what I'm here to do, is to speak generally. There's always exceptions. But in general, people who are looking in this area want to be able to walk to things. They want the city experience. It's close to the metro. You don't really have to have a car where you're over here. So I have a lot of clients that don't drive, and they want to be able to walk to things. They want to be able to walk to get coffee. They want to be able to walk to the grocery store. They want to be able to go to a restaurant. They want to go to maybe have a drink afterwards. So this neighborhood kind of provides that experience. So when somebody tells me that's what they're looking for, something that's walkable, something that's accessible to different businesses, even like the Dogtopia. I mean, that's something people look for. So they like to be able to be in that neighborhood and not leave. Also, the art gallery is nice. People enjoy that. Unconventional diner, that's a big draw to the neighborhood. So in general, people in this neighborhood know that's what it's about and that's what they're looking for. If they want, a quiet neighborhood where it's more of a suburban feel, I don't bring them down there. I say, let's go to Chevy Chase or take a look at Crestwood. But for this neighborhood, that's the type of buyer I bring through.
Is an establishment such as 18th Street Lounge something that would be desirable in a neighborhood based on your experience working with buyers?
Yeah, for people who are looking for, like I said, that type of experience, it is one.
Same objection. I object to that. That calls for speculation. He's an expert on property values, not trends in what a buyer may or may not want. That's a purely speculative question. He's not an expert on that subject.
Well, buyers.
Mr. Donahoe, the objection is to be rolled on by the chair. So
Do you have any comment, Mr. Klein?
It goes to his expertise as a real estate agent. He works with buyers. He knows what preferences they have, what preferences they have, and that's why he's here to testify what it is that buyers look for in a particular market.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, Mr. Donahue, if you can.
Okay. Again, there are buyers that prefer different things. I'm talking about specific buyers who want a specific thing. So those types of buyers, 18th Street Lounge being the neighborhood, would be a big benefit. In fact, I have two clients that I was working with in the past couple of weeks, and I pointed out, I think 18th Street Lounge is going to be located here. I always point out Tiger Fork. I point out Unconventional Diner. I point out the gallery. I point out the closeness to the metro. So again, this neighborhood is for people generally who are looking for a nice city experience where they can walk to everything and have everything they need in one neighborhood: entertainment, food, different types of services, and the accessibility of the metro again.
Based on your experience working with buyers, do you have an opinion as to whether the opening of this establishment at this location would have a negative effect on real property values?
No, I mean, I don't. I think if somebody was opposed to having restaurants and, other entertainment venues in their neighborhood, they might look somewhere else. To me, it's only a benefit. And again, I point that out all the time when I drive through that neighborhood. And when I go to different neighborhoods, I'm doing the same thing. Here's this restaurant. Here's the Dabney. This is, a Michelin restaurant. You have Tiger Fork. You have Calico, which isn't exactly my speed, but that's, another bar in the neighborhood. Columbia Room, I always point out. So, this is the kind of neighborhood where people want new businesses. They want things that are somewhat exciting. This is, again, it's desirable to people that are looking in that area.
Great. All right. I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah. So you said that if someone didn't want to be located in that area, they may look somewhere else. Is that right?
They may, or they ask me for guidance. Usually what I do is I ask them kind of what their criteria is, what they're looking for. And then I will say, look, this neighborhood has all of this. It might be missing this. You're looking for metro accessibility or whatever else you're looking for. I take that criteria and then I kind of point them in the right direction.
Well, you would agree that having excessive late night establishments may turn off potential buyers from an area, correct?
I would say if there was a nuisance, it could turn people off. Unfortunately, a lot of times what happens is they don't find that out until after they're in the neighborhood. So I don't know if it would turn people off in the beginning, but having a nuisance could bother people. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think noise issues would be a turnoff to potential buyer?
To some.
Do you think do you think music playing late at night is something that would be off-putting to a potential buyer?
I mean, if there was a business that wasn't controlling their noise, then that could be.
Even if they weren't controlling their noise, I'm not asking you to assume that they weren't controlling their noise, but do you suspect that certain buyers would be put off by living next to a nightclub, for example?
I'm sure there are some, but I would not direct them in that area.
Okay, but that would mean that there are less buyers available to purchase properties in that area, right?
It depends what they're looking for.
So you would agree with the basic sort of economic point that the more people want to buy in an area, the more the prices are going to go up, right? Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah.
And then the less that people want to buy in the area, the more prices are going to go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that if less people want to live in a particular area, prices will decrease. Is that a fair statement?
Sort of. I mean, less people want to live in Chevy Chase, but those prices increase because of other factors. They're looking for schools. They're looking for other things. So people who are looking for, again, the city experience are going to want to buy in that area, and that'll keep it desirable.
What about people with families? People with families would want to live in an area with nightclubs?
I mean, I don't know. The school districts there are not always the most desirable. A lot of people who have families and are looking for more of a family experience, they're going to move up where people aren't on the street at 10 o'clock and it's a little more of a suburban area.
What is your opinion on how crime affects home prices?
I have to be careful what I say about that.
I mean, sir, you're here testifying as an expert. So, I mean, I don't really think that it's fair for you to say you have to be careful about it. I think
I've been told,
I'd like to know what your opinion about crime on real estate prices is.
I've been told when it comes to speaking about crime, well, not told, we are not supposed to comment on crime in a neighborhood when we are selling. We have to tell people to check the crime statistics. In general, I tell people if they ask me about crime, I say, this is a city. There is going to be crime here. I need to point you to this website where you can get the crime statistics. and make a decision on that yourself.
Well, you would agree that there's different types of crime in different areas, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I guess.
Well, there are certain parts of Washington, D.C. that have more crime than others. Is that a fair statement?
That is true.
Okay, and in your experience, the places that have less crime tend to have higher property values. Is that correct?
I would, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, it's hard to say. Like I said, you've got $2 million houses and 2 blocks away might be rough. I mean, you look in certain areas in Columbia Heights, it's kind of block by block.
Let me move on to 18th Street Lounge itself.
Okay.
So what do you know about that business? What do you know about its operations?
Can you be more specific?
Well, have you seen have you spoken to the owner at all?
Yes.
Okay. And what has he told you about the operations?
I mean, I've been to the old operation, so I know how that works. I've told him it's going to be, I mean, he hasn't really told me much. I just knew where it was going to be. And actually, I asked him what the address was because I do have clients that like to know.
Okay. So you don't really know that much about the planned operations in this space?
I mean, I've been on this meeting since 10 a.m., so I know more now.
So you learned. Okay.
So, yeah.
Prior to this hearing, did you have any idea about like what the layout of the space was going to be?
Sort of. I mean, I've had friends that have told me it's going to be, a lounge atmosphere, kind of like before, but maybe a little bit more, a little on a smaller scale.
Did you have any knowledge about the back roof or balcony?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that area a lot. I go to the Dabney and eat quite often. I go to Tiger Fork, so I have looked at it.
Well, I'm not talking about this specific. I'm not talking about these other locations. And you mentioned a lot of other locations, but I'm talking specifically about this proposed establishment. Did you have any information about how the roof deck was going to be used or operated prior to today?
No, other than, like I said, I've been in the alley. I knew where the location was and I looked and I could see. That's about it.
Okay, so you formed your opinion with very minimal information about what exactly.
Well, Ian, you cut out for a second. Hello?
Did I cut out?
Sorry, you froze for a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out. I don't know where I cut out. What was the last thing I said?
I'll answer kind of generally. I did a lot of what I know about is what I've based on my past experiences at the former 18th Street Lounge.
Okay. In terms of your sales experience and your sales history, so we did a brief voir dire. So you would agree that when you're listing a house is when you have to place a value on it, so that you can market it to the public, correct?
Well, you have to do it when you're working with a buyer because we have to know if we're paying too much. So I have to take a look at the neighborhood and see if that price that they're asking makes sense. And then, I kind of do an analysis of how many offers are going to be in there. But I think with both, you do an analysis.
When you're buying, though, there's a starting point as an asking price. When you're listing, there is no real starting point. You have to sort of select, correct?
No, I just look at all the comps in the neighborhood. It's actually sometimes it's easier to list than to deal with a buyer because listing, I get to see what everything's sold for. When it's a buyer, like I don't know if there's 10 other offers I'm competing against or if there's, what there is. So I think with a listing, it's actually a little bit easier to price because I can see what is sold in the past, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months.
If I recall your testimony from your voir dire, you haven't done a comparable analysis recently, or you can't recall one that you've done.
What do you mean?
For this area.
I mean, I could do one 2 weeks ago and it'd be different than it is now. So it's kind of, what's going on in the market.
How would it be different?
Well, if some guy decides to pay 1.2 million for a 1.1 listed home, and then someone else does that the next day. If somebody sold the same one for $1 million, that can totally skew the market. So this market right now is a little bit.
And if a nightclub came in and caused serious issues with crime and with noise, and it caused someone to sell for a decreased value, that would decrease the market too, right?
It could.
Okay. I want to ask you quickly, and this is the last thing I'm going to touch on, is your Exhibit 8. So I just want to understand what I'm looking at here. So it looks like it is a total number of sales are the red bar, and the purple bar is the total. I guess the total amount that's been sold, right? Like the gross sales number.
Sales volume. Yep.
Right. So this doesn't really have any indication about what individual properties are selling for, correct?
I mean, you could do that, but that would take a lot of work, and that would be different 2 weeks ago than it is now. Well, maybe not 2 weeks, but month by month, that would change.
But so, like, if you look at this graph in 2020, the gross sales were 40 million, but in 2021 they were 50 million. But there was also 25 more sales, correct?
Yes.
So it doesn't really have an indication on what particular property values were. It just shows that more properties were sold.
That's correct. Yeah, it's you would really have to break it down because there's condos, there's single well, over there's not really single families, but you have condos, row homes, so you would have to break.
I'm sorry, they're not single family homes over there?
I'm talking about row homes. There's not as many detached, bungalows in that area.
Are you aware of 10th Street?
There are, but I'm just saying in general, there are a lot of condos, a lot of row homes over there.
I understand, but are you aware of 10th Street and the single family homes that abut Blangton Alley? Are you familiar with those?
There are. I'm just saying generally there's a lot more of the others. So you would have to break each one out by condo, detached, row home, multi-unit. So you could do that, but this is just a general overview.
Is it fair that there's been a significant amount of residential housing development in that particular area over the past few years?
I mean, there's been everywhere, yeah.
Right. So the inventory of residential real estate, particularly condos in that particular area, has risen between, let's say, 2019 and 2021, correct?
There's been a ton of stuff going on over there.
And that likely could account for the increased amount of sales in the area, correct?
It could.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the board members? Okay. All right, fine. All right. All right. No, Mr. Klein, there are no questions asked. I don't have to give you don't have the automatic right to have redirect. And so there are no questions that were generated by the board. So you don't get another bite of the, well.
Normally I do, but I don't have any questions, Mr.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Donahoe.
Thank you.
All right. You have another witness, sir.
Yes, calling Lieutenant Colonel Simon Miller.
Is Lieutenant Colonel Miller on the line?
Colonel Miller, are you here?
I see the name. Lieutenant Colonel, all right, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Your witness, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Colonel Miller.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Yes, thanks for being here. Where do you reside?
Can you have him please spell his name for the record, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Please spell your name for the record.
Yes, first name Simon, S-I-M-O-N. Last name's Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R.
All right, Colonel Miller. Where do you reside?
So I reside at 910 M Street. I'm basically across the street from the southern mouth of Blagden Alley. I'm on the first floor. So as I look out my porch, I can see Calico, and I can see I can actually see the building where the 18th Street Lounge is about to move in from where I'm sitting.
And I forgot to ask you this. What branch of service are you in?
I'm in the Space Force, the U.S. Space Force.
Right. And how long have you resided in the neighborhood?
I've been here since January of 2015.
Okay. And what caused you to move to this neighborhood?
Well, I was in Arlington before, and I wanted to make a real estate investment downtown. This was before City Center came up, before a lot of the other businesses that moved in the alley moved in. I think all that was there when I initially moved in was the coffee shop.
Are you familiar with the business known as 18th Street Lounge?
Yes, I actually went to college here back in the 90s and used to go there quite a bit a long time ago. Not so much now since they closed every once here and there every once in a while, but I'm very familiar with the quality of the entertainment and the clientele there and the ESL in general, yes.
And do you support the pending application that's being considered by the board today?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And why is that?
Well, I mean, there's been kind of a lull in terms of, this growth of commercial real estate. I actually own 2 units in this building. And, with COVID, I think it kind of slowed everything down, particularly with I think the last leg of City Center was supposed to be built. But, any sort of business that sort of brings in jobs and revenue, I think is a plus. I think in terms of the quality of ownership of ESL and the entertainment they bring, I think would be a welcome addition to this particular neighborhood.
And when you say the quality of the ownership, are you acquainted with ownership there?
No, not personally. But I've just knowing and frequenting ESL in the past, I know the quality of the music and the sort of standard of behavior that they have within the establishment and the quality of the clientele that have frequented ESL in the past.
Are you concerned that what effect the opening of this establishment might have on the real estate values of the 2 properties that you own there?
I don't. I think so. I mean, since buying in 2015, we've had the addition of Calico, which is this open air bar, which I can see from my porch, as well as the Columbia Room, which also has a rooftop. Never Looked Better. And really, just keeping an eye on the value of my properties. They've sort of incrementally gone up as the years have gone by. And I think it brings more of a positive effect. I think it's what most of the people in this neighborhood.
Testimony about property values. The witness is not testified as an expert.
Hold on, Mr. Thomas, you object to the question, not to the answer, sir. So
I understand. I apologize. I was on mute. I was trying to object and and just was able to unmute. The question seeks an expert opinion from the witness about real estate property values that the witness is not hasn't been qualified to make.
Mr. Clanton, I'm gonna overrule the objection. He's a property owner. He's talking about from his experience. Mr. Klein specifically asked him about his property, that he owned 2 properties in the area. So he's testifying about his property. I don't believe he's testifying about the properties in the area, and that's not what I heard. So he's talking about his experience of owning 2 properties in the area.
I can add some additional nuance on what I meant by that. So I recently did a refinance probably about 2 months ago, and the appraiser came at probably about a $50,000 increase from when I originally bought this particular one 2 years ago. So I was in the previous one. That's gone up significantly since I bought it back in 15. But I can say just in my own experience that within the last 2 years, it has gone up probably about $50,000 just from the appraisal value and the when I recently closed on the refinance probably about 3 months ago.
Okay, but where we were, so that's passed.
Yes.
And that's all great. But what we were is, do you have concerns about an effect of 18th Street Lounge potentially slowing that growth or having a negative effect on real property values. Your concerns with respect to your property?
I do not myself. I don't. So I think the number one concern, obviously, to any owner is the noise. And, having lived across the street, you have 2 open air bars. And if you look at Calico, half of the bar is outside, it's rooftop, and it's actually closer to where I live than I think where 18th Street Lounge is going to be. And I've never heard a peep, even through closing, from my vantage point. So I don't have a concern. I've walked in and out of the alley all the time. At peak hours, I can barely, the noise isn't really at a significant level to the point where it's a concern, in my case, living across the street from the alley. And I think, and I've owned houses in DC for about probably more than 20 years now. I know that, an increase in commercial activities is good in terms of value. It's where people are going to be working. Therefore, the market value of your property would go up because it's closer to where they work. So I think anytime that you have a reputable group of people, such as the folks that have owned ESL, I think that could induce, other commercial ventures near and around the alley, just because to be in proximity of ESL, who has a pretty solid reputation in terms of entertainment venues here in DC. I mean, I would trust them to move in before a lot of other folks. So I think, at least for me, I think they would be a welcome addition to the neighborhood.
And when you say trust them, you mean in terms of the way they run their operation?
Yes.
Great. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this time. I make you available to Mr. Thomas as well as the ABC board for questions. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, do you have any questions, sir?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. First, I want to just understand precisely. First of all, I'm sorry, is it Colonel Miller or Lieutenant
Yes.
Miller? Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel Miller.
Oh, it's both. My apologies.
Yes.
Lieutenant Colonel Miller, where precisely is your apartment located in conjunction with the alley? Is it on the far south side of the alley? Is that right?
It is in the far south side of the alley. I'm across the street from the mouth. So as I sit in my living room and I can turn the computer around, I can see Calico, and I could see a little bit of the building where ESL is about to be put in. If I go to the second floor of my unit, I can basically see the entire alley.
What floor is your unit on?
It's on the first floor, but it's a bi-level unit.
Okay.
It's 2 floors.
Okay, so you're sort of at the other end of the alley from where ESL is going to be.
I'm right across the street from the southern mouth of the alley. But
Right.
yeah, but ESL is right in the center of the alley. So I'm basically right across the street from the southern mouth.
Okay. Are you aware of the hours that ESL has sought for its liquor license?
Yes, I've read that they're looking to stay open probably about 2 or 3 in the morning on the weekends, and I don't think they'll be open during the week all that much.
Why? What are you basing that they're not going to be open during the week on?
I thought they were, but yeah, I did see that they were going to be open from 2 to 3 in the morning on weekends and during the week as well.
And you mentioned some other bars, Lieutenant Colonel, like Calico and like Columbia Room.
Yes.
Neither of those are open till 2 or 3 in the morning. Is that correct?
No, they are not.
Okay.
I think they close around midnight.
Okay. And they're both open air bars, right?
Yes, Calico is mostly open air, and in fact, most of the people, especially during the summertime, are outside consuming alcohol than inside. Probably about half-half.
Okay. And this may sound like a silly question, but
Hmm.
how did you end up here testifying today?
How did I end up testifying?
Correct. Did you contact the applicant and volunteer your testimony? Did someone reach out to you? What led to you being here with us today?
Someone who I knew, the attorneys contacted me, asking me to testify, knowing that, I live close by.
How did they get your contact information?
It was a friend of a friend, or was it, Mr. Johannes or Sidon Johannes?
Okay. So that's counsel for the applicant. So she, Miss Johannes reached out to you and asked you to testify here today?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't reach out to them to volunteer?
No.
Have you ever spoken with the owner of the applicant, Mr. Nori?
Oh, yes. So the owner contacted me, and he was friends of a friend of mine who I used to frequent the ESL with.
Okay, and so he requested that you speak
Or
about the.
yeah. They basically asked me, hey, are you interested in, do you have a problem with the club going on in across the street? I said, no, I'm all for it. I was kind of looking forward to it. This is kind of what we signed up for, living downtown. And that was that.
Okay. So you haven't experienced any sound issues at the alley at all?
No, not at all. I've been here 7 years, and it's never, I sleep basically right across the street from the southern mouth of the alley. I haven't heard a peep. Generally go to bed about 9, 10 o'clock. The Calico's open air. And I've actually just walking up and down the alley. I've never sort of walked past those properties and said, gosh, it's kind of loud in there. I've never had a personal objection to that.
Do you have any soundproofing in your home?
I do not.
Okay. Are the windows to your house soundproofed? It's a new development.
It was built in 2006. No, it's not sound. It's just windows from what I can see.
Okay. Have you ever witnessed any crime in the area? Any public intoxication, public urination, anything along those lines?
I have not witnessed that myself, although I'm sure it happens just being downtown. Obviously I've heard police reports of crime in the area, not directly related to the alley itself. But I haven't witnessed any instances of crime in the alley.
How often do you frequent the alley?
I go there quite a bit. I'd say probably at least, once or twice every weekend, if not during the week.
During the day or at night?
Both times.
How late do you usually stay out in the alley?
If I'm going to a restaurant, probably about 9 or 10 o'clock. If I go to the bar, sometimes later.
Okay. Never till like 2 or 3 in the morning?
No, everything kind of shuts down probably around 11 or midnight.
Okay. I've got no further questions for this witness. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
First and foremost, Lieutenant Colonel Miller, I salute you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
You are the very first person that I've had contact with our new Space Force. I noticed a little off the subject. Can you just give us a little background on how you got involved?
Sure. So I've been in the Air Force. Well, I started off in the Air Force doing space. I've been in the service 22 years. I've been doing satellite command and control, space lift, space tracking, and nuclear weapons, as well as some intel collection. And in 2019, when the NDAA was signed, all of the space operations were then transferred to the Space Force. And I kind of went over and currently work out of the Pentagon bringing it, starting the ops center, as well as performing a lot of the current ops type activities at staff.
Well, again, I thank you for your service. Now, when
Thank you.
when you left Arlington, you said Arlington you lived in before you moved? To
Yes, sir.
When you left Arlington, you moved lock, stock, and barrel to the 9th Street area?
Well, I left Arlington and moved to Vienna, Virginia, because I was working out of Chantilly over at the National Reconnaissance Office for an assignment, and then moved downtown to take a Pentagon assignment.
Okay, again, thank you, and welcome to Washington, D.C. I've been here for 75 years.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard. At any rate, it's a pleasure having you in our community, and your testimony is gives me a little reliance. You live in the community, and so I do take what the ANCs and community say very heavily. I, as a board member, I don't know about other board members, but I do take what the ANCs and the community, people who live there every day, testify to. Again, thank you for your service and thank you for your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board members? Hearing none. Lieutenant Colonel Miller, thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have another witness?
Yes, call Martin Beam, please.
And is this your last witness, sir? I believe that's 5.
No, I have one more.
All right.
I have Pat Powell from the Golden Triangle bid.
I'm just gonna, well, never mind. I'll let him call the witness. I'd rather move this along.
Martin Beam. Mr. Beam, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Beam. Would you spell your name for the record, please?
Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, Beam, B as in boy, E-A-M as in Martin.
All right, Ms. Johannes, could you bring up Exhibit 9, please? And while she's doing that, Mr. Beam, you have a background in acoustical engineering, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we're getting ready to show the board what I believe is your resume. Did you provide that for submission?
Yes, I did.
Part of the applicant's materials?
Yes.
Right? See if we can get it up here.
Let's see.
Have you testified before the ABG board before as an expert?
Yes, I have, numerous times.
And you've been qualified as an expert before the
Yes,
ABG
I have.
board? All right. Identify Exhibit 9, please, if you would.
That's my CV.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of moving this along, I'm going to request that he be recognized as an expert. I could ask him a whole lot more questions, but he's testified before you many times, and I would ask that he be so qualified.
Mr. Thomas?
No, sorry, no objection.
Great.
All right, so move. Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you. Mr. Beam, did you have occasion to do some work on the new location of 18th Street Lounge?
Yes, I did.
And what was the work that you did?
We were asked to evaluate the noise impact on the neighbors of the.
Wait a minute, I lost your audio.
Oh, am I back? No?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Beam.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was asked to evaluate the impact on the neighbors of the noise potentially emanating from the rooftop deck.
Okay, so what did you do? Did you make any site visits?
Yeah, I made a site visit, evaluated the location, walked around the alley, looked at all the neighboring buildings, and looked at the plans, and just got a physical feel for the space, which is important.
All right, and did you make any recommendations?
Yes, I did.
All right, Ms. Johannes, could you bring up Mr. Beam's report? Exhibit.
What exhibit is this?
I beg your pardon?
What exhibit? Okay, so we're gonna move exhibit. I'm sorry. I need you to move.
Exhibit 9, yeah, please move Exhibit 9. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thomas, any objection?
No, no objection.
All right, exhibit 9 is moved to evidence. So what exhibit are we now with?
We are Exhibit 3.
Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Beam, can you identify this document?
Yes, I can. I wrote that document.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the my acoustical analysis recommendations for mitigating any issues with the rooftop deck.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the witness.
I can't either.
Mr. Beam, I think you're going in and out. So maybe you need to just stay one. I don't know what's going on.
It's an analysis of the situation there acoustically, and then recommendations for mitigating any noise issues.
Hold on, Mr. Beam. You know, your testimony is just perfect regarding noise mitigation, because on one time you're testifying and the noise has been mitigated, but then the next time you are just very loud. So I don't know what it is that you're doing, sir, but
I moved closer to the mic, so I'll try to get maybe halfway back.
all right, okay, thank you.
So, so yeah, I went and did an analysis. Well, I went there, evaluated the physical location, then went back to the, to my office and ran the acoustical analysis and came up with recommendations and then documented them in Exhibit 3.
Okay, and so what recommendations did you make?
Excuse me. The main one was to add acoustical absorption to the wooden panels, the walls on either side. And then the
Mr. Beam, I can't hear you. It's ironic that of all people that we can't hear you. There's something wrong with your mic because it keeps cutting in and cutting out.
let me see if I can adjust the mic here somehow.
Now I can hear you.
Now you can hear me?
Yeah.
I'm off. Okay. All right, let's see if that works.
Now I can't.
Now you can. Right. Maybe I can get over closer to where you were hearing me. Is that any better?
Yes, sir. It is better now.
Okay. So the main recommendation was to mounting of the two speakers that they're going to have on the deck, and how to point them and what level to run them at. So we recommended a limiter on the sound system to prevent any sound levels, no matter what the guy does with the volume control. This device prevents any levels going out above a certain fixed level, which I recommended at 75 decibels dBA at 10 feet.
Okay, now, have you spoken to Mr. Norrie as to whether he's agreed to implement your recommendations?
Yeah, he's fine with everything. He's agreed to that. We're gonna, whatever we tell him to do is fine with that.
Okay, and if these things are done, what will be the result in terms of the effect of the operation of the summer garden on residences in the area?
We think there'll be no impact, really. I mean, we're looking at levels that are below ambient for that area. So they should fade into the background noise.
Okay, now ambient noise, let's talk about that. What is that? What's ambient noise?
That's just a general city hubbub that goes on, traffic and, bars and nightclubs, people's HVAC equipment, that mainly traffic and HVAC equipment. That's the main source. Airplane flyovers.
Okay, so if you can, in an establishment or in a particular property, if you can reduce the noise level below the ambient noise level in the area, is that something that can be done?
Oh, yeah.
And what does that accomplish?
Well, depending on the frequency content, you may or may not be able to hear anything at all from the establishment. Occasionally there might be a tonal noise, if that comes through. But generally speaking, if you're below ambient, then it really becomes hard to even hear.
Okay. And what you've done here, is that what you've done here is with these recommendations, it is your opinion that the level of noise generated from the summer garden will be below the ambient noise levels in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, noise is a function of volume and distance in my rudimentary understanding. Is there a fair assessment?
Yep, that's a fair assessment.
Okay. And did you look at the distance of residences that were in the neighborhood of the proposed 18th Street Lounge location?
Yes, I did. The closest residence appears to be to the north, which is about 110 feet from the roof deck, the edge of the roof deck. And then 180 feet to the south, there's a condo building there. And then to the west is 225 feet to the 10th Street unit. I think it's 115 that backs onto Blagden Alley.
Okay, so 225 feet. So those would be the units on 10th Street?
Yes, that's the closest unit on 10th. Most are further than that. That one just happens to be set back in away from 10th Street, actually, and really more on Blagden Alley.
So the properties on 10th Street are actually further than those the north and south sides of what we call the alley?
Yeah, significantly further.
Right. And in your report, you talk about below 50 decibels. That's at a particular point from the summer garden area of the establishment, correct?
Right. We took the measurements from the closest point where people could be. So 8 feet in from the west, 8 feet in from Blagden Alley for the residences facing, to the west. And then at the barriers, at the walls for the north and south units. So really worst case scenario.
Okay, and the summer garden area, rooftop canopy, it's been called a bunch of different things today, is actually set back from the alley, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And how far is it set back?
I think 26 feet.
Okay, and that was the setback was taken into account when you did your calculations?
Yes, that's to tell you the truth, that's an added safety factor. I didn't even really need to count on the roof.
Okay, so you did it from the westernmost edge of the third floor of the building?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. So without accounting for any setback.
Right. And that assumed all 50 patrons that could be up there, 49 patrons that could be up there, plus or 48 plus the bartender, were all at that location, which of course is not the case. But I was trying to run it all as worst case scenarios so that there wouldn't be any doubt, no contention on, am I close enough, or, typically you would take it in the middle of the space, assuming that half of the people are, in one direction, half of the people in the other direction. But, because I knew we were going to be fine, I went ahead and ran them at the worst case scenario.
Okay, so and you looked at both music volume and volume from patrons, correct?
That's correct.
And you said that you took a worst case scenario where all the patrons were speaking at the same time, correct?
Correct.
Which that doesn't happen, does it?
I mean, certain cultures probably, but are you at a wedding? Maybe, but yeah, no. Typically, that would not be the case.
So in a typical situation, the noise volume would actually be less than that, correct?
In fact, I even went further than that. when we're having a normal conversation, you know, across a high top or something like that at a bar, if there was just the two of you, you'd probably be speaking between 60 and 65 dBA. And then when you add people, there's background noise, people start raising their voice. We've measured this situation in probably 100 different outdoor scenarios in the last 10 years since the explosion of the rooftop decks and the summer gardens because of the smoke. Everybody wanted to put one in. So we've actually had the occasion to measure a lot of those. And so we came up with functions on how many people, how much do they generate, what was the background noise. And so, you know, normally we would use 70 decibels because people will raise their voice. And then in this case, I even said, let's assume everybody, all 50 people are talking at 75 dBA. And still we're below 50 at any adjacent property.
Right. All right. I don't have any further questions of the witness and would make him available for cross and for the board's questions.
Mr. Thomas, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Beam, you were paid for the statistical analysis that you did, excuse me, the sound analysis that you did, correct?
Otherwise I'd be starving to death.
Fair enough. Were you paid for your testimony here today?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and are you going to be paid if the license is approved and these build-outs move forward, or has the scope of your engagement, does it end today?
Only if they need construction administration assistance.
Okay, do you anticipate receiving further compensation from the licensee?
Probably not. I mean, these are fairly simple recommendations, so it's not real complicated to implement.
Okay. Did you do any analysis of the inside of the property?
No, I didn't.
Okay. You do know that the downstairs has a door that abuts the alley as well, correct? Okay. And do you know, are you unaware of whether sound can get through that door?
Sound can get through anything.
Okay.
How loud's the sound? That's the case.
Agreed. Agreed. That's why we're here, I think. Do you know what type of musical acts are going to be taking place at this location?
I do not.
Okay. Would you agree with me that there are different types of sound?
Different types of sound?
Right, like sound comes in different frequencies. Like there's bass frequencies and there's treble frequencies and there's
Yeah, sound goes from 20 hertz, which is the bass frequencies, to 20,000 hertz in the human hearing.
right, and so and they have different effects on things, correct?
Different effects. I mean, different effects on construction. It's harder to contain bass frequencies and higher frequencies. Bass frequencies are not speech frequencies, so they don't interfere with speech, but they do travel.
So if there was a music performance that had a heavy amount of bass or drums, that would be a different type of sound analysis than a musical performance that had, I don't know, a piano?
Sure.
So some of the sound analysis is going to really depend on the type of entertainment that's being hosted, correct?
Well, there's no entertainment on the roof deck.
Agreed, but there is going to be entertainment coming from the inside to the roof deck.
Yeah, sure, through doors.
Through doors and through speakers.
Well, I mean, the speakers are inside. There's speakers on the deck, but they're background sound. They're not live. They're not rebroadcasting the inside music.
Okay. So if they were broadcasting the inside music, would that change your analysis at all?
No, I would still be recommending that they run those speakers at 75 dBA at 10 feet, and then we'd be fine.
Okay. What about, is the type of background music going to matter? What if it's something that's heavy with bass versus something that's not?
That's all. dBA stands for the A-weighted decibel level, and so what that is a single number rating to a set. It simulates human hearing, which is why it's used in all the noise codes. So what that does is it discounts low frequencies where we don't hear as well, and it emphasizes the middle and high frequencies where the speech frequency and where our ears are attuned to.
Okay. Let me let me ask you about people talking. So, would you agree that people tend to raise their voice when there is background noise?
Yes, I just testified to that.
Okay. And would you agree that people tend to raise their voice if there's other noise coming from inside the establishment?
I mean, background noise, wherever the background noise is coming from.
Did your analysis consider the fact that noise could be released through the doors when they're opened?
No, it didn't.
Did it
It's
consider how,
temporary. Unless they hold the doors open, it's going to be fleeting.
right, but someone could hold the doors open, correct?
I mean, that's a management, that's a management issue.
Understood, but that would have an effect on your analysis, right?
I mean, they'd have to hold it open for a long time, and I'm assuming the management is going to be like, hey, you can't have that door open.
Well, what about people walking in and out frequently?
I mean, it's a small opening. The door is a small opening, so it's not like you get zero out of it, even when it's open.
So,
Because
just so I want to understand, look, I am certainly a novice when it comes to the sound stuff, and I'm really digging into my like middle school physics education here, so bear with me. But my understanding is that sound waves, they're going to hit things, and as they hit things, they sort of die down, right?
that's one way.
So like if the sound is inside the establishment and it is going towards the door that's the outside of the establishment, it's going to hit the door and it's going to lose its strength or power as it goes through the door, right?
That's one way.
Okay. So if the door is open, it's not going to make that there's not going to be that friction of it hitting the door and slowing it down. And so it's going to be more powerful when it comes outside. Is that right?
Sure. If the door is open.
Okay. So I want to continue that out a little bit further. So bear with me. All right.
Okay.
So this is on the second-ish floor. This is raised above the ground floor, right?
That's correct.
How clear of a path is there from the west side of this this rooftop balcony to the houses on the 10th Street side of the alley?
Most of them are blocked by the building across the alley. So anything from the Blagden Alley that goes that's going north, that the crossway of Blagden Alley, it's a little confusing because of how many Blagden Alleys there are.
Right.
But if anything that's going north of the east-west Blagden Alley alleyway will be blocked by that large brick building right behind them.
So you can see the residential homes on the other side of Blagden Alley from the top of the roof deck, correct?
You can see one mainly.
Okay. And there's not, and because you can see them, you're not looking through a glass building or anything. It's just a straight shot, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So there's nothing in between there and this building that would knock down the sound. Is that right?
Well, distance knocks down sound.
Well, sorry, you are correct. There's a distance that will slow it down, but there's no physical structure that's going to knock it down.
Well, yeah, that building right across the alleyway is going to block off that whole portion of the. You're not looking at 180 degrees of exposure to the sound.
Okay.
You're all the buildings on 10th Street are occluded by other buildings to a certain extent.
Okay. Let me ask you about an alley too. So sound tends to travel when it's in the sort of tunnel or alley type of environment, correct?
Sound travels everywhere.
Well, if I'm in an open field, is my sound going to travel more than if I'm in a enclosed area that has walls on both sides of me? Isn't the sound going to condense and go straight ahead? Does that make sense? I'm apologizing.
Yeah, it's not going to condense really, but it's going to, I mean, if you had, reflective surfaces, it would reflect off those surfaces.
It's the reason why tunnels are so loud, right?
Tunnels, I'm not in a lot of tunnels that are, but yeah, they would be, and it depends where the noise source is. If you're in a tunnel and the noise source was on top of the tunnel, it wouldn't be any louder. If it's at one of the entrances, then sure, it would travel down the tunnel.
Right, because there's nowhere for the sound to go.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way, but it's funneling it. It can guide it down that way.
And that concept, right, would apply to an alleyway too, where you are sort of surrounded by buildings.
Sure.
Okay.
But again, that's not really the case we have here because of all the buildings on the south side of the east-west alley are one-story buildings that are shorter than the roof deck. And then, so they're gonna be attenuated by the edge of the roof deck. And then the ones on the right side is that big brick building that they just put in, a fairly new building, it looks like. And so that's gonna block that.
Well, so that kind of gets me to my next question, which is, does your sound study account for people standing in and around the establishment in the alley for patrons leaving?
They don't leave through that way. They go out the front.
But they can walk around the back, couldn't they?
I guess you can walk anywhere in the city.
Right. And the sound study, does time matter at all?
Does it account for, I'm sorry?
Time. And what I mean by that is, there's going to be certain times where there's going to be a lot going on in the alley, right? There's going to be trucks and buses and people walking around, middle of the day, late afternoon. And then there's going to be times where there's no activity going on in the alley, right? Or very limited or very minimal amount of activity in the alley. And so my question is, does that distinction matter in your analysis?
Well, we looked at the low ambient noise. So yeah, we assumed that it was, 2 in the morning and it was a low ambient.
Okay. You mentioned that there's a 26-foot setback. Are you positive of that? Mr. Nori testified that it was an 8-foot setback.
No, it's 26 to the roof. To the overhanging, to the roof structure he's putting in. It's 8 feet to the first barrier along Blagden Alley.
From the west side of the roof to the shrubs.
Yeah, that's about 8 feet.
Okay.
And then you go another, what's that, 18 feet? And then you're underneath a roof structure.
What's that roof structure made of?
I understand it's a canvas.
Okay. Does that have any acoustical benefit?
It'll help absorb some sound, actually.
Okay. What about the shrubs on the west end?
They don't really do anything. You'd need a lot more shrubs.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't recommend putting some sort of sound barrier on the west end to prevent any noise from coming out into the alley?
I mean, at this point, it's not allowed because of the historical, but if it was, and it's not really, the calculations show it's not necessary. If it was necessary, I'd be like, you better go back to the Historical Society and see if you can get a barrier there.
Well, why? You're putting plexiglass up on the other sides, right? Didn't you say that you have plexiglass on the north and south side barriers?
Right, wood and plexiglass, right.
And you're putting shrubbery on the west barrier, correct?
Correct.
So why couldn't you put a plexiglass on the other side of the shrubbery so it's not viewable from the alley?
That's a Historical Society thing. I mean, I was told that they're not allowed to build higher than 42-inch barrier on that side.
Got it. Okay. So when you say it's a historical preservation thing, that's coming from just a fact assumed.
Right. I didn't verify that, but I'm sure he would have rather built a barrier if he had the opportunity.
I'm not going to make any assumptions about him, but I'm going to assume that that's a fact that you were told and that you haven't done any background into the historical preservation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the limiter for a second. So you mentioned that you recommended having a limiter, limiting the volume to, what is it, 75 decibels?
75 dBA at 10 feet.
dBA is the same as decibels, right?
No, decibels, all octave bands are measured in decibels. dBA is the A-weighted decibel, so that takes all the octave bands in the audible frequency spectrum and applies weighting factors to each one based on how humans hear those frequencies. So as I said earlier, the lower frequencies get discounted, the middle frequencies actually get increased just slightly in terms of their effect on humans.
Can a limiter be changed?
Sure. I mean, if you don't have it locked, I mean, somebody could go and change it.
Right. So the limiter is subject to change, correct?
I mean, it's a management issue. We put them in all the time, and it's a lot easier nowadays because the limiters are basically just a black box, and you have to have a a Cat5 cable and the right tool to adjust it. It's not like the old days where there was actually a dial. There's no dials anymore. It's just a black box.
Okay. Is this limiter going to be separate and apart from any limiter that would be on the interior part of the?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's a different sound system.
Okay. You said you went and made site visits to the alley. When did you make those visits?
It was a single visit, and I went there. Let's see here.
November 30th?
It was after November 30th, because that was the project drawing. So it was about 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Okay. So the project drawings were made, and then you guys, after the drawings were made and submitted to DCRA, you came and did a acoustic analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Actually, it was December 23rd was was when I made the site visit.
Okay. Do you recall when you were engaged?
December 22nd.
Okay. What time of day did you come out to the visit to visit the site?
Just a midday, mid-afternoon.
Okay. Are you otherwise familiar with the area?
Oh, sure.
Have you
We do work all over the city.
Okay. Have you done other analysis for other establishments in that area?
Not in Gladden Alley
Okay.
that I know of. Some of my colleagues might have, but there's 6 of us in the company, so we don't always know exactly what each other partner is doing.
Okay. So Miller or Pagnelli could have come out, but you haven't come out and been to Blagden Alley before.
Right. Or Doug Kane, he's one of our senior consultants. He does a lot of these measurements for establishments.
Okay. And when you do these, do you always just go kind of in the middle of the day, or do you actually go and see what the environment is like at hours where noise really does matter, if that makes sense?
I would do it both. Depends on the situation.
Okay.
We've done so many of these analyses and infield measurements that going late at night, the levels are very consistent across the city, unless you're in like Foxhall and some real more suburban type of area of the city. But downtown, they're very consistent.
This may sound like a silly question, but does sound affect people differently?
Sure.
So certain people could have more adverse and be more sensitive to sound than other people?
I don't know about adverse, but they certainly can be more sensitive.
Would a child be more sensitive to sound than an adult?
I haven't really seen data on that. I don't
Okay.
really study that.
Okay. So there's not, what would affect sound sensitivity?
Disease, tinnitus, just personal sensitivity. I'm very sensitive to sound. So because I've been doing this job for so many years, that any sound really, I have to analyze it and see what's going on. So for me, I'm very sensitive to sound. So I could never live downtown.
Okay. So certain people may have, for certain people, the sound that you have suggested is appropriate. It could adversely affect them, correct?
When you say adversely, it's certainly not a medical situation at that point. They could be bothered by it. Sure. But I mean, people can be bothered by all kinds of things. That the noise code wasn't developed so that nobody would ever be bothered by noise. It was developed so that people could live next to each other and adjacent to each other and not be at each other's throats.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the noise code, because the noise code is set to a certain number, and it's between certain hours, right?
That's correct.
So the noise code doesn't apply to 9 to 5, right?
It applies 24 hours a day.
Oh, it does. It's 20.
Yes.
Your report states that the noise code sets a maximum sound level for 55 dBA at a residential property between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so the noise, does that also apply from, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.?
No, it's 60 dBA.
Okay,
During
so
the day.
it goes up during the day and it goes
That's
down at
correct. Right.
night, acknowledging that, people want quiet at night.
Right.
Okay. Board's indulgence for a moment. One last question, and not to belabor the point of doors, but are you aware of what material the doors to the roof are?
I don't know what they're going to be in the future. No.
Okay. Do you have any idea what material the doors at the rear on the ground level of the establishment are?
It looked like a solid wood door.
A wood door.
That's what it looked like. It could be metal. I didn't really take a close look.
Okay. And would material matter? Are certain materials more sound absorbent than others?
Sound resistant, yes, and absorbent. Right.
What's the difference between wood and glass?
I mean, it depends on what the glass is. You can make a glass door that's as effective as a wood door.
Okay.
And you can make a wood door that's less effective than your typical window in a residence. I mean, it just depends on, how much you want to spend and what your real goal is.
Okay. That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions by the board members?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Short.
Mr. Beam, how are you? It's your afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Great. Mr. Beam, you said you testified before this board before?
Yes.
Do you remember what year?
It was the last time was a couple of years ago for Church Nightclub, actually.
Oh, the one on North Capitol and K?
Yep.
I remember that hearing.
Yeah, I was there. That was a long hearing. I was one of the last witnesses called.
They spent a lot of money getting that place soundproofed.
Yes, they did.
They did right. Do you know the results of it? Have all of those precautions worked?
Oh, I think everything got held up because of COVID. So I don't think it's really advanced a lot beyond the design stage at this point. I know they're working on some infrastructure, but I don't think it's advanced to the point where they're even close to opening yet.
Yeah, that was a former church.
Yes, it was.
Pretty big building with wide open spaces.
No, that's really a nice adaptive reuse.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Have you done any other projects here in the District of Columbia that are operating now?
Oh, for sure. Geez, I mean.
Well, if I could ask this question, how many success stories and how many didn't work out so well?
All success stories, actually. Never had once we get involved, we carry it through till all complaints are satisfied and we're like the Canadian Mounties. We get our noise.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Can you just give us one other address that really worked out where they're operating now?
Yeah. Let's see. There's a beer garden on Q or P, and what was the
that was the one on 7th Street.
Is that 7th and P or 7th and Q with the yeah.
Okay, yeah, that was a little problematic for you, but I think that pretty much their music wasn't the type that a lot of bars and nightclubs have.
Well, they have a lot of people in there. That gets pretty raucous in the beer garden there in the summer, and people are drinking those big German beers. They start getting they get a little noisy. So that was difficult, but we resolved all complaints.
Yeah, because I remember we put some planters and things out there, right?
Right. That was more. I think that was more for the owners. They just like plants. So I think that was really more for that. Really, it was all barriers. It was physical barriers.
Okay, well, I'll just say this, Mr. Beam, thank you, and it's a pleasure seeing you again, and thank you for all the service you give to the District of Columbia in these.
You're welcome, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Hanson.
I'm not too familiar with soundproofing. Is there a technical explanation for why you soundproof? Is it to prevent noise leaving, or does it also have a function of keeping noise in?
Well, it's sort of two sides of the same coin. If you don't keep it in, it travels. So it's really, I would look at it more like, are you more worried about the sound inside the establishment or the sound leaving the establishment? Those are two sort of separate things, sort of related. Sound in the establishment, to make it sound better in the establishment, you want to have sound absorptive surfaces, so everything's not super reverberant and all like clangy, like in some of these restaurants you go into where you can hardly even digest your food. But when you're trying to prevent sound from going outside of an establishment, then it's more about mass. Putting the right, the fact that this is a masonry building certainly helps that situation from any inside noise. So that's the kind of thing. And the sound system design, I will say the interior sound system design, although I didn't really study it in detail, the design intent is one that we support, which is instead of having two humongous speakers next to the stage that are just blasting like at high decibel levels, they're using a distributed system, so you can have lower levels throughout the space, but it's more even throughout the space.
And what tools do the security, I know they haven't named security staff or know how they're going to operate yet, but what tools does security use to determine the volume at any given time? Sometimes we hear about these things when someone has made a complaint, but I assume that they go around at regular points to check. What tool is used to check the volume?
Well, sound level meters. Security, I mean, at some problem locations, they need to use those, but normally that was really in the old days before these limiters became more readily available. And so since that, we've tried to eliminate the human element and just take care of it up front that way. Because, the secret on sound systems is that the sound man's pretty much deaf most of the time, and he always likes it louder. So if you just leave it in the hands of the sound man, it's just going to get louder as the night goes on. So we've tried to remove that.
So the limiter is set automatically, so you set it to a certain decibel and then leave it. Is that how it works?
That's correct. So you can, like your volume control on your amplifier, you can turn that up to 11, as they say, but it's only going to raise the volume as much as the limiter will allow it. So it'll look like you're turning it to 11, but the sound ain't going up any higher than what the limiter allows.
And there's no way to override that manually.
Not manually. You'd have to have this device with the Cat5 cable and a computer and the proper program to even get into the machine. So that's made things a lot easier, because in the old days they were analog and you could just go over and like take the cover off and flip the switch and boom, now you're loud again.
And you mentioned the sensitivity to humans. Do dogs have a different sensitivity to the decibels?
Sure, they have different frequency levels that they're sensitive to. So they're it's a very high frequency. We hear up to 20,000 hertz. They can hear up to, I don't do a lot of animal studies. We do some stuff for NIH and stuff, but I'm sort of testing my memory banks, but 40 or 50,000 hertz. So stuff we can't hear at all, like the dog whistles. You blow it, you can't hear it, but the dogs are all like, hey, what's going on? So they're sensitive that way. I mean, that was the other thing I was surprised. I mean, you can hear the dogs when I was on the roof deck, you could hear the dogs barking. So, I mean, there's certainly that noise is already there.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Any other questions by any other board members? Any recross, Mr. Thomas?
No recross for me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Klein, any redirect?
Just a couple. Mr. Beam, so a limiter is like a lock, right? It's like a
Correct.
sound lock, right?
Correct.
All right. And you also worked on the rooftop pool at Vita, right?
That's correct. That's right.
Right. And that's another one of your successes, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They had a lot of very wary neighbors that did not want to hear that place.
And you made some recommendations and they were implemented, and we've never heard another word about it, correct? Great. That's all I have. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Beam, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. You are free to go. Thank you
You're
very
welcome.
much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Mr. Klein, do you have another witness?
One more, Patrick Powell, and we'll be quick. Mr. Powell, you here?
Mr. Powell? Mr. Powell?
Patrick Powell, are you here?
I see his name on my screen, Mr. Powell.
Yes, I'm here. They just elevated
Right.
my credentials.
Okay, Mr. Powell, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Will you spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Patrick, Patrick, Powell, Powell.
Where are you employed?
The Golden Triangle Business Improvement District.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've been there for 10 years.
And what's your title?
I'm the Senior Director of Operations and Emergency Preparedness.
During the course of your work, did you have occasion to interact with 18th Street Lounge?
Yes, I did. I met Fareed Nori as part of our 2017 nightlife initiative that we did. We started a large initiative to reach out to nightlife establishment owners to promote the industry, to work on neighborhood issues around trash and any safety issues, traffic, that type of thing.
And didn't that also involve issues related to noise?
It did.
Okay. And what role did Mr. Nori play in those discussions?
So one of the things I've noticed is nightlife is often a very tight industry, and everyone kind of knows each other. And Mr. Nori kind of served as a gateway and really helped us connect to the other owners, and helped us gather people. You know, when it came to getting people to come to a meeting, I had a meeting and no one showed up, and he's like, well, that's because you didn't text them and you didn't do this. And so the next meeting we had it at 18th Street Lounge, and he got them all involved and got them there. So he was really a leader in that initiative on the industry front.
Okay, and there were a couple of initiatives that he was specifically involved in as a leader. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Besides just helping us host and organize the meetings and leading discussions with the owners, he volunteered to pilot in the front of 18th Street Lounge, DC's first car share, ride share, pickup drop off zone. He even had staff out on the first day helping with getting patrons to understand how the rideshare location worked out.
Okay, and what about with respect to trash? Do you have involvement there as well?
Yes, so we've worked with Mr. Nori when he mentioned in his earlier testimony about working on the compactor grant program. My colleague worked with him and the adjacent other properties on that compactor grant program. And again, he was kind of the person that got everyone together, got the other owners together, realized there was a problem, and helped shepherd that through getting it fixed. So he was definitely served much the same role that he did for us in our 2017 initiative on the compactor program there for the alley.
Would you say he's proactive in addressing problems that might arise?
Yes, I would. He was, he was very open with, many business owners are maybe not as open around other business owners for fear of sharing information or anything like that. He was always very open with the way he operated and the way he, kind of encouraged colleagues to do the same. So.
And was there a feeling when he closed up and left your community there in the Golden Triangle?
It was, yeah, we were definitely very sad to see them leave. I know 18th Street Lounge has a lot of history in many of DC's music and nightlife cultures, and having it in the neighborhood really was something we were very proud of, and we were very sad to see him close.
And you also lost one of the good guys, didn't you?
Yes, that is true, and one of the advocates in that nightlife area for us to kind of connect to that community. We'll have to start rebuilding some relationships now that he's going to be moving east.
Great. All right. Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness.
Mr. Thomas. You're on mute, Mr. Thomas.
My apologies. Thank you for alerting me to that. Just a few quick questions. Mr. Powell, how would you describe the area that 18th Street Lounge used to be located in?
We are a commercial district with some scattered residential condo buildings within our boundaries.
Are there a significant amount of nightclubs in that area?
There's a number of nightlife establishments right in that 18th Street, Connecticut Avenue, M Street area. Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. Norrie was very open. Are you aware of any ABRA actions that have been brought against 18th Street Lounge?
I'm not. I don't get the notifications on the ABRA violations.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions by the board members? Hearing none, thank you very much, Mr. Powell, for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're free to go or remain. But Mr. Klein, do you have another witness?
Mr. Ben Porion, are you still here?
Mr. Klein, how many witnesses do you have? I thought
He would be the last one, but I think he's gone. He was a resident. He's been stuck it out all day, but I think he finally signed off.
All right. So, are there any have you asked for whatever DRS?
I just want to make sure that the exhibits that we've identified have been admitted.
So what exhibit do you want to admit, sir?
Applicant's exhibit 2, the plans.
I'm sorry.
Applicant's exhibit 3.
Here's the number 2. Number what?
3.
I'm sorry. What is number 2?
Number 2 is the plans
Okay.
that we reviewed in some detail.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me look to see what we were. We've already moved exhibit 2, 5, 6 into evidence, and we've and exhibit 9. Those are the only exhibits that have been moved into evidence.
Okay, so we have 9. You said 5. So we want to move 5 and 3.
Hold on.
3
5 is already into evidence, so it's the only one that's not into evidence is exhibit 3.
Okay, that would be Mr. Beam's report.
Mr. Thomas, do you have on exhibit 3?
Do I have exhibit 3? I do have exhibit 3.
Mr. Klein wants to move into evidence. Do you have any objection?
I candidly, I do not, because I already had it being moved and admitted into evidence. So
right.
All right. So exhibit 3 is moved without objection. So exhibit 3 is in evidence. Okay. So we have moved into evidence. I just want to move you one more time. We have moved into evidence exhibit 2, 3, 5, 6, and 9. Those exhibits have been moved into evidence.
And the only other one is 8, which was the Gladden Alley sales volume.
Mr. Thomas, on exhibit 8.
Relevance, and I object on the grounds of relevance. But yeah, I'm putting the objection on the record.
I'll move it, but the board will take it for whatever it's worth.
Right.
So I'll also move Exhibit 8 into evidence. Exhibit 8 has been raised. Okay. All right. So you have now raised Mr. Klein.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thomas, do you have any witnesses that are able to testify today, sir?
Candidly, I don't have my witnesses available right now. I have gotten various text messages throughout the past 6 hours concerning witnesses that having to leave for various reasons, childcare reasons, things like that. In full candor, I have my own childcare issues that I'm now working out. You know, we were told at the very outset that each side was going to have an hour to present. And the applicant has gotten 6 hours to present. And I don't.
Mr. Thomas, hold on 1 minute. Mr. Thomas, you have spent a significant amount of time in cross-examination. So your cross-examination, and it has been untimed. So if I was timing your cross-examination, you would have lost the amount of time that you have to present your case, sir. I'm just being very frank. I'm actually, because I knew that we did not have a time constraint today, and I thought I made it known to everyone that we had all day to do it. But I did, and I also informed the parties that you should not spend most of your time cross-examining the witnesses, because that counts against your time. So if I was keeping time, in the sense that if we had other hearings today, I would not allow the parties. I would have told the parties that they were run out of time. But I gave some flexibility because there were 4 different protest groups, and so therefore I gave flexibility because I want folks to answer. But I just want to put that on the record, sir. However, this is I would have hoped that you would have had a witness to testify today, because the date that we have, we can offer February the 2nd, which is 2 weeks, at 1:30. That's the first available. That's our next. Our next meeting is next week, and then the next meeting after that. So we could offer February 2nd at 1:30 for you to do your case. But part of the problem is that you have 5 witnesses, and I don't know how long that's going to take. And so therefore, we're going to run into an issue that, so.
What I can represent, first of all, I can represent that I will make February the 2nd work. I'm looking at my calendar. I'm available. I've just received texts from my client who said that they will work to make sure that the witnesses are available for them. And I can represent that I do not believe my case in chief will be nearly as long as the applicant's case in chief. I don't know how Mr. Klein is going to cross-examine my witnesses, but I do not have 7 or 8. I have 5. I could potentially make it 4. And so we can make February 2nd work, and I would appreciate the commission's indulgence in doing that. So we have an opportunity, frankly, to put on our full case, considering the issues that are before the commission.
And I just want to say also, Mr. Thomas, there are no timelines in the sense of when the day ends. This board was prepared to go today to convene this, to complete this hearing. And so so I will alert all parties that on February 2nd, when we have this hearing, if you know that you're going to have childcare issues at some point, that you have to make some additional plans, because this hearing, although it's just your case, I'm not sure if we'll be done by 5 o'clock. It is if you have 5 witnesses, it is going to take some time. And also, we did not start applicants. Excuse me. We didn't start applicant's case today until almost 12 o'clock, because remember, the board did its presentation. So yes, you are right. It's 6 o'clock, and we have taken some. So yes, the applicant has had about five hours with cross-examination to do its case. However, that's where we are. So we will adjourn this hearing and then we will reconvene. Mr. Klein?
I mean, the only thing I'm going to ask, and I'm probably going to make an enemy of someone who I respect very much, is the general counsel then get the order done in 45 days instead of 60 days. Because I mean, we're past the time this hearing should have been held, and we indulged it a week for a lot of reasons, and now we're another couple weeks. And
But I thought, Mr. Klein, that this hearing was scheduled to be held on January 12th.
it was.
Right. So January 12th. And so it's well, one thing I'll say to you, Mr. Klein, all right.
It was supposed to have been held by December 26th by law, but
Well, I don't know why the hearing was not held December. Well, the board was on break, and we could have met. I didn't have a problem, Mr. Klein, but I know that you would have stated that you were not available on December 26th to meet. So because the board could have made that time. So but I assure you, Mr. Klein, that we will make sure that this decision, well, let me say this to you. At the conclusion of the hearing on February 2nd, the board will make a decision.
Great.
However, we will ensure that the decision is written as expeditiously as possible, so a decision will be made. And I do appreciate the fact that both parties, there are 4 protestants.
That's all I can ask. You know, that's all I can ask.
And I've always told all parties that if you settle this matter, you know, everyone lives happily ever after and move forward. But when the board has to make a decision, we just have to. And so, one of the things I'll say to Mr. Klein, and this is something for both sides to consider. If you want us to make a decision, both sides should consider not doing proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law. Okay, that's something that I think both parties need to consider, because if you do that, then that is going to delay the process a much longer period of time. So that's something that I would ask both parties to consider. You have your right, but I would ask both parties to consider not doing that once we close the hearing next on February 2nd, so we can have a decision. So at least we can have a decision made, and the community will know whether or not this is going to be, both the applicant and the community will be aware of the decision.
Great.
All right.
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
All right. So anyway, so we'll reconvene this hearing for February the 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. and it is going to be a long afternoon. I'm not quite sure what I was told that the time is free, but I'm not sure what else we have in the morning to see whether or not that's going to delay us starting this hearing at 1:30, but we'll try to start the hearing as quickly as possible at 1:30. All right, so hold on 1 minute. All right, so I want to thank all parties for their participation today, and we will reconvene this hearing on February 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will say to all our board members, I do not, because this case is not concluded and it's an emergency meeting, I already closed the record last week. So I will now ask all board members to return to executive session for further developments. All right, so thank everyone for their participation today. All right, thank you. Have a day. Have a great day. Thank you. So all board members go to executive session, please. Thank you.